It's unquestionable that the Epstein business was heavily influenced, let me put it that way, by Mossad.
And so that's somehow emblematic on these huge geopolitical issues.
Yes, I watched Mossad take over the Pentagon in 2002. The Pentagon was infiltrated by Mossad.
It starts with a simple question and ends in objective reality. Through our journey from there to here, we find one another and ourselves. And as the next 24 hours breaks free from our last, we gaze onward in reflection of the day.
Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up.
Sunday, June 22nd, 2025. I'm going to start with a note right now for those of you listening. As you notice, the difference in the audio that I'm switching to right now literally happened as I was going live. It's incredible, the stuff that we have to deal with on this platform, everything else. There's an often random switch that happens when there's a glitch. I had to open my audio again, my video that changes the way my audio sounds. If you're out there listening and you follow the show regularly, if you're in the chat and you notice a shift in the audio, please let me know. Especially for those that only listen on podcast, that's probably very frustrating, but just one of those quirky things, one of those glitches that we deal with so often on this platform. Now, today, guys, we're talking about obviously some very, very important developments around geopolitical events, what's going on with Iran. You know, if you guys have already been watching this show, if you had been watching this show over the last decade, and in particular over the last so many weeks, there's nothing other than like the immediate, like the updated points on what's currently happening, what munitions were used, what the arguments were, what moves might have been made before. The point is, you already knew what you needed to understand to realize what was going on in this event. Not that I somehow know everything or I've given you all the things you need to know. I mean, I argue in the sense of there's always more to know, but what you would need to know at the bare minimum to understand what just happened, what the moving parts are, who's likely involved. You already knew these things. And those of you watching the show, you're probably like, exactly, I already knew what was going on, despite all the mania, because you listened to myself or other independent media who've been breaking this stuff down for a very, very long time. So today we're going to talk about the developments of the U.S. joining in, which again, you already know that that's not really the reality. Now, yes, the difference of U.S. Personnel, U.S. Using their own munitions and their own equipment to carry out an attack on Iran is different than what we just saw from Israel bombing Iran. But in a material different, like from Iran's perspective, they already know very well that the U.S. is involved in all of this, just like they know just like Russia knows that the U.S. is involved in Ukraine. That's not a secret. So if as the U.S. government decides to carry out a visible attack in, let's say, in regard to Ukraine, which they've already done in plenty of ways, the point is, from Russia's perspective, is that much of a difference than Ukraine doing it with their munitions? Not really, but it does very clearly cause an effect in regard to how they might need to feel public facing. They have to act a certain way or respond and save face, or just that it does show an increase in regard to what they want the people to see, which means escalation. So either way, it doesn't matter. This is obviously a serious war. There's obviously a lot of potential, human life at stake. There's a lot of moving parts here, and this very much is and has been, in the context of whatever we call this, a global conflict. But people have been hyping the idea of what is about to be or has been World War III for a very long time, even though, again, metrics-wise, you could have been saying that since Syria. So it's about how people manipulate this. The point is, what just happened is obviously a major shift from the way that maybe the average person who doesn't know about this stuff, watches TV, sees that and goes, oh my God, we're in the middle of World War III. And yes, it is an escalation, but it's important that we come at this with measured discernment to understand what these moves mean and what it means to Iran. And we'll go through all of this because the reality is, this is, in my opinion, only the stated, visible, rather, I shouldn't say stated, but the visible representation of what Iran, I think, is already aware of what's been going on the entire time and well before these current bombings. So now that the U.S., Trump's administration is publicly stating that's the case, well, that's going to change their reactions. But it doesn't necessarily in a material sense change what's going on. Now, in regard to what they bombed and whether or not that had a very serious effect and is unprecedented based on previous attacks, it's a different conversation. And there's also evidence showing that that's not necessarily the case. We'll go through all of that as well. But the reason I'm starting with this is just kind of walk people off the ledge a little bit to understand the hair on fire hype of the corporate media, the mainstream alternative media, and the lies they use to push it all is not exactly where we really are. Very well could be, because if Iran decides to respond in serious action, would that be illegal? Would it be unexpected? Not really. But I also think, and this will be the last starting points here, there's so much to get into, that it's very possible that this very well may have been like a tactical stand down in a way, despite how it doesn't look that way. And I'll go into why I think that. Only in the sense that it already appears that there was coordination, as there always are in back channels, about, remember, Trump moved his people away from Iraq already. He already, they already sort of told them that in many ways this was happening. We already saw Iran pulling things out of that location. Like, there wasn't a secret here. So it's possible that there's already been an allowance to what we've seen before, where Iran decides to bomb a base in Iraq that's already been, mostly removed, and and says that that's the response, which then allows them to say, okay, we're strong and they're weak and they didn't respond well enough and we're in control of the situation. And really what it would represent is Iran's showing restraint, as they have in every other circumstance. That's not good guy, bad guy. It's just objectively looking at what's going on. The difference is whether Israel, which we all seem to be aware, is truly driving the bus, which appears to be, and decides to take this even further, which already feels like what their hype is. So these are two separate things, but they're both they're involved with moving this forward. If none of that makes any sense to you, tune in. We're going to go through all of this. Probably going to be a longer show as usual, and we'll go through all the different moving parts. The majority of today's show is around, the vast majority, all the moving parts of this. We're going to go over yet again the part about the nuclear discussion, about what's really going on there. Not in depth. We've done it so many times, but enough for you to see what's going on. We're going to talk about the lies about Iran, the lies about the hijab and the history and what's going on in that country right now, and all the lies from our government, the lies of Israel, and all the different parts around it, and some starting things that we're going to get into. Excuse me. Around some interviews I just did, the lies around the independent media, and how the reason I used that title, the way I framed it in the title, kind of like I talked about in the last show, the split of MAGA. But this is interesting to see even more so how specifically this act in Iran has completely exposed to other people in MAGA the false America First element, which is interesting, and always how clumsy this is to see the Laura Loomer Zionists out there to act like that the ones that are fighting back against Iran have exposed themselves as not America first. The people literally saying we should care about this country first and not get into foreign wars for a foreign country are the ones that are exposed as not America first. It's typical, because their reaction is to go, you're the one, you're the thing that we're showing you we are. Typical Zionist propaganda. But we'll go through all of this and all the different parts and end with some interesting things that I think are important. So please stay tuned today. I really do think this is going to be, this will elucidate a lot for people that may not have been following this entire time. And really, as always, with all of the source material for literally everything I'm showing you on this show, which is already pulled aside, and even things I add during the show, I add, as you see live on the show, to add to the source material so you can research it for yourself. And even the ones that are, as you can see, for those not on the podcast, that are, on Twitter, for example, it's only usually because that's where I saw it first, and typically involves a source link, which is also included. So understand that. That's why this platform is different, or anybody doing that is different than the false independent media, because you don't need to trust what I'm saying. You don't need to trust me. Why would you? You can look at the data for yourself. You can consider my opinion, and you can weigh it on how often I've been correct, and how many times I followed through, and how many times we followed back up with things that weren't correct. And you can weigh that and go, well, look at the history there. Look at the long-term accuracy of this platform, not bombastic claims of being right based on throwing out 75 possible options to one thing and then claiming you got it right on that one day out of 77. That's how that works everywhere else for the most part. But this is based on information you can verify for yourself. Why would you want anything else? But I'll start with a point here in regard to an interview I just did, which I was going to put out the day before, and for multiple reasons, just timing, honestly, I wasn't able to get it out, which was with Brian Young, or rather the used to be High Impact Flicks. That's how a lot of people still know him as the name on the Twitter account. But again, as you watch the interview, it'll be out tomorrow, 99% tomorrow. He's just one of the most genuine, consistent people in this entire field. And I really want him to be part of the IMA. So let him know that everybody else wants him to, and that he deserves to be a part of it, because he is outstanding. And I've been saying that for so long, because his consistency and his principles, it's just like it's what we keep talking about. It shouldn't be something that's that shocking and shouldn't be, praiseworthy to just be consistent, but it should be today because of how wildly unique it seems to be in this field. So check out his work if you haven't already. A lot of really great commentary. He's very educated when it comes to constitutional rights and history around people and government and statism. He knows what he's talking about. And so we had a great kind of just catching up interview, because we haven't connected in a while, about a lot of stuff. So it'll be a good one for you to check out. He just simply posted that, let me know if you can see this, because we're both shadow banned. I use this just to remind me to talk about it. Make sure you follow his account there and look for the interview coming out tomorrow on a few points related to Israel and Gaza, which we're not going to talk about today, other than these points that I just wanted you to see, because it is not even. What's so disgusting about this is I said this more than once, the struggle of what we choose not to cover when this is all so insane, and the ongoing genocide should be the only thing we really. I mean, it's just so obvious that this is such a earth-shattering event, and it just kills me that at any moment we're not screaming from the rooftops about what this is, which is why I always include it. My point is, it's not even slowing down. It's actually getting worse, if you can believe that. As Ryan Grimm points out, apparently First Drop Site News says, Israeli snipers shot and killed a young girl as she was playing in the sand near a displacement camp. Not new, by the way, but just brazen at this point, knowing people are paying attention, knowing they're trying to hide that they're even doing that. And now they're just casually sniping people off in plain daylight in front of everybody, because they know, what's happened? The world has called it out. Every mechanism we ever used to think would ever actually cause a change or influence on governments or people in power, human rights groups, the UN, every one of them have come out and told you what they're doing. And they look around and no one constrains them. And the US goes, keep going. And Trump says, we're behind you. And they keep going. This was the 21st, yesterday. Journalist Ibram Asalaudi reports the child was directly struck by the bullet. And as Ryan Grimm says, apparently there were gloves on previously. What Israel's doing now is in Gaza defies all description. Kills me. That is not going away. And it's only expanding if we really understand what's happening right now. Also, on the 21st, Haaretz, Israel strikes kill 202 people in Gaza in 48 hours. Nothing new there either, shockingly enough. But why we're not focused on that insane amount of people every day. The 60-plus children that die every day in Gaza right now. That's the side story today. That should make you sick. Abby Martin simply points out, you can kill 100 Gazans in one night. Nobody in the world cares, was a direct quote from a Knesset member on live TV. And she's simply pointing out, he was right. Right there in front of you. On top of that, Iraqi Christian Foundation, just to overlap this with the lies about the Middle East and everything else, or from Syria to Iraq to anywhere else, the lies they spun about why these countries were the problems. And then when Israel used the U.S. to go in to destroy them, focused on the Christian population like they do everywhere. Literally every conversation we're having. Syria had the third largest Christian population of all of Middle East until Israel and the United States. Same with Christian. Saddam Hussein's inner party was the Ba'ath Party, largely Christian, or a good portion. And the point here is, or rather the large point first, is that how often that seems to be the focal point. Using people who think, rather using people who know they're lying, who then convince Americans they're fighting against some evil Muslim terror group, and then they turn around and go after the things that they actually want to focus on. And I'm talking about the Zionist entity. Here it is again. This is from today. As they're all talking about the evil Muslims out there to kill all the Christians, right? Or the false narrative, the loomers of the type of the world are shoving down everyone's throat, because we're now talking about Iran, even though they don't even seem to understand the difference between what we're talking about here, between, the difference in general. Like, it's people are right now conflating all sorts of things, like sheiks with Shiites and Sunni, and all the people just act like they think it's all one thing. And I mean, these are people in the highest levels of the conversation, which it really does make me sick. Anyway, different conversation. The point is that they're always out there trying to make average people think that they're the boogeyman. Well, the reality is it's quite the opposite. During Sunday Mass, a suicide bomb explodes at St. Ilis Greek Orthodox Church in Damascus, Syria. 15 people have already been killed. The terrorist groups in Syria are literally affiliated with the U.S. and Israel. I mean, on the surface, guys, it's not hard to recognize. You know, that group that was 20 seconds ago at a $10 million bounty on Jelani's head specifically, but the Hayat al-Sham group, they were telling you they were fighting the whole time, who they now allowed to take control of Syria because Israel wanted that. They're literally bombing churches in Syria. As Syrian Girl points out, these churches were completely safe under Assad the entire time. And now the moment they don't have control, guess what gets the focal point? Or the ongoing ethnic cleansing that they're carrying out, the U.S. Israeli-backed ISIS mania. I mean, here, this in case you think we're somehow being hyperbolic. I always show this just because these images were taken. I mean, use the Wayback Machine or the TinEye or reverse image search. That image as well as this one are directly from post Assad in Syria when U.S. and Israel let them take over this country. Those are literal ISIS members, literally wearing ISIS patches and both executing Syrians. And we're to pretend like this was them liberating the country. I mean, think about this in the context of what they want you to think they're doing to Iran. Even if you believe everything they're saying about Iran, is this what you want for the people of Iran? Is this saving them when you allow this to happen? Like Libya, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, and on and on and on. Every single one of the places we could talk about. Oh, wait, make sure I include that. See, that's what I was saying before. Anything I do that I'll try to mention in the show, that'll be at the bottom of the links because it'll be added at the bottom after the show has started. Okay, some other opening points I just think are interesting because this overlaps with a lot of stuff we're going to talk about. One of it is what they're trying to say, the regime change for Iran and what that really will mean. These points are to show you how insane it is that all these talking head, blind, try to be so mean these days, these corporate media stooges and mainstream alternative media hacks who want you to believe that they're the rebels fighting the deep state, right? Which is funny because they're like on the same side as Fox News at this point, like they always, any way you look at it. These people that have once told you 30 seconds ago that they're fighting against the power are literally the ones that are just the power at this point. Are literally, as I said, funny how the rebels fighting the deep state seem to just repeat what the FBI says these days. That seems a little strange to me. And this is Benny Johnson reporting what Fox News said. And just like that, the story gets more disturbing. Minnesota assassin and Tim Walz appointee Vance Bolter, which I guess we're just pretending we know for a fact that was him now. Good job, Benny. You're on top of it. Despite the fact that they're, the mask and the fact, I mean, everything about this seemed to be a false story. The moment that it could be framed in the first place as a Democrat bad thing, they all jumped on it and they dumped the story out with no due diligence. Then it suddenly got a little uncomfortable because, wait a minute, he's a registered Republican. Oh, and wait a minute, it was all these different signs on his LinkedIn page read like a Christian right page. Those could all be lies, right? But they all got uncomfortable about it. They started going, it's a psyop and they framed us. Then it kind of swings back around. They go, oh, now we're back to that one again. Democrat stupid maniac because he's killing the people they told him to. It's just, my point is, can't we not see how ridiculous these people are? He goes and basically says that he was appointed by Tim Walz and wrote a letter to the FBI claiming the military trained him in secret, which only makes our point for him if that's even correct, and that Walz instructed him to take out Klobuchar. Walz, who was also on his list, but we'll pretend like that was some part of a head fake or something. My point is, any of those things could be true. You think Benny knows that? You think Alex's secret squirrel sources know that? The bottom line is, guys, they'll just tell you whatever they want you to know. We haven't even seen the story flesh out, and they're just burying it back on the idea that it was a Democrat effort. Just like the assassination attempts that we all just know we're lied to about, but now because it went the way they liked it, they just go forward with it. Iran did it, and it's bad guy stuff. These people are children, and they're out there trying to deceive you, or they don't care. That just needs to be acknowledged. If you want to go through the facts on this that we know, here's the show where you can check that out. Minnesota suspect was security contractor tied to Gaza, West Bank, and Middle East, Africa. That's the reality, by the way. This guy literally was a security contractor for the most dangerous places in the world, including Gaza. You don't get into Gaza just because. They barely let anybody in Gaza. And we're to pretend this guy was just going around security contracting and he's just a random guy that worked for some Democrats. We can't be this stupid. It's nonpartisan as far as I'm concerned. This is them using both sides to drive us where they want. Here's Benny Johnson saying, President Trump's approval rating has surged to 56%. Historic. Okay, well, let's see. Historic. Historic means famous or important in history or potentially so, of concerning history. Basically, what's the best simple for, it is something that you rarely see, right? Historic isn't every other day or every other president, right? Cue the leftist meltdown, he says. I just thought it was funny that I said, and this is just a small, unimportant thing. just to show you that these people will take the most benign nonsense and turn it into a bombastic, historic point. I said, despite no reason or to ever trust government numbers from any side, this is so clearly historic, Benny Johnson, or maybe just your usual grifty hype on common things when Trump does them. Either or, your choice. I just simply looked at Grok and I said, hey, Grok, how many U.S. presidents of the past have reached 56% or higher approval rating? Franklin Roosevelt, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Crater, Reagan, George Bush, Bill Clinton, George Bush again, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, Joe Biden. Yeah, but historic. I didn't need to include that. I just think it's ridiculous to me that these people are out here screaming things that you can prove are just ridiculous, but it's apparently historic. Let's talk about crowd sizes for 25 minutes, Well, oh, this is different. I don't know. I forgot. I think I opened this earlier. We'll come right back to that, actually. The Gabbard overlap to the point about the nuclear conversation, as well as the two-party illusion stuff. Now, let's talk about the reason I included some of those is to segue into the two-party illusion around all of this, which is really about showing not just that the mainstream alternative media, left and right, are ridiculous, but that ultimately, right now, it's important to see who is towing the line at a time when it is historically unpopular, to use the word correctly. And I mean, even especially in the MAGA movement, which is actually really easy to see right now. James Lee says, traditional media, independent media, politicians around the world, they are all controlled. But by who is the question? And he simply shows all these. We'll go over them in a second again. And all the politicians towing the line exactly the same way. This one's always they've seen this one already. This is from before the last time. We stand with Israel. But I added, not independent media, since clearly they're not independent by the definition of the word. They are mainstream alternative media, the MAM, M-A-M, the counterpart to mainstream media. Indeed, they are controlled. That's important. That's a difference, right? But just to use his point, Gunther Eagleman, Val, Barron Trump, Giordano Bruno, they're all saying the same thing. It says, if you're no longer MAGA because Trump wiped out Iran's nuclear sites, you were never MAGA to begin with. That's what a purity test actually looks like, ladies and gentlemen. Not telling you what was going to happen and then having it actually happen and then being attacked for that, like David Icke has been screaming about because he's right. This is what a purity test looks like. We draw a line, and you're not allowed to feel otherwise. If you do, you're not part of us anymore. And just to be clear, they're trying to frame it as the binary. There's plenty of people that are saying, I'm no longer MAGA. That's the stupid thing. That's like Gabbard jumping to the other side. You don't say, I'm no longer the thing that your principles align with. You come out and say, you're no longer the thing. I am still what I think. I still align with the MAGA principles. But the way they're trying to frame it is as if it's people just leaving because we're not there. That's what they're creating. In fact, that's what they are, showing you that they're not real, that they do not believe in America first interest. They care about whatever Trump tells you to care about, or Israel cares about, or whatever the narrative. That's what we're dealing with here. If you're upset Trump took out Obama's nuclear facilities in Iran, you were never MAGA. If you're no longer MAGA because Trump, like exactly the same. Somebody hands them a sentiment, they all put it out every time. And, same thing with politicians. I don't need to convince you all of that. Threat to global security. The things that we can prove at the very least using their data that didn't exist. That's not the same as saying it didn't. I'll always be objective like that. It's certainly possible. It's out there and we don't know that. The reality is their evidence and what I can see, what I can research shows us that that's not the truth, that they don't have a nuclear bomb, that they're apparently not even trying to. And we'll go over that yet again coming up soon, as while it could be that could be the reality. Here's an example of one of the politicians. Trump says, we have completed our very successful attack. We'll come back to that. That's his successful attack on, an illegal attack on Iran with no congressional approval. Just texted POTUS to congratulate him, says this Zionist. Greatest president in American history. I'm speechless. He's done what no one else could ever do. I mean, what does that even mean? What no one else could do? You mean bomb things? I'm pretty sure they've all done that, Nancy, but maybe you're just trying to do what Benny did and just go, the thing, whatever it is amazing because Trump did it. That's what they do. We realize that any one of these presidents in the past could do, and all of them have had, flirted with the idea for the exact same reason. Clearly, using Trump, like we all predicted, was like with COVID-19 and Trump. It's the same exact logic. He's there to pacify you, and you know who I'm talking about. Charlie Kirk showing you the example of these kind of just follow along, go wherever Trump points kind of people, which is exactly what we talked about as free. Was it Free Prince was the name of the account? Called out Cat Turd for the same thing. And so you don't say you have faith in a politician. That's insane. You guys are children. This is not a religion. Here's Charlie Kirk using trust. With the weight of the world on his shoulders, President Trump acted for the betterment of humanity. You see, like, is that possible? Sure. Like the idea that you just put your feelings on him as a supposed journalist, that you know that he acted with this intention. Guys, I always pointed out, it's just so childish. You don't know what he felt, Charlie, when he decided to do something. It's just insanely stupid. You guys are proving that you're a follower. You're a religious follower. You have chosen, as you write next, to believe in him, not hold him accountable for his choices, which is what we're supposed to do, what journalists, which you're not, are supposed to do. It says, for the next few hours, spare us the armchair quarterbacking. You mean what Americans are supposed to do? And every other 30-second comment, you tell us we're supposed to be going, we want this, we want that, and they carry out our will. It's funny how when we actually try to do that, they go, stop telling him what to do. But I thought that's what we were supposed to do. But it says, and instead, trust our commander-in-chief. Trust. Did you trust Biden, Charlie Kirk? Oh, no, because he was a liar. Okay. Well, then why would we trust any of them if you just get to arbitrarily decide when you don't trust the commander-in-chief? You see, I don't need to go to this extent. You all know this. It's just really cartoonish to show you how these kind of people are ridiculous. Like on a very basic level. And look at the comments. It's not only me saying this. It's just really obvious that these people are desperately trying to get you to blindly follow a politician, acting like that's somehow logic. And look no further than this account. Cat Dirt says, I'll always support Trump. He's never let me down in 10 years. Okay, cool, man. Thanks for sharing. Maybe go back to your circle and keep crying about it. Like it's just wild to me, guys. Always supported him. I mean, what about any number of things that you've called out? Didn't you guys start calling? But you, like, I can show you, and I should have probably done this, but this is not the important stuff, of him telling you, I don't agree with what he did right there. I don't think that. Well, he'll just argue, well, I support him anyway. Well, yeah, we know that. But he's never let you down. I mean, come on, guys. It's just silly. Clearly, this was not what we promised. So when he makes a mRNA platform, that was, you wanted that, Cat Turd? You were saying that? No, you guys said the opposite. But see, they're not here to push back. They're here to blindly gather support. Eddie Johnson, he says, I've said it on the live stream. I'll say it here. Donald Trump has earned my respect and trust. Okay, well then you get gently put aside as one of those. You're a child. You can go sit in the corner and say, I love Trump. The rest of us are going to be constantly watching whether we support him or not and being honest about it and holding him accountable and say, well, maybe he believed that, but he was played, right, Benny? Is it not possible that he could be manipulated? Even though that's what you guys say every time it suits your interest, that he was manipulated by the Democrats. Here was a holdover from the DOJ. Well, then you would trust him. That means you trust the people who can also manipulate him, right? Have you thought this through? See, again, I'm joking. They don't care. They just want you to just trust him too, because that's their job. No one can make the case that Iran should have nukes, even other than the law and every other country or Israel's secret one. The idea that everyone has the legal right to do that. And they're not seeking nukes anyway. But if they did, they have the right like anybody does. And it says, I don't have the intel. Trump does. I trust his team. You mean Israel? Because that's where it comes from. His team would be Tulsi Gabbard, who literally said it's not true. But now Israel says so, and that's who he points to. So let's be clear. That's not even something to discern. He's making it clear that he trusted Israel over the Gabbard, anybody like Gabbard and his team. So when he says, I trust his team, what he means is Israel, whether he knows that or not. It's embarrassing. At the same time, no one voted for a forever war or regime change. Oh, and here comes the fake walkback. And you're all doing this right now. I'll show you one later that goes, this is terrible. And she trusted the neocons, but I still support him because whatever silly thing you try to make sense of when you say that. You can't do that. You can't say he just got played and this is terrible, World War III, but he cares and he's the right guy for the job. That doesn't make sense, guys. Hegseth and Vance, who were strongly at Trump's side tonight, fought in those idiotic wars and hate. What you mean, despite them both coming up and saying that bombing Iran was what everybody wanted and that you better stop. We're going to go after you. If this remains a strategic strike like ISIS, elimination, or Soleimani, you mean the illegal attack on Soleimani in an airport that killed innocent people, that was under the guise of peace talks? Do you think he knows any of these things, or is he just that blind? Strike like ISIS elimination. Yeah, because they were 100% defeated, right? Like 7 times over. I can keep going. It's silly. Most importantly, I want to keep the winning MAGA coalition. That's what it's about. It's damage control. And he says, he earned your trust fighting for a war for Israel. And I think I have this up here next somewhere. All the different times he called up Barack Obama for flirting with the same thing he's doing right now. You think Benny cares about that? They don't, guys. Here's another alternative to this too, is the people. So Benny is lockstep. Same with Jones. They're like, we are hardcore supporting. We'll give you the momentary, but this is kind of bad, but we still support them. But they're just lockstep. Some of people like Ian have been strongly, calling this out now in another direction, but not whether you believe it's genuine or not. It's hard to say. Something tells me it's not. He says, so do I just send my tax returns to Tel Aviv? Not sure exactly how we do taxes in Israel. Trying to make a joke of it. David Icke makes the point and says, but Trump was your man, Ian. I warned you and everyone else that Trump was owned by Israel, and which we'll talk about next, and would do whatever the cult told him to. Sort of like a lot of us did. But as always, you knew best, even though you have no idea what's really happening. But now, like the rest of the vote for Trump MAGA media, you say, who, me? No, I didn't say that. Others will even double down and try to say America and yet another war is a good thing. Fighting for peace, as they're all saying now. But Iran was always Netanyahu's wet dream, and Trump made it happen. The point is, whether you believe, maybe Ian's finally seeing the light. It's up to you to decide. The point is that a lot of them out there were the ones that were shouting us down from saying that this exact thing was going to happen. One of the many, by the way. Another example is Laura Loomer. From a different side of it now, there's multiple angles to this, where now she's interestingly drawing lines around the Maha movement. And the point to take away from this, guys, it's okay to be manipulated. We don't want that. I shouldn't say, okay being that it happens to us all. We all fall into traps here and there. The important thing is to acknowledge it and to call it out so others don't fall for the same thing. The point is that the Maha thing was so obviously a manipulation. We said the same then, but I get why you wanted it. I get why you hoped it. I get why you still do. But there's many of you like Mary Talley Bowden and Brooke Jackson who are calling it all out right now, saying we still hope for the best and the people involved that seem like they weren't going to have good intentions. But my God, Stargate, bird flu shots. On and on and on. MMR shots. Come on, guys. Or allowing PFAS to continue, or pulling back on restrictions for other things we don't want. Or CRISPR pig meat. It just goes on and on and on. And so the point is, here comes Laura to say, can someone please conduct a wellness check on Tucker Carlson, Dave Smith, Candace Owens, and the entire Maha crew? Oh, so apparently literally anybody who doesn't toe the line blindly is suddenly kicked off the team, just like we keep telling you. Because it's not about information, it's about ideological purity. And the Maha crew, you just pretend you're all just not on the team anymore because you dared to say the thing everybody else is thinking. People like Loomer are blind followers. Here's Gunther Eagleman. We are not at war with Iran. Oh, cool. You decide policy now? I guess when you have over 1 million followers, you just decide that you can dictate the policy. Or he's a blind follower like the rest of them. And microaggression, Charlie Robinson says, I didn't think it was possible for MAGA to be more delusional than the woke gender morons. But here we are. This is the woke right, guys. Remember, it's almost like I'm tired of even saying that. It shouldn't. They defend it so aggressively because we're not the left. But yeah, no one said you're the left. You're just the woke right. You're exactly the same thing, and you can't see it, which is even more embarrassing. It's culture. It's culture politics. It's identity politics. It's censorship based on pronouns or racism or whatever the current thing is. That's you guys. It's all the same thing. A censorship. Or 1,000. It's culture identity politics. That's really what they're leaning into. Sal the Agorist just simply points out the same thing's happening now. The basically the lying about WMDs is exactly, they don't have any new material. 2003, 2025. It's the same damn thing. And we're going to go over it again. On another point, on the illusion of the partisanship, you might have seen this report, which is just perfect New York Post BS. Rogue states, Russia and Iran attempting to destroy MAGA movement with disinformation bot army. Well, you know what? Probably in 1,000 ways like every other country is. But what they're trying to cover with that story is the reality that MAGA movement is completely breaking down because people aren't morons. You can't tell them we don't want war and then start war and say, but this is what you wanted. They're not idiots. They're going to go, but it's not though, Trump. We didn't want war with Iran. I don't care how you try to massage it. That's still war with Iran. You literally campaigned on the opposite of war with Iran. Specifically with Iran. And now you do it, or no mRNA, and then you do a platform. These people aren't children. They see it. And then you get the narrative managers, like we already called out, to try to coax this into place. Now, this is to just give you, if you may be on the fence, you really want to believe in what they're saying, but it doesn't make sense. They give you that and you go, okay. Fine, I'll pretend it's all a big ploy and we'll just fall back into line. That's what they want. James Lee says a recent New York Post headline citing a bombshell report claiming that rogue states like Russia and Iran are sowing dissent within MAGA and amplifying anti-war voices. But a close examination of the report exposes some very familiar and very suspicious players. And this has been going around. The bottom line is this ties directly back to all sorts of groups that are tied to the ADL, to AIPAC. It's exactly what you'd expect. That's where the report comes from. You can go through the report. There's more information. I just think it's important to understand that that is very clearly happening right now. And of course, what's interesting is you get Trump coming out and saying, as we just played for you the last show, that, you know, Bibi Netanyahu is a good guy and we support him and he deserves more. That, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the main reasons that this partisan side is fracturing Israel. And you damn well know it. I'll play the clip first, but the point is this goes back to 2024. 66, according to Times of Israel, according to them, 66% of Israelis want Netanyahu to leave politics. 85% support a probe of October 7th. Nobody buys it. More Americans are falling for this than it seems anybody else. Here's what Trump had to say, and then understand why it's splintering this group.
Can you share some of what you've told Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu?
So keep going. What do I say? I speak to him every day. He's a good man, doing a lot. Been very unfairly treated by his country, I think. Very unfairly treated.
You know, for all of his documented crimes. How unfair.
Have you given him any indication that you may seek to aid them more than you have already?
No, I haven't. So far, he's done a good job. He has been treated very unfairly by his country.
I mean, in their mind, he's the president, right? And he's at war. So yeah, he's a criminal, but you know, he's fighting for you. So he should just ignore all of his crimes, right? I mean, I think these oligarchs really feel that way.
You know, he's a wartime president and he's going through this nonsense.
A genocide president.
It's ridiculous.
Sounds like you got
that. Like, you don't think he's informed by his people that everyone sees this? They all know it, guys. That means, to me, that's compromised. I don't know how else you understand that. And so this goes beyond. This is for the next one. This is from 2025. Still, after all the propaganda, poll shows Netanyahu block sinking right now, with 60% of Israelis wanting him to resign. This is who Trump's supporting. His people don't want that. It's not hard to see what's going on, guys. And I'll include this amazing documentary called The Bibi Files. If you haven't seen it, we played some clips from it. I mean, guys, it showed people like Miriam Adelson literally speaking with people about Netanyahu and saying that she'll die if she says the wrong thing. I mean, this is a despotic, oligarch, like authoritarian country. It's exactly what we're all outlining. It is a colonial project that has gone completely haywire, and it stems from apartheid, racist ideology, supremacy. It's what it's all really about. And they're simply showing you that people like this are allowed to not just exist, but to flourish in a place like this. Now, Thomas Massie, of course, being one of the lone voices calling this out, has now been attacked by Trump, which is another example of why this movement is fracturing. I mean, what you're seeing the line pretty clearly. You're seeing the blind Trump supporters, which is a large number, blind, complete moron followers that will go after whatever they say and contradict what they said yesterday based on what Trump said today. Embarrassing style. And then you got everyone else, I think, that is able to see, discern, have questions. And that may be 50-50 for all we know, but it is clearly a sharp line. People like Massie who are telling you what we all know, whether or not you want to trust him or not. I don't trust any of them. He's showing you what the AIPAC involvement, all this different stuff. Let me play this first, actually. Right there, the AIPAC guy point. And then we'll play his clips from today. This is when he was on Tucker, and he makes the point that everyone's got an AIPAC guy except him, apparently.
Republicans who come to me and say, that's wrong what AIPAC is doing to you. Let me talk to my AIPAC person. By the way, everybody but me has an AIPAC person.
What does that mean, an AIPAC person?
It's like your babysitter, your AIPAC babysitter, who is always talking to you for AIPAC. They're probably a constituent in your district, but they are, firmly embedded in AIPAC. And
every member has something like this?
I don't know how it works on the Democrat side, but that's how it works on the Republican side. And
think about Tucker. His whole gee golly thing every time. It's like, how does he not know that? I've been talking about it for a decade, right? Because of a lot of people before me were talking about it for decades before that, and is he not? I mean, Massey's not the only one that says these things. He in that stature or that position, especially today. But you tell me that he couldn't piece that together? I just think it's a sort of a coordinated release to get, and I think he's just being played like he always has been. Let's not forget, I can play that clip again of Tucker Carlson screaming about how Iran is, they're just a bunch of monsters and all of them should be destroyed, like the whole country. He said that before. How do you just shift your opinion? I mean, it's so strange to me how obvious this is. But so here's Massey today telling you that AIPAC is a very persuasive group, and that's largely why this is happening.
What he promised us was we would put America first. And I think there are still voices in this administration. You've still got J.D. Vance. You've still got Tulsi Gabbard. You still, RFK Jr., you still got calmer heads that could prevail.
They were not.
Which I don't agree with that at all. Just to be clear. None of the people he listed off, in my opinion, are the calmer heads in any regard. We've already seen them blindly pro-Israel, so just put that aside. But what he says next.
Persuasive in this case, clearly.
Well, somebody was persuasive. AIPAC is very persuasive. For instance, the Israeli lobby in Congress. If you look at my colleagues' feeds now, they all look the same. They're all tweeting the same message that we
see. So whether or not
got to support Israel and we've got to do this.
So whether or not that is him saying that to gain himself position or whatever, which, yes, we should always consider that. That's the opportunism point I'm making. It does not change the fact that you should go, he's correct. He's pointing out something no one else is saying. Then still question him. Then still wonder whether his tie is make him corrupt. I mean, always. It's just so funny how we throw the baby out with the bathwater in every context these days. I get it. It's a protective measure. I get it more than anything. But we got to stop walking that back. Be open to different things. Consider different things. Question everything, including always whether these people are honest. It's going to be a hard sell for me to ever accept any politician for the rest of my life, no matter what, because of how much I've seen going forward, or, just been doing this long. I always consider it. I'm always open to it, but it's a hard sell for me. It's going to take a long period of consistent follow through. And even then I'll always wonder, right? That's just how I am today. So just understand that it's not about trusting this person. It's about recognizing he's pointing to something we can prove. And very few are doing that. Point to it. Say, good. I support him in that moment. Everything else will continue to question. That's what you need to do. So recognize that Thomas Massey comes out. Does he say Trump's a moron? Does he say that he's a liar? No. He simply says that in his opinion, this move is not America first. And of course, it's like we said before about other things where Massey has a problem with the bill and Trump comes out and calls him, uninformed and a grifter. And it's like, he just is such a petty person. He didn't even call Trump out. He simply said, I disagree with certain parts of the bill. And this is what you get. And so it just shows you how desperate, how vulnerable it feels to me. But he says AIPAC is a very persuasive group, and that he's implying AIPAC is why all these people are supporting the movement. The efforts against Iran, rather. James Lee says Trump just called on MAGA to disown Massey for being a, quote, loser. Speaking like you're in kindergarten, guys. Now, remember, even Tucker Carlson, a major leader in this movement, came out and said the exact same thing about Iran, and Trump basically disowned him until he tried to patch it up because clearly it was too large of an entity, in my opinion. But same thing, he came out and said, I decide what MAGA is or what America First is. Like he invented it. I mean, how stupid is that? And literally says that it's not about what America First, it's about what he says. So he gets to decide what that means. So as I said, exactly that. It means Trump first, not America First. It's whatever he says it is. So it's Trump first. Many people in this movement don't agree with that, even the ones that support Trump. And James Lee says, I'm here to unequivocally state America would be infinitely better off with 435 fake MAGA Masseys than even one more of these real MAGA grifters. I agree. It's not about people or choosing sides. It's about principle. And whether they mean it or not, it's about picking between what they're stating their principles are. And right now you've got one person at least feigning to care about what actually is important for this country, and the rest telling you it doesn't matter what you want. It's what he says it is next. He says Congressman Massey of Kentucky is not MAGA. So what he means by that, he's not part of the team. Does he want America great again? Well, that's clearly stated. And also his actions are far more in that direction than anybody else that I can see. And he says, even though he likes to say he is, actually MAGA doesn't want him. What is that? So he's circling the wagons, guys. He's saying, remove this person from our team because he didn't do what I wanted. And he goes, doesn't know him and doesn't respect him. See, that's just stupid. The vast majority of his team, people that are in his inner circle, love Massey. And I've said that from day one. And the only ones that are trying to push him out now are the ones that are ideologically blind to only go after what Trump wants. The vast majority of the rest of them, by principle, know that. They like Massey. There's a reason they try to pretend he was going to be a part of the team to begin with. As I told you, it was a pretend. Same with Ron Paul and all the rest of it, guys. Now it says he is a negative force who almost always votes no. Oh, you see, so he should just vote yes, even if he doesn't agree with that, Trump? I mean, how is that not the most transparent thing in the world? He votes no because he doesn't agree with it, Donald. And he goes, no matter how good something may be, in your opinion, bud. And it goes, he's a simple-minded grandstander who thinks it's good politics for Iran to have the highest level nuclear weapon. No, he's just not a moron. He realizes the facts don't back that up. Simple as that. But stating it as fact, well, the blind followers have decided that's already the case. While at the same time yelling death to America at every chance they get. Nope. I mean, guys, these are old, tired arguments. We're going to go through this and dispel it for, the 50,000th time about the lies about Iran and what they actually think. The vast majority, as Peter Santinello will tell you as well, really like Americans. And that's a very common point you'll find from anybody that's been there. They hate the government. Like a lot of them hate their own government, just like in this country. It's weird how much there's far more similarities between these countries than than anybody in the partisan field would ever want you to realize. Most importantly, that governments rule our lives, and we all don't want that. Now, it says Iran has killed and maimed thousands of Americans. And see, even that is a vast misrepresentation. If you want to point out what's killed, like the idea of how many people have been killed by others, I mean, the starvation tactics alone of this country have killed far more people in that country. Or the many, 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 many hundreds of millions of people that have been killed post the War of Terror. But even then, the point is, what we're talking about is never defined. In what way have they killed these Americans? Are you talking about illegal invasions that were fended off? Are you talking about groups that you claim are part of Iran? Yes, on both counts. Now it says Iran has killed and maimed thousands, even took American embassy in Tehran under the Carter administration. Yeah, again, we're not going to get into that today, but there's a whole look at the history of all that's been going on. All the illegal actions, the regime changes. There were crimes committed on all sides of this, guys. I don't support the Iranian government. I don't support any government whatsoever. So it's not to say good guy, bad guy. We're simply defending facts. And what they argue about what they did then is in response to all sorts of unilateral legal actions that other governments were carrying out, including Israel and the United States. So just understand there's far more nuance to the reality, and none of this changes the legal standing of what they're doing right now. This is just getting you upset about things they've done before. That doesn't change the legalities of whether you're allowed to go into all of it. But it goes on to say, we had a spectacular success yesterday, which doesn't appear to be the case, and maybe by design, maybe taking out the bomb, which I'm of the mind that they don't even actually think is the case. It's all narrative to maintain what Israel wants, right out of their hands, and they would use it if they could. Okay, well, based on what a lot of people, including Jones, want you to think, which we'll get to later, is they've always had it, and Trump knows that. Okay, well, then if the argument is you think they're going to use it, and you just basically tried to, wouldn't the argument being they would have used it if that was the case? I mean, it's all clearly falling apart in front of them, I think is obvious and has been for a long time. This going back to Massey. But the bomb, but as usual, and despite all the praise and accolades, this lightweight congressman is against what is so brilliantly achieved last night. No, he's not stupid. He doesn't want it to happen without congressional approval, which is the Constitution that you always love to talk about, but clearly don't believe in or care about. He's disrespectful to our great military. Hardly. I'd love to see an example of any of that anywhere. In fact, almost all of them are very pro-military in every possible way. And this is him trying to outrage people on his side. That's all it is. And all they stand for, not even acknowledging their brilliance and bravery in yesterday's attack, not ever doing it in that one thing that just happened. If you follow along and you pick up the points I make, some people, these things fall on the wayside for some people, but that's just lazy writing, and it shows you that he's conflating, like he somehow has always done the thing that only just happened. It shows you that they're making things up, genuinely. He says Massey should drop his fake act and start putting America first. See my point right there? His fake act. Well, I guess you could argue both, but his fake act meaning America first. So if he's pretending to be America first, he says, but he doesn't know how to get there. He doesn't have a clue. He'll undoubtedly vote against great, big, beautiful bills. He hates that. The point, though, is that he disagrees on policy, and this is how this child responds. The grandstander child, dumb, uninformed, great, just attack, petty. Well, all he said was he has a different opinion. Do we not recognize how embarrassing that is? He says, the good news is that we have a wonderful American patriot running against him in Republican primary. Okay, so he's just trying to get somebody in there that believes in Israel. Look it up for yourself, guys. Every one of these locations, the people they support, they are a blind, rabid Randy Fine type, cheering on the death of children because Israel says so. I agree with James Lee. 100% would rather have 435 or plenty more than the people that he's pointing to. Simon Godek says, say what you want, but Thomas Massie has never sold out. He votes based on principle, which I agree with. What I believe are his principles. I can never know for sure, question everything. But when he votes and you look at his track record, he's very, very, probably one of the most consistent in Congress. And he says, even when it's unpopular, exactly. Attacking one of the only Republicans who won't bend the knee to AIPAC or support endless foreign wars doesn't look like strength. It looks like being blackmailed. I'm telling you guys, these things are very popular with the MAGA movement right now. And Simon says, I hope everyone realizes how effing insane it is that the president is gearing up to campaign against a single congressman from one tiny district in Kentucky, just because he's the only Republican in the House who won't take money from the Israel lobby. Totally normal, right? Telling you guys, people aren't dumb. They see this stuff. And this, I think, speaks for itself. Trump, way more than $230 million, in my opinion, from AIPAC. Or rather just really specifically around Israeli funding. And then Thomas Massie, 0. And then we can talk about Tulsi Gabbard. I think it's the same conversation. So just to be clear, which is funny, I've been pushing back at people all day about this. And it's not everybody, but people that actually follow me. Like, you're aware that how many times we've discussed Tulsi Gabbard, right? About what she's done and what she's had, how frustrating it is for her to claim one thing and then side with Clinton. I mean, we've talked about it quite a bit, in fact. So when I come out and I say, what happened to you, Tulsi Gabbard? It's an odd thing to assume that I'm suddenly going, what changed? I don't know what happened. Clearly, I'm trying to drive that thought to other people, trying to get average people to look at that and go, yeah, why is this different now? Not that I'm going, help me, everybody. I don't know what's happening. I think it's funny. Sometimes I don't. There's plenty of things that I don't know, and I will ask the community. But I think it's funny that the responses are like, how do you not know? You see, it's just funny to me. Look at the comments, you'll laugh. The point is, I did that to ask people to think about it. Here's what you said in 2020. We do not seek regime change, in quotes, Trump declares, as he escalates his regime change war against Iran. This is Tulsi Gabbard 2020. Neocons like Graham, Bolton, who both support what Trump is doing, like screamingly proud right now of what he's doing. He says, to all who voted for Trump because of his anti-war rhetoric, it's time to realize that he lied to you. Stand with me against Trump's Iran war. So what happened to you, Tulsi Gabbard? Right? I'm aware. I know of the WEF points. We'll get into all that. But I'm hoping average people can go, yeah, you know what? That's really starkly different. Same thing. What happened to you, Tulsi? Here's a clip that may trigger those thoughts.
President Trump says that he doesn't want war with Iran, but that's exactly what.
And this is 2020 as well.
Says that he doesn't want war with Iran, but that's exactly what he wants, because that's exactly what Saudi Arabia, Netanyahu, Al-Qaeda, Bolton, Haley, and other neocons and neolibs want.
So how can you possibly not see that now, Tulsi Gabbard? But you get the point. She does. She was either always a fraud or something has changed. And I'll get into what I think those changes may be. I'm genuinely of the mind that this might have always been the case. Very early in this conversation, I lost a lot of respect for her when she framed herself in a very clear, different, counterbalance type of way, and then leaned in with the very person she was telling you was a monster, Hillary Clinton. Which is the same thing Bernie did. You know, they're just not to be taken seriously if that's the way they think it works. And here we are with not just like a nuanced change because of her stance, but the 100% difference. Now, you understand, whether or not you think they've got a nuclear weapon, that does not change the legalities of it. It does not change the reasons of who's driving this, or the reasons and who's driving this.
That's what he puts first, not America.
Yep.
And other neocons and neolibs want. That's what he puts first, not America.
Look at that. Of course, this is when she's running for something different, right? When she has seen the presidential endgame in her mind, or whatever else she thinks she's driving towards. Don't you find that pretty striking, pretty stark? I do. So on that note, it's worth revisiting Derek's article on Tulsi Gabbard and her World Economic Forum connections, which you might have seen. And this is both an interview where he kind of caught her on the street and was asking her questions about it. It's all included. I think Derek recently shared it as well. How has Tulsi Gabbard adequately addressed her World Economic Forum Young Global Leader question? Now, I'm not rehashing this all again. I know all of the arguments that everyone's going to throw out. It's all addressed in this article, every one of them. And in fact, all the different points where she thanks them. Look, I'm honored to be selected by World Economic Forum. Whether you think it was not by her choice or not, or whatever the narrative is, she stood up and said, thank you, World Economic Forum. I'm honored to be part of what you're doing. And down here, congratulations, Gabbard, on being selected. Young global leaders. And she goes, thank you. So you can't just pretend like this was not something that she leaned into at the very least. But the article goes into much more. And she is listed. And the whole point is all of this, guys, or the connections in a lot of different ways to a lot of things in this conversation, but specifically this one, I think it's important to consider. And here's what he said here. This is his post. Yes, it's truly surprising how someone who worked with the Council on Foreign Relations and the World Economic Forum, despite denying it, turns out to be a liar. Why didn't anyone warn people this would happen? He's obviously making a joke about us. But what's funny is, and you've seen this clip, we'll come back to it in a second, where she's claiming they took a dishonest testimony. No, we literally listened to exactly what your report was and proved that what you said before was the opposite. So the question is, why is she willing to prove that she's a liar to people that are paying attention for an agenda? It's a very important question. Well, one reason might be blackmail, funding, infiltration, as she's literally standing next to Schmoley and Mary Madelson, which is just a picture, could be anywhere, right? But the point is there are a lot of clear influence and overlaps, and the narrative has shifted. Now suddenly she's in lockstep with Trump, who she just told you a second ago for all the same reasons and all the same people was a fake war because of Israel and people funding him and neocons. Well, I don't know how you could possibly pretend like now is different. It's the same agenda, same people, same funding, same everything other than the narrative. See, Squirrel points out, this is how Trump began his political career. Quote, the war in Iraq was a big fat mistake. They lied. They said there were no WMDs. There were none. And see, this is how they use the information that we've already come around to, that they pretend they're still denying, but they bring you a guy like this that goes, that's not true. Here's the bombshell. And then people that have been saying that for 15 years go, come on, we've been trying to tell you. It's happening right now, guys, with the Tuckers and everything else. It's happening right in front of you. The things that we've been screaming about in any number of topics, or people well before me, are now, whether COVID or whatever else, are now being picked up and carried over and being presented like some new bombshell in front, like the Ted Cruz and Carlson interview. Yeah, there was a lot of things in there that you've probably heard on this platform 100 times over, but it's being pointed to because it's a large conversation with people that you know, all right, that they're famous and everyone talks about it. And yeah, you can still reach people with it. But the problem is they know you already kind of knew that already. And they're willing to let new people see it in hopes that you then can use that Tucker or Cruz or, but anybody to then trick them next time, right? Maybe they go, oh, Tucker's a real one because he's telling us the truth, and or whoever it is. Question them, question me, question all of it. To realize that this is what always happens, is they take someone like him, they throw him in there as the anti-establishment candidate. He tells you a couple things. 9/11 was fake. Clinton, lock her up. You know, whatever it is, and the Fed. None of that happens, and they jam him in. Now you can see why. Here's what he said.
Obviously, the war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake, all right? Now, you can take it any way you want, and it took Jeb Bush, if you remember at the beginning of his announcement, when he announced for president, took him 5 days. He went back. It was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. Took him 5 days before his people told him what to say, and he ultimately said it was a mistake. The war.
Okay, well, if it's a mistake, what's the difference? Is it that now we know they lied about WMDs? Because if the argument is they've got weapons of mass destruction and the case is they went in there as destructible, then this is the same exact mistake, right, Trump? Not when he does it, apparently.
War in Iraq, we spent $2 trillion, thousands of lives. We don't even have it. Iran is taking over Iraq with the second largest oil reserves in the world.
And there you go. So he swings in, uses that narrative, takes over. We're taking the oil. He'll take Syria too. And now he's pivoting to Iran because that was always the plan. He probably knew that all the way back then, for all I'm concerned.
Obviously, it was a mistake. So George Bush made a mistake. We can make mistakes, but that one was a beauty. We should have never been in Iraq.
That's an interesting point right there. Did you catch that?
We should have never been. We can make mistakes. It was a mistake.
So
George Bush made a mistake. We can make mistakes.
Ah, so does he mean we as in the country, we as in people in his position, the oligarchs, the leaders, the rulers? I think it's interesting. Of course, you can argue he just means the country, but maybe there's more, foreshadowing there than you realize.
But that one was a beauty. We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East.
But so you still think he should be?
Yeah, see, and that's oh my God, did Trump just say that? He's an outsider. And does it now. You're damn right that he stabilized the Middle East. That was the whole point. The balkanization of the Middle East, Zbigniew Brzezinski, this goes back to the 70s and before. This is not a secret. He knew this.
I think it's my turn, isn't it?
You do whatever you want. You call it whatever you want. I want to tell you, they lied.
Okay.
They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were none, and they knew there were none. There were no weapons of mass destruction.
All right. Governor,
Oh, see, and the normie crowd was like, boo, that's not the narrative. There's a reason for this, guys. How can you not laugh at how silly it is to see this now through him? And as the squirrel points out, and he and his Zionist owners use the pretense of him being anti-war to deceive the U.S. into another neocon war for Israel. Everything Trump has done since his first term in office was set the stage for war on Iran. He's right. He's right. Look for yourself. Every one of them. And that really, you could argue it's just because that's how Israel's been guiding them. I think it's obvious. The wet dream of neocon Zionists, the final country on their list. They needed a perfect salesman, someone who pretended to be against the Iraq war, and he then took every step necessary to lead to their coveted Iran war. The breaking of the Iran deal. Very important part we're going to get to in a second. I've gone over extensively in the past, but how that leads to the actions Iran took that they turn around and point to as the violation, despite being legal within the deal they agreed to. And it says the recognition of the annexations of Jerusalem, Golan Heights, the Abraham Accord, Zionist normalization project, the assassination of Soleimani with the Israelis after luring him to Baghdad under false pretenses of a peace talk, the fake Witkoff negotiations. This great clip, by the way, you should watch it. But this is breaking down what we're talking about. But there's and that's the John. I forget his last name. Starts with an M. The point is continuing, and then the clip here, by the way, of 7 countries, 5 years, important. And it's also not accidental that the salesman they chose for this task of leading the U.S. into war, their Iran war, is a serial pedophile Epstein rapist, as are all those around him, like Bill Ackman and Peter Palantir Thiel. And you can decide if you agree with that or not. There's a lot of evidence to back up the overlap. Now, of course, what's also important to realize, where was it? Oh, I thought there was, let me come back to it then. The bottom line, though, the salesman convincing you to go in this direction. And think about someone like an Elon Musk. How does he fit into this? This is all just the considerations, but it's the way that ended up. It very, very well may have been one massive, big look over here movement. Now they're clearly doing AI, an AI government. That's very clearly part of it. But they didn't need Elon doing tap dances and backflips for you to be able to fall in line with that. So think about what a bombastic thing that was. And here we are. It's worth considering that was part of it. And Elon being very clearly tapped into all of the Israeli overlap. And of course, the same thing here with these tweets. In order to get elected, Barack Obama will start a war with Iran. Basically just calling out exactly what he's doing right now. Now, Solomon Ahmed, I haven't listened to it, but he had a pod spaces about Israel and Iran and the ongoing discussions. I just want to point this out. You saw this clip already, by the way. It's actually really, we got censored on Instagram all of a sudden, which is not new, but it's a weird statement he says right here. I really do think this stands out in a really odd way for like an uncharacteristic response. Simply, there could be another reason you can explain why that is. I think it adds up with, where this all goes. It was an uncomfortable moment for him. And the insinuation, the question is whether or not you think he's being blackmailed by Israel or that he's just so in line with their agenda, doesn't care. He's willing to counter American interests. I think it's possible for both. Maybe actually both. Maybe he clearly is very clearly pro, as Brian from Impact Flix mentions, and I'll be playing that tomorrow, the whole Zionist Rothschild bank buyout from Trump back in the day. It's not new. So he's been tapped into this a long time. But also, maybe they had to nudge him a certain way. These things all matter. So ask yourself why, if the statement here is suggesting that he asked or warned Israel not to do this, they did it anyway, and now he's involved, what does that show you? And this is the response when asked whether he asked them not to.
Iran, did you warn Prime Minister Netanyahu against taking some sort of actions that could disrupt the talks there in a phone call last week?
Well, I'd like to be honest. Yes, I did. Next question, please.
See, by the way, I just had to switch my audio back. No one told me because it was off again. This is so frustrating. And my camera gets all funky. I have to switch that back. For the podcast, doesn't matter, but now you can see it on the side there. It's just strange. This stuff. Welcome to technocracy, guys. But isn't that a weird way to respond?
That could disrupt the talks there in a phone call last week.
Well, I'd like to be honest.
As opposed to what? Not being always?
Yes, I did. Next question, please.
Next question, please. He sounds old right there for some reason, like an elderly man. But what's funny is that's a very weird response from him. He's always so blustering and and just carrying on answering forever with nonsense. Yes, I did. Next question, please. It just feels weird to me. Can't really even articulate more than that. It just seems off. And it seems to me that he's almost caught off guard, right? Like, so he basically had to say that I asked him not to, and now he did it. I think it's because it makes him look weak. You can decide. Next, Jason Bassler simply points out the obvious. Bankrolled by Mary Madelson, allied with Palantir's Peter Thiel, made Marco Rubio Secretary of State, filled his cabinet with Israeli war hawks, extended Obama's $38 billion military aid deal, approved $54 billion in new arm deals to Israel. Gee, who could have seen this coming? There's a lot of connection there that people were calling out. Now, Max Blumenthal had a report recently, and this all overlaps to the point of, and again, we've probably done like 1,000 segments like this over however many years. And some of the shows have been like really hyper-focused on the different parts. But it's just, it's some of it's redundant. Like the point is we can sit back and do like a 2-hour video of just like nonstop evidence of the infiltration of this government. And you would probably have another 100 hours of content. It's so obvious is my point. So these are just additional points to what we've been covering for years now. Max simply points out, in April, he published audio, which you guys have seen. We've played on this show. AIPAC's director privately boasting of Israel's influence over CIA Director John Ratcliffe. Relevant. Now, a Trump official confirms to them that Israel's Mossad is using Ratcliffe to launch a U.S. regime change on Iran. The details we gathered here are shocking. There's the report. A Trump official tells Gray Zone that CIA Director John Ratcliffe is a Mossad stenographer, pushing Trump to bomb Iran with cooked intelligence furnished by Tel Aviv. It's wild, guys. And here, the actual, this you've seen, this is included. This is the actual leaked information. I'll include that for you. AIPAC leader boasts of influence over Trump officials. This is not new, guys. It's everywhere. Mel points out, so apparently Susie Wiles has isolated Trump within the White House, and he's receiving intel, quote, exclusively from John Ratcliffe and General Eric Kurilla. Ratcliffe, as you just saw, is the CEO of AIPAC, described as our lifeline inside the administration. Now, that's different from their report. That's AIPAC's public-facing statement about him. So you have to recognize that that is Israel's man. And last October, Miriam Adelson's newspaper, the one that funded Trump, called General Kurilla a, quote, vital asset to Israel and Israel's favorite general after he visited the country at least 5 times in 6 months from April to October. This is the current administration, guys. The point is, if you know that Ratcliffe is the guy and now he's the one exclusively advising Trump, we see what's happening here. It's not hard to recognize that this is being placed, like being coordinated, put into place. Here is Glenn Greenwald showing you just another additional point to this. I saw it circulating. 37 American states, mostly red states, but not all. It's required if you want to contract with the state that you sign a loyalty oath to Israel. People seem to just want to reflexively dismiss this because it seems so crazy. It's one of the easiest things to prove. I tell you every time, in Hurricane Harvey, in Texas, one of the worst, they made people sign a I will not boycott Israel pledge to get aid from the government that they pay taxes to because of the hurricane. How in the world have we ever let that happen? Because our government has been taken over by a foreign government. Let's be honest.
Identified like 10 or 15 years ago that one of the main threats to their to their ability to dominate and repress their neighbors is that there was a growing boycott movement centered on American campuses that they were afraid of because it was modeled after the one in South Africa in the 80s that was driven by campus activism and that took down the apartheid regime. And they set out to decide we have to put an end to this whole idea of advocating a boycott. They got the EU to criminalize advocacy of boycotts as anti-Semitic. They got that expanded definition of anti-Semitism. And now they're doing the same thing in the US, 37 American states, mostly red states, but not all. It is a requirement if you want to contract with the state that you have to sign a loyalty oath saying you do not support and have never participated in a boycott of Israel. You can boycott American states or other countries, just not Israel. And now that law was the basis for what Trump did in 2018, which is he said it's now a felony if a company participates in a boycott sponsored by another country that the US government doesn't support. So let's say like Iran wants to boycott Israel and some company participates in that boycott, even though the US government isn't, that's a felony to do. And now this new bill would expand it to include not just led by or advocated by foreign governments, but also international organizations. And it would include people who are boycotting Israel out of conscience and conviction, and it would turn them into felons.
Yep. It's very easy to see what this is. This is textbook unconstitutional. It doesn't matter what the boycott is. You could boycott whatever you want. And to his point, you can literally boycott everything in the United States, the government, everything. You can boycott every part of every other country in the world, just not Israel. But let's keep letting Loomer and the rest tell you that it's all about China, right? Because clearly you get arrested for criticizing China, right? You get deported for daring to write an article about China, right? China clearly funds all of our politicians, right? I mean, it's just lazy. Now, yes, we should also be on the watch for anything else. It matters if China's doing those things, or Russia, or the UK, but we can literally prove what this is, and they want you looking elsewhere. Here is Kash Patel. You've seen this one. It's a short one, simply telling you that we need to prioritize Israel, right, guys?
By Hamas and Iran's Hezbollah mercenary forces. We need America to wake up. And
that was in the middle.
We will shut off the machinery that feeds money into Iran. We will no longer have 100 hostages still in.
You realize this is not new. This is from before. So they were all hot on the Iran topic right in the beginning of the administration. It's not right. It's easy, despite all of them trying to water it down and walk it back. They came out hot saying, well, J.D. Vance, Donald Trump. You remember, for the first week, they were screaming about Iran.
Captivity, Israeli and American and otherwise, by Hamas and Iran's Hezbollah mercenary forces.
So now apparently he wants you to believe that Iran's Hezbollah forces were involved on October 7th, despite floated claims of all sorts of things. Never has that fleshed out. But he's clearly on the American side, right?
We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel and bring home Israeli forces. We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel. We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel.
It just, it's embarrassing how much this is in your face and how many people want to pretend it's not there. And you know why? Here, we just played this to start. We played the last show. Colonel Wilkerson, right? A colonel in the military. Also, not forget, we're going to come back to it in the future show. We just discussed the Detachment 201. Palantir, Meta, OpenAI are literally people from these companies are now part of the military. They're lieutenant colonels. Not a joke. That we talked about. I called it technocracy in uniform. It is legitimately where this goes. So that's why I'm talking about this all as one. Is globalism, technocracy, Zionism, it's one blob. It's happening right now. And maybe because they're all the same thing, maybe because they're all taking advantage of each other, but either way, you can't miss it. So here is Wilkerson telling you yet again that Mossad in 2002 took over the Pentagon. I don't know how we can dismiss things like this, especially from someone like him.
And it's unquestionable that the Epstein business was heavily influenced, let me put it that way, by Mossad.
And so that's somehow emblematic on these huge geopolitical issues.
Yes, I watched Mossad take over the Pentagon in 2002. The Pentagon was infiltrated by Mossad. They did not need any identification to get through the river entrance of the building. They went upstairs to Douglas Feith, the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, the third most powerful man in the Defense Department. Occasionally, they went to the second most powerful man, Paul Wolfowitz, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. And they had run of the Pentagon. Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, said to my boss one time, hell, I don't run my building. Mossad does.
Now, obviously, you could argue he's being facetious, right? But even the joke about something like that clearly implies overwhelming influence. Like the joke, if that's the case, means Mossad has far too much run of the area or whatever it is. And I think it's actually more than that, as we've seen 100 times over, including from Wilkerson himself. But just in case you don't know, former chief of staff at the State Department, right? Very clearly. And again, Donald Rumsfeld said, hell, I don't run my building, Mossad does. How do we ignore stuff like this? I'll again include the show where we go in depth on this, the new Trump administration and this technocratic Zionist coup of the United States. It's what this is. I mean, I'm very, very convinced of that, but I will question everything as always. New evidence comes to pass, we'll look at it. We'll consider it and adjust our opinion accordingly. But on that note, Palantir, as you all know, and we've showed this many times, has a strategic partnership with Israel. That's an important part of this that I wanted to overlap with one point here, showing you that it goes into, it's a whole of government dynamic now. But the reason I'm including this is to show you what we told you we'd come back to, just a few parts that are very relevant to where we go right now, including, everything we can discuss, in fact. So this is an article, DD Geopolitics, about Palantir and the overlap of AI through the government, but as it pertains to Iran and recently. It says on June 12th, and the title is The AI That Triggered a War, How Palantir and the International Atomic Energy Agency Fueled Israel's Strike on Iran. On June 12th, 2025, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a sweeping air campaign that bombed Iran's Natanz nuclear facility, scorched Esfahan, and attempted to breach the fortified Fordo bunker. Hundreds died, among them commanders in the military, nuclear scientists, more than one apparently in the long sense of all this, and numerous civilians, easily proven. But what if the intelligence fueling this war came not from Mossad or Pentagon, satellites, but from a UN agency software? So as they're all talking about how the UN is Hamas, or we shouldn't listen to them, or as we'll point out in a minute, Ted Cruz laughing about how, the UN belongs in Iran. Like, these people are so like the point is out of touch. We'll get to it in a minute. His arguments are somehow of this using Israel's failed effort to make the UN some other countries run and just lazily applying it to Iran now, because I don't think they even recognize how people see through them. But the point is, if while they're all telling you that, they also use the UN when they want to, or the resolutions, or, and that's the bigger point. But it goes on to say, the UN agency software is what they use. It says since 2015, the International Atomic Energy Agency has relied on Palantir and what they call the Mosaic platform, a $50 million AI system that sifts 400 million data points, satellite imagery, social media, personal logs to predict nuclear threats or lie about them. On June 12th, Iran leaked documents that they claim showed the International Atomic Energy Agency chief sharing Mosaic outputs with Israel. So we showed you that. The Cradle covered that. The point is, they're simply going, look, the Palantir software, or rather the UN through it, they're giving it to Israel, which shows you an Israel infiltration of even the UN dynamic. And as they want to make it about everybody else, like they're always calling out other people for what they're doing. And it says, effectively turning the agency into a tool for aggression. The charge echoes a pattern. Prior to 2015, Mosaic data helped shape sanctions and even UN aid decisions despite the risks of bias. It says Palantir, co-founded by Trump ally Peter Thiel, powers IDF targeting in Gaza, as we've shown you, and Ukraine's battlefield AI. Same point I made about the drones and all the talk and everyone hyping what happened. Like, isn't it funny again to look back at the Jones and the rest hyping that back and forth between Russia and Ukraine as the beginning of World War III? It seems a little bit ridiculous now, doesn't it? And of course, since that wasn't really that much of a change from what was already happening. My point was, as always, was not that we're not obviously in a very serious multi-war dynamic, and we have been for a long time, but that they'll hype something that's not what we're watching as if it's already there or about to be. It's just funny. They'll use whatever they can. The point here is that the UN overlap with Ukraine and Palantir as well have played a very clear part in this. And that's the same people we're talking about, and Trump and overlap. And it says it's the International Atomic Energy Agency role meant to ensure compliance now teeters toward militarization, if not a long time ago, as Iran halts monitoring and threats to expose Israel's nuclear secrets at their obvious military installations with nuclear weapons. The stakes are apocalyptic, they write. This investigation asks how Mosaic became a war pretext, why Israel needed a cover story, and whether privatized AI now threatens global peace. Obvious to see where this goes. Since 2015, the International Atomic Energy Agency has quietly, by the way, who currently and before says that they're not seeking a nuclear weapon, which is interesting, the people that work there, have quietly used Palantir's Mosaic platform to monitor nuclear activities across Iran, the software originally built for U.S. counterinsurgency. So the U.S. government, Palantir, have built this to manipulate countries, and Israel has access to it. I mean, you cannot see where this goes. It says, but unlike traditional monitoring tools, Mosaic is not a passive system. It runs predictive analytics. So basically nuclear pre-crime. And it says assessing not just what a state has done, but what it might do. Isn't that perfect? Bethlehem doctrine and, credible threats and what all the nonsense they play. We tell you that we think they're going to, so we can preemptively strike. Like, that's the kind of nonsense they're pushing. But it goes based on behavioral models derived from counterterrorism doctrine. That's what they're using this to base on to claim they have the evidence for this. It says it's like a minority report for uranium. It says some nuclear experts raised alarms. Quote, predictive AI and safeguards don't mix. Or rather, I would point out they can be manipulated. This is according to a former senior IAEA analyst. It turns monitoring into pretext, which is what they wanted. The problem? Mosaic's lineage screams bias. Of course, funded by In-Q-Tel, the funding arm of CIA, the CIA's venture arm. Palantir, they basically funded by CIA. Palantir powers IDF targeting in Gaza, Ukraine's drone strikes. Mosaic's black box algorithms, unauditable and proprietary, risk turning the IAEA from neutral inspector into data proxy for preemptive war. So you're telling me, in what world would a supposed independent UN agency or atomic energy regulatory body use an unauditable software from a private company that has direct ties to Israel? The point is, they can't go. This is what Palantir. You're not allowed to dig through this and look for problems. Palantir says, "Don't worry, everything's fine." As the service is telling you they're doing this or whatever. And what's interesting is that's not what's ultimately happening. At this point, they have already said that the evidence does not show this. But what is interesting is this number that has come out, the 60%, which we'll go into why that is within the law, the current deal, the reality of what every country is allowed to do, and how far away that is from an actual bomb. The point is that for whatever reason, this data slipped out, got in the hands of Israel, and they're pointing to that claim as the impetus for all of this. And so what it turns out to be is that Palantir, yet again, is the choke point, is showing you the AI infiltration through, and with Israel involvement, is allowing this information to be handed back to Israel, which is used for a pretext for bombing Iran. Despite the fact that the evidence doesn't back that up. There's a whole article you can read. There's important stuff in this that breaks down all the different pieces of this. But the general point that I'm making is the information showing you that Palantir could just as easily make information, pretend, lie, give information. So should that start to happen, we need to remember that this is the Palantir database that's being used to tell you whether or not there's a violation. And up till now, that hasn't happened because the evidence shows you they're not doing that. But nonetheless, there was still a secret leak of information from the internal things that are only supposed to be for the IAEA that went to Israel's hands. I find that to be very, very important and telling. Now let's talk about Iran, the alleged threat to national security. Hold on, let me actually grab this. I want to save this away. This is the article itself for a later show. So I think that's very important. And I guarantee you, in my opinion, but I feel it very strongly, that that's going to come back to play very soon. I don't think for one second Israel wants this to go away from what's currently happening. Now, Kashif Chandri points out, and he's I follow him for different posts he's made that I think are solid, an electrophysiologist, human rights activist. He says, let's break this down. And this is really important. We're going to go through a few parts of these. 1953, and this is all accurate. Timing you can easily look up. The U.S. government, with Israel and other players involved, overthrew Iran's democratically elected government, which is easy to prove. to control its oil, which was one part of it. The U.S. government installed a monarch they called the Shah, who ruled brutally, backed by the CIA-run secret police, the Savak, that tortured and disappeared dissenters. You know, exactly what they want you to claim this is today. Not in any way claiming that the government is, there's clearly problems. I don't support any of these governments, and these governments in every place, in my opinion, are acting to control your lives at their benefit. That's not this, but that regardless of that, and maybe I could be wrong about any of them, the point is the facts matter, not the narrative of what they want you to think. And the facts do not prove everything they're claiming. All these big claims about, that they would just kill. Remember, we just talked about the woman on Fox News claiming that should they make a deal, they're just going to execute everybody. Anything's possible. But the evidence that we have roundly shows you that's not true. The lie about the hijab and how everyone is forced to, or they're going to kill them in the streets, it's not true. We'll go over the nuance there, but the lies are so bombastic. As somebody recently said, a lot of these people are back there. Some of us don't even know they're wrong, are still fighting the Iran of the 90s, which was the U.S.-Israel manipulation of the country, right? The idea of, or rather, excuse me, not the 90s, but before the post-79 is what I meant to say. The lie about the prospering Iran, which was only for a very small group of people, right? And then the bottom line is from that point afterward, there was a lot of very clear religious influence, and it got very, people responded as a response to what they did. And we'll go over that briefly yet again about many people who simply leaned back into the other, the more religious culture because they were pushing back against the West manipulation. But the bottom line is that what they think they're fighting is either a manipulation of narrative they're framing or areas of the time that don't exist anymore. And Robert's been covering this for the longest time. The evidence on the ground and all these pieces we'll go through today. Just keep an open mind about things. How many times we've been lied to about what our government says Syria is doing, what our government says Iraq is doing, what our government says Afghanistan is doing, what our government says Libya is doing, or what our government says, period. And yet here we are with another WMD overlap, and we can't. So some people just seem unwilling to ask whether they could be lying about this. The point, again, they overthrew the country. Up until 1979, the Shah and the U.S. Western oligarchy ruled with an iron fist, and people suffered, were tortured, were starved to death, and the oligarch Western elitists lived like kings. In 1979, Iranian people rose up and overthrew the Shah. Also very easy to document. In the chaos, angry students took American embassy staff hostage. An illegal act, but notably not a single hostage was killed. Now, this is the point about what we were pointing to earlier. Now, there's a bunch more nuance to get into. I'm not going to dive into this today, but the point, whether there's overlaps to who they were and what they were tied to. The point is, guys, you're watching a country get regime changed. And then you're watching people fight back against an illegitimate entity that's caused their lives to be a horror show for decades. And then people respond. Like, it's the same point when you have things like with South Africa. No one should be okay with people responding in violence from any context. But you understand why a people who have been suppressed or who have been under the boot of some kind of apartheid racist regime might then act out in violence against who they see as their oppressors. Nobody should be going, yay, that's what they get. That's just not, I don't believe that. I think that's the wrong mindset to take. But you can understand. And so in this case, why people might respond in a certain way. It's not to say it's okay. The crime should be held accountable, but you understand why people respond in certain ways. In this case, you are responding to an illegal occupation of your country that made your, you saw your family get executed in front of you. And then to act like them doing this is it's what the Boltons point to now. They took this, they killed all these Americans. Okay, well, maybe counterbalance that with what you did to them first. Doesn't make one okay or the other, but it makes you fully understand the situation. Now, it says in 1980s, the U.S. supported Saddam Hussein as he invaded Iran, and they gave him chemical weapons to use to wipe out entire villages. That's very publicly proven at this point. 1 million Iranians were killed. The chemical materials were shipped from the U.S. and were funded that came from the CIA. Okay, so can I counterbalance those two things? How dare they take the embassy? Fine, it's a crime. Call them out for it. But what about the 1 million people you killed? What about the chemical weapons you used? What about the attempted another regime change? Those things don't matter. All because you think they're going to, because at the time, guess what? They were this close to a nuclear bomb or whatever else they were saying. 1988, the U.S. shot down Iran. And we've talked about this so many times. In fact, I might have an article to come up. I'll look for it really quickly as we're doing this. I know we've talked about this many times. They shot down Air Flight 655, a civilian passenger plane, killing 290 innocent people. Very public at this point. Now there's a narrative around it, but it's like the USS Liberty. Literally something that almost everyone is aware of if they ever try to look into it beyond what the narrative is. The flight had just taken off from Tehran and was flying in Iranian airspace. The U.S. never apologized for what it later claimed was a mistake, because they did. No one was held accountable. In fact, the ship's captain received a medal the following year for his service. That's not a joke. We covered this explicitly. Let me see if I got that to come up. I know it's in an article. I just don't think it's in the title. We've covered it more than once on the show, on the Daily Wrap-Up. It's just, but think about that, guys. And then this, why this came up? It was in the context of Syria and the many different times that Israel tried to use their, get them to attack their own planes or potentially try to bomb one of them and blame it on somebody else. I mean, as many times this came up. 1990s. After that came crippling sanctions and covert operations to sabotage their economy, like they did in Venezuela and plenty of other places. They caused an endless, actually, here's a good point to play this. We played this with Brian the other day. Same thing about whether it is, hold on, let me forget. Oh, come on. There it is. Madeleine McCain. Or Albright. The point about Iraq and whether it's worth it. It's the same conversation. At the time, for whatever reason, we're willing to publicly admit that 500,000 Iraqi children they starved to death were just worth it. Well, that's why it's worth it for them to murder everyone in Gaza and worth it for them to murder everyone in Yemen. It's the same point, and everywhere else they do. And apparently now they don't want you to think it's worth it. We pretend like it's not happening. But it's the same point. And my point is, in the 90s and the sanctions that went on all the way to basically today, they starved people to death. They knew they were doing it. In fact, I'll play the Giuliani clip after that, where Giuliani praises the starvation tactics because that's what makes regime change. That's who these people are.
We have heard that 500,000 children have died. That's more children than died in Hiroshima. And is the price worth it?
I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it.
Okay. So that's the U.S. government. They want you to believe that the price, it's 500 million children, or 500,000 children killed by something they did. That's the direct question, right? That this resulted in their deaths. Was it worth it? We think it was worth it. Okay, well, let's flash forward to Iran or any number of other overlaps where they did the same thing. Here's Giuliani, years back, speaking to the MEK, which is one of the groups that they will probably come, if we get to a place of regime change, I certainly hope not, they're going to be one of the groups on the table. They are a religious extremist cult to the highest degree. It's so funny how they're the ones they work with while they're calling Iranian religious extremism. Look at Israel, for crying out loud. It's very different than what they want you to think is happening in Iran. We'll show you next. Here is Giuliani praising the starvation of innocent people because that's how you create regime change or good revolution. I don't think they expected people to be able to see this as much as they do today.
So now tell me that you're not a serious threat. If the regime we're trying to overthrow sees us as a threat, you are a threat. It is a reality. The protests are getting worse. I don't know when we're going to overthrow them. It could be in a few days, months, a couple of years, but it's going to happen. They are going to be overthrown. The people of Iran obviously have now had enough. The sanctions are working.
That's the point. They do sanctions to cause their lives to be chaotic. They know who's doing it. But it gets to a point to where they just don't care. Fine, you could take over the country. Just stop my children from starving to death. They know that. That's what the point was. You can go back far enough to look at documents, Kissinger and otherwise, where that's what they state. They just want you to pretend it's for freedom today because they think you're that stupid.
The people of Iran obviously have now had enough. The sanctions are working. The currency is going to nothing. They're where Russia was. They're where Poland was. We see signs of young men and women saying, give me some food. We saw a sign of a man trying to sell his internal organs for $500 American, probably a fortune in Iran today. This is truly pitiful. These are the kinds of conditions that lead to successful revolution and, God willing, nonviolent revolution.
Yeah, of course. Well, but in a sense, we're not going to kinetically go in on the ground if we don't have to. But we'll sure as hell non-violently starve your children to death. I mean, you guys, you understand this is not secret. That's literally what he's discussing. Caitlin Johnstone did an article about this, or rather, that's one of the videos she put out. I think that's what we covered here was her post. Rudy Giuliani celebrates starvation of Iranian civilians at a rally. Here, going on forward, after the 80s came crippling sanctions and covert operations to sabotage their economy, scientists, and sovereignty. Tactics that continue to this day. 2011, the U.S. topples Saddam Hussein, who was, an ally of them until he wasn't, like everybody else. 1 million Iraqis were killed. Post-Saddam Iraqi leaders and militias resisting the U.S. occupation build close ties with Iran. Now, whether that's what really happened or not, it's hard to say. I mean, there's different nuances to get into about whether that was all leading to this end game or not. But point is, they're not all encompassing. These people are quite clumsy if you really look through history. But it says 2010 to 2012, 6 Iranian nuclear scientists are assassinated. Now, this is important. This goes into today. In what world does that make sense to anybody? I don't care whether you believe all the claims or not. Why would a scientist ever be fair game in any context? They're not. Let me answer that for you. They're not. They're in no other part of the world, in no other conversation, no other government, no other situation, unless it's Israel bombing Iran, is it justifiable to target scientists because they're doing something you disagree with. Look, it's one of the most prominent parts of this that nobody ever talks about. Not the corporate media. They're assassinating scientists, and they're proudly telling you. I mean, here, I'll come back to it. Israeli media themselves report 17 Iranian nuclear scientists have been killed in the recent attacks. 17. They're probably embellishing it. But think about publicly praising and asking for praise about targeting scientists and killing them, especially when you understand that the evidence shows that they're not working on anything but a civilian program. Even if they are, it does not change the reality. That's why. So it's like Israel saying they can bomb whoever they want because human shield. They just make up a narrative. There are military rules of war that they are not following with everything they do, and they know that, and they laugh in your face. And then Trump tells you that they're being taken advantage of, and we support them no matter what. Keep going, he says. 2015, Iran signed the JCPOA nuclear deal, agreeing to international inspections and limits on uranium enrichment, which they did. Why they would ever do that? Because, the idea that if they're this despotic, monstrous regime that's going to get away with everything they can, why would they make a deal in the first place? Trying to trick you, sure, except the evidence went on to prove that they were not. So at what point do we ever get evidence other than Netanyahu saying things that we can prove the case? Everything they've done in every situation right up until now has consistently shown you that's not the case, including Tulsi Gabbard and the IEA or the previous administration. The fact that we have to always circle around these things, despite how clear, is just exhausting, but that's the point. And we're here to do it for you, no matter what. 2018. Oh, and then, of course, the UN confirmed they complied. But, the UN is Iran now. We're past Hamas now. The UN is Iran. Now, since 2018, Trump unilaterally withdrew from the deal, which he did. Iran is punished despite playing by the rules. Sanctions return, harsher than ever. So in case you forgot, I believe it's Article 36. In the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the Iran deal, it said very clearly, because they knew this was coming, that should the U.S. pull out of the deal, that they're allowed to increase enrichment until they force compliance. Here we are. So think about how insane it is for them to do the thing they know will cause them to do that, and then they point to them doing that as the excuse for why they're breaking the deal that Trump violated, knowing that and round it goes. This is my point all the way back then, is they're playing on the ignorance of the average person. They knew what people would assume. They knew what blind partisan followers would do. So they said, you know what, just force it. And they did. Gave sanctions, starved people to death for Iran following the deal. Just insane. Iran announces it will, in 2019, Iran announces it will enrich uranium beyond the limits set in the deal, not to build a weapon, but to gain leverage for relief from the crippling sanctions devastating its economy. Now, this is where you get into the overlap. Now, the point is the deal does say they can increase enrichment. As far as I remember, it wasn't some arbitrary number drop-off. So then I argue still, the point is, at this point, the deal's done. Trump left, it's over, the deal's gone. So it's not like at this point they can even come back to it. And maybe around 2019, but at some point it just became null and void. So at that point, then there is no arbitrary line. And then you're just back to them enriching uranium, which was kind of the point. But my point was that first, they were within the deal regardless because that's what caused it. Second, there's no legal reality where they're not allowed to produce rich uranium either for civilian nuclear program or a weapon, like every other country in the world. I just don't get why we can't acknowledge that. Like, if you think they're evil villains, then make the case. But the case isn't just because they have a bomb. That's what's so frustrating. You pointed all the other evidence. Compare it to just a fraction of what the U.S. and Israel are doing on a daily basis. And ask yourself who the real villain is here. It's not about good, bad. It's about facts. Now, 2020. The U.S. assassinated Qasem Soleimani, a blatant assassination, terrorist attack, under the guise of diplomacy in an airport, for crying out loud, in a country the U.S. occupies, for crying out loud. Iran's top general, and they killed him in a drone strike on Iraqi soil. He wasn't launching an attack, but was on a diplomatic mission carrying Iran's response to a peace offer from Saudi Arabia, according to Iraqi prime minister. And yet nothing. Who cares about the facts? That's accepted as the exact reality at this point because you can prove it, but no one cares. Which has to show you that any of these mechanisms, even the UN, why wouldn't anybody call that out? Because we're being lied to in a very, very egregious way. 2023 to 2025, Iran's allies, and this is allies, understand, which they are, Houthis, Hezbollah, the PMU, PMF in Iraq, begin resisting Israeli regional aggression, especially in response to its genocide in Gaza. And this is just a response to actions that are both illegal in their territory, whether in Syria, Iraq, or in Yemen. Every one of those places, they're breaking the law. They respond. And then also we have the international condemnation of the genocide. But they're the enemies at that point. 2025, Trump bombs Iran following persistent lobbying from Israel. No congressional approval. No evidence of an imminent threat. No regard for ongoing diplomatic talks. Nothing. Like my point in that is that was like the most loud, clumsy thing you could have done. Israel, I think, did it to make a point. Why wouldn't you pretend to have the talks explode? Iran isn't listening. They're evil. And then do it. Because they want you to see that even while Trump claims he's negotiating, Israel does what it wants. We're really in control. They wanted you to know. No congressional approval. Well, that's always there, but it's important because it really is again, you could have tried to play this in a way that gave you at least a narrative, a nuance, but nope. You waited when there was no attack. There was no justification. There was no authority, no act, nothing. So there's not even a way you can make this in, even the War Powers Act. We'll go over that in a second. So meanwhile, the U.S. military bases surround Iran. In every neighboring country, Iran has none outside of its own region. That matters. Iran has consistently fought ISIS and Al-Qaeda, yet it is branded the world's top sponsor of terror. Despite ISIS attacking Iran every time it suits Israel's interest, but apparently they're the state sponsor of terror. We need to be honest with ourselves, he writes. We have wronged Iran. We being the government, to be clear. He says the government has wronged the Iranian people, not just once, but over and over again. The government invaded, they toppled, they assassinated, they bombed, and yet we call them the threat. I don't know how it gets much more clear than that. Comes down to just your desire to not go along with it. Then you got to be honest about where we are. Now, one of the things I really want to dispel, which is just so lazy, is this constant lie about the morality police, which does exist. First and foremost, recognize, regardless of the circumstances, that Iranian people decide these things, not some government who claims they know what they want, or fake protesters or activists who are clearly not on Iranian side, and I mean literally even a part of their society, who are working through some U.S.-Israeli, bunker somewhere, whatever it is, that they decide, not them, the Iranian people. And there is a process, there is a democratic overlap to this. They are ultimately, as Robert's proven 50 times over, having an effect on that. And most of them across the board, despite being unhappy with their government, will tell you plainly they don't want any of these people involved. They know what they want, and it's not their interests. So what's important to understand is that there is a difference. If a morality police in general, for example, is something that we may not agree or understand with. It's not our decision to make. It's what people in Iran want. And we'll go over briefly the point again about what that means and where it comes from. And that's in this article here. Iran's protests are no longer about women's rights. There's a couple of these. His point is simply that if you go through this, I won't read it all again, But just the idea is that when they overthrew the country using Western manipulators, when they fought it back, wearing the hijab was sort of a symbol of rebellion against the West and a form of defiantly preserving Iranian culture. And there was sort of an overreaction to that direction because, for the obvious reasons. Not everyone agreed with that, but it was organic. And it says one of Iran's leading philosophers behind the revolution explained why this reaction inside Iran occurred. It says in a book, Religion versus Religion identifies the instinctive desire for a return to the culture of the past in defiance of Western modernity. Something that it says we still see is still a prominent way of thinking in Iran today. When one simply looks at Iran's enforcement of the hijab without historical context, it would seem be illogical, yet it makes a lot more sense when placed in its proper context. And there's a bunch more that he makes the arguments for in there. The main point being that the U.S. doesn't care about women's rights. They don't care about Saudi Arabian women. So it's all hollow, guys. It's about using them. And I'm going to make a point in this very overlap about Israel and women in their Orthodox culture being forced to wear head coverings, and no one seems to care about that. And yes, it is a very clear overlap. Before we get to that, I want to show you some of these videos. Now, Lord Bebo did a great post about this. And this is from the June 20th. This first post says, Iran today. Actually, I can play this while I'm reading this. So as you can see here, he says, Iran today, just watch the short walkthrough in Tehran. Count the women that wear a headscarf and those who do not. He goes, now tell me, is this what you expected? Iranian women can wear a headscarf if they choose to, but if they don't, then they don't. It said it's a modern Muslim nation. Now, the point, guys, is that, yes, there are places where that will be enforced. And should the government want to? Now, I'm trying to give a better example of this earlier, but because obviously I don't think jaywalking is a good overlap. This is, could be more extreme. My point is there are laws like that aren't roundly enforced, that people violate all the time, some of which are weird and some of which could put you in jail, right? But the point is, aren't enforced. And you can prove this roundly. As somebody types on there, just go search in Tehran, walkabout or whatever. And yes, many of these things you should consider that they could be manipulations. The whole North Korea analogy, right? But it's just, there's so much evidence. It's insulting to your intelligence to pretend that, that basically considering a possibility is not the same as blindly accepting one. The possibility those are lies are obviously there again, but the body of evidence shows you one direction. All the claims of this repressive thing are just claims. And there are some truth to it, but there's no, there's not the body of evidence that we have on this side showing you that you're being lied to. There's a bunch of these. Here's another one. Because, let me read these very quickly. I'll show you a couple of those in a second. I'll show you the rest of this thread. He goes on to say, Khamenei lectured the men in the country and urges them to help their wives in the household. Just a funny point. He goes, cooking, washing, cleaning is not a woman's job. Some people think that working at the home is a woman's duty. He says, no, it's not a woman's duty. Cooking, washing, and cleaning is not a woman's job. He says, men and women should agree on household chores. Some men help their wives with housework. You know how funny it is to have Republicans claiming that wives are supposed to stay at home and do the work, and you have the guy that they want you to believe is this repressive anti-woman regime who literally is I guarantee there's nuance to this. The point is, it's just not what you're being told. That's the only point here. He goes, one of the reasons why the regime change operation in Iran is stupid, Iran developed past their comical propaganda version. He goes, Israel in the West gets it wrong. They're stuck in an old view. He goes, you might have seen this, Israeli hackers, I'll bring it up in a second as we go further, recently hacked TV stations before they bombed them, apparently, to motivate women to protest for their freedom. He goes, to cut their hair and remove their headscarves. And so they played all this old content, right? But he goes, what's funny is, here's one example of Iranian woman literally chanting, it says, death to Israel, victory from Allah, which of course, don't forget, as they'll happily tell you, means the government's, and in his locations, the translation, but they may mean the opposite. But most of them will clearly tell you that it's about the governments, like most of us have already come to understand the point. F you, Netanyahu, she says. See, the government, you understand. The point is, liberal Iranian women who do not wear the hijab, F you, Israel. It says, see, so she is the target of their regime change propaganda. Seems she is not falling for it. The point is, up here, they're pointing back to a world that doesn't exist anymore. And they're using propaganda they think reaches people in this country that aren't falling for it anymore because it's not real. They are clearly not being dragged away into some prison, but you're being lied to about that. Now it says, another Iranian liberal woman who doesn't cover her hair demand the atomic bomb now and to close the Strait of Hormuz to choke off oil trade. Now, yep, clearly there are a multitude of opinions. Now, whether or not they want that in that country is divided. There's people in the government that say that they should at this point because of what Israel's doing. That's a logical point. In fact, I think they want that. It'll just be like, see, we told you they always have. I doubt it's in their interest to do that at this point, at least right now. But if they did, it's legally allowed. That's what every country can do. But these are people talking about this. You know, imagine like in Israel right now, if you come out and speak out against their action on October 7th, they'll drag you to prison. They'll beat you up in the streets. Just think about the contrast that. It says, Israel counted on them to protest and overthrow the government, but now they want to be able to nuke Israel. Just funny. Now it says, watch this walkthrough in a market town in Tehran. This is what I was showing you. Iran is developing and has trajectory towards more freedoms. It's obviously not perfect. This is what he's writing, but it's not the radical Muslim country the Western warmongers have portrayed it to be, which essentially is the problem for them. A moderate developing country becomes a problem for the unipolar globalists. If it is sovereign, what Iran strives to be. To the point, like we've told you many times before, guys, they need these countries to be on the border of collapse. Countries that can challenge their preeminence in the world are suppressed. That's why they're pushing back on Russia and China, because at some point, eventually, they could challenge, which seems where the world is going. The U.S. government is losing its control and its influence. But just like every other country, they need to keep their foot on it. Any place out there, Libya, for example, or any place like that that might start to challenge what they want, that's what they do. And they destroy it under the guise of freedom. This goes on forever, guys. This is in Iran, right? All these videos are in Iran right now. It's sort of like the videos we show you about everywhere else. The lies we showed you about Syria, the lies we showed. How many times do we need to be lied about? All right, that's the video voice just saying probably up, like and share. But it goes on, guys. It goes on forever. Some women wear them, some don't. He goes on and says there is even a big Jewish community. Surprise, surprise, with active synagogues in Iran. Make sense of that for us, propagandists. It says in Iran, in reality, is not the caricature the warmongers present it to be. It says Iran has a big Jewish community with active synagogues. Watch the Hanukkah celebration at the synagogue in Iran. It's sort of like proving that there are churches in Gaza, by the way. The same ones that got blown up by Israel, despite them pretending they didn't exist. They're dishonest, guys. They're monsters. Lord Beeble says people who fled in the 90s still fight the Iran of the 90s. That's where I got that number jumped in my head. Now, both those matter, but my point was about before 79 and after 53 when they existed as the control structure, which for the Western elitists at the top was wonderful, but for the vast majority of Iranians, which they all remember, it was horrible. They lived in suffering. At the expense of they're at their expense for the benefit of foreign powers. That's what they do. Ask Libya, ask Iraq, ask Afghanistan, ask Syria, ask all these peoples. I'm sure they're going to scream the wonders of how, scream the benefits of the U.S. government, right? Clearly, ask any Syrian, ask any Libyan. Going to go, they saved us from the open slave markets. No, they created them. But it does not exist anymore, he says. The country moved on, 35 years have passed. He says there's just other people he's adding to. A lot of people seem confused that Iranian women achieved change in policy from their government through protest. That's literally how it continues to develop. That's how progress has happened in Western countries too. And I agree and disagree. Sometimes they can have an effect, but there's enough. The point is that you can see, as Robert's covered, that they provably have an effect through their government on the outcome of policy. Feels a little different, doesn't it, than what we're used to? But it says, go on YouTube and type in street walk in Tehran, hundreds of videos. Here's one of them at the end. There will always be the people out there that want you to believe it's all fake. Certainly consider that, but prove that if you want that to be the case. I'll also include this interview yet again, my interview with Peter Santinello, The Truth About Iran and its sharp contrast with the mainstream media narrative. I interviewed about this in 2019. Again, demonstrating our value, been way ahead of this stuff. Now, I'm not saying we're always right about everything. I'm saying that we have covered this stuff in depth with the source material for you to research a long time ago. And continue to this day for you. Oh, a Syrian girl shared another video. I think it's one of the ones he had at the end. He said the Karens from The View are lying to you about women in Iran. But she also says, but Whoopi Goldberg didn't correct her either. You haven't saw that clip. Whoopi basically pushes back on, what it's like in Iran. She's really trying to kind of call herself out as the victim in this country. The point, though, is that she didn't call out the lies either. They're trying to act like it's not, basically just like Trump, her victimhood in Iran. Like, it's just so funny how that's the thing in the left. The bottom line is that it's being lied about. And even on the propaganda they want you to think is actually trying to show you the other side of it, it's still on the same side of the argument. That's what all this, it's a false binary within a false binary almost. Now, here is just an article you can read for yourself from an overlap of Germany, but it's a Jewish thing. Why do women have to cover their hair with a wig or scarf? Now, a wig is an adaptation, probably for this very conversation, right? Where a wig is sort of serves as the same hair covering, but it doesn't look like a head covering. But at first, it's actually gone far more back to you seeing like the ones the settler movement wear, like the wraps on their head. But that's what it comes back to. And it says once they're married. Question of the month. Now it says Orthodox women do not show their hair in public after their wedding. They're not Jewish, guys. With a headscarf or a wig, referred to as Yiddish as a shidduch. They signal to their surroundings that they are married and they comply with traditional notions of propriety. Yeah, doesn't that sound like exactly the same logic? Yes. Now, especially since you can understand that not every Iranian woman is forced to do so. So, ladies and gentlemen, what's the difference? It's a good question. Narrative, apparently. Well, here is an overlap I've shown you many times before, and it shows you the extreme version of this in Israel, which is funny, seeing as how Tommy Robinson is pretending this is Muslims. But you've seen this. I've shared it many times. Here's the actual article. This is from a Jewish platform called Forward, Jewish independent nonprofit. And the article is about this woman that appears to be in this whole head, whole body covering with her daughter wearing the same. Now, if I just showed you the picture, nobody would believe me that's a Jewish woman in Israel. And we deal with this every time, but it is. It says, introducing the Frumqua, Jewish women under the burqa. And it says, no, let's cut to the chase. It says, this isn't even, as you were more likely to expect, a Muslim woman wearing a burqa. This was, in fact, in a place called, it's a photographer in a place called Bet Shemesh in Israel, a Jewish woman and her two daughters. I just think that's wild. And the reality is, if we condemn this in one place, but don't ever care or even refuse to accept it when it's in another place, then clearly it's not about the thing. It's about the place. It's about the agenda, the narrative. And that's the point about this, where you got people, Zionists like Tommy Robinson, who tweet this out and say, this has no place in the 21st century, which is funny, seeing as how he's talking about a Jewish person right there and either doesn't realize it or knows what he's doing for some long agenda. I said, hey, Robinson, will you still call this out as having no place in the 21st century when you realize it's actually a picture of a Jewish woman in Israel? Of course, I also laughed about it online, seeing as how Elon Musk then didn't censor it because, of course, he's calling out the one you're allowed to call out. Except when they know he actually made the mistake, like they know what he really meant was the Muslims one, so we'll ignore it. Well, it's not what he said. He pointed to a Jewish woman and said it has no place in this world, right? What's funny is the platform leaned into the context and said, well, he knows. He meant the Muslims, so we'll let it slide. It's just ridiculous, guys. That's where we are today. Now, here's Insurrection Barbie, who it's funny how, these people who have gotten like shockingly exposed, even their own side called them out at this point, and then they make it even more clear when the agendas come around. I feel like she's been somewhat quiet around some things. Suddenly, we got the Iran conversation, and she jumps to and gives you the classic talking point. She goes, this is crazy. This was Iran before the Islamo-Marxist revolution occurred in 79. What she's trying to get you to think is that Iran looked like this before, or rather, forever until the Islamists took over in 79. The ignorance of these people to ignore the fact that that in 1953 to 79, it was taken over by U.S. and Israel. And before that, it was the Iranian country. After that, it was the Iranian country. And the reality of what they're trying to show you is the very small group of elitists that existed inside of Iran during that time, ran by the Shah, that was allowed by the West. The rest of Iranians lived in abject poverty, suffered, and were tortured. It's very documented. But this person wants you to all these women in bikinis and stuff. It's, oh my God, it looks like what they lived on, basically trying to make you this big argument how wonderful it was during that time. They're lying to you guys. And what's even funny is that somehow she doesn't want to include the fact that before 53, it was also ran by other than them. The lessons for the Western world is what happens when poisonous ideology isn't stopped. Well, you know what? You're right about that. Except Zionism is the real problem here. Overall, you're simply pointing at Muslim culture like that's somehow the problem. They can't even hide their like unbridled racism. It's over everything. That's Zionism. They're lying to you is the point, in case you missed it. This is a false picture of a painted picture they want you to think is what happens when we save them from themselves. But if you knew the full picture, they lie. And you can see that by every other country they want you to think they saved. Now, this is an article I put out, or a show in 2018. One part of it was Operation Ajax. Now, I included some text to this, and of course I think I updated it. Yeah, I added oh no, I didn't. Did I forget to do that? I guess so. How did I do that? I'm going to come back to that. Updated this so you can include the BitChute video, because this is back from a time when all I had, the YouTube has been censored. It's all gone. But this is a discussion of Operation Ajax. That was the regime change that the U.S. and Israel carried out in Iran. Now, this is what I wrote down. Yesterday, and this was August 20th, 2018. So August 19th was the 65th anniversary of when the U.S., in conjunction with the UK and Israel, carried out a coup in Iran, wildly destabilizing the country by design, overthrowing the country's democratically elected leader, Mohammad Mossadegh, and installing a CIA-groomed dictator. In 2018, the CIA just calls that Monday, yet the country of focus may vary. What was once considered a wild-eyed conspiracy theory is now a verifiable fact. And think about that in the context of everything as well as today. The lies we've been told now suddenly, they told us a lie about that at the time. Then eventually we look back and think, yeah, here's what actually happened. So consider the lie we're being told right now about what they're doing. But it says, as the government has since admitted to carrying out Operation Ajax, that was planned by the CIA in cooperation with MI6 and the UK to exploit the Iranian people and steal their oil, as well as other things, on behalf of the Iranian oil company, the Anglo-Iranian oil company, the AIOC, the British state-owned oil company, established in 1908. With this objective in mind, and the forerunner of today's global oil conglomerate, BP. So that was one major part of this. And the bottom line was, this is now the actual understanding of this, guys. Despite so I realized that they did this and we saved him. It's all freedom. And they really just took what they wanted to destroy the country. Last year, a State Department released a trove of documents that give insight into the CIA's role in the 53 coup that led to the overthrow of their leader. The newly declassified documents entitled Foreign Relations of the United States, all linked right here, tell quite a different story from the original 1989 State Department version of events, which, of course, left out any involvement from the American British intelligence. This, yet again, shows us just how willing our government officials are to lie, manipulate, and obfuscate the truth when it suits their political agenda, always under some foggy claim of a threat to our national security. Funny how that's the same thing today, all while being nothing of the kind. Operation Ajax in 1953, Iranian regime change effort, was justified at the time, nothing new, by the stated goal of stopping a communist takeover, and as always, the ever-present threat it posed to our democratic ways, among others. This is hauntingly similar to what we are seeing again today. This was like 2018, mind you, same again today. A threat to our democracy. It is very important that we make the clear connection to what is going on in Iran then and also today, in all three senses, originally in 2018 and again today, and how the very same tired efforts and manipulations are being deployed yet again. I mean, realize, guys, they made the story up. They sold you the lie about a communist takeover. Then they later admitted it was all about oil. So you have to realize they lied to you every single time. The memorandum from the CIA dated March 3rd, 1953 detailed the, quote, capabilities of CIA clandestine services in Iran, which could be used to, quote, prevent the assumption of power by the Communist Party in Iran. They outlined how they could carry out, quote, rumor spreading, street riots, demonstrations, and mobs. Sound familiar? I mean, we just saw the Mossad cell that was inside of Iran that they used to carry out the recent attack. They praised that. These people they're literally creating what they point to in Syria, in Afghanistan. Every one of the times we keep talking about this, where you get the demonstrations, they want freedom, and they shoot people and blame it on their government. They do it every single time. They stated that, quote, the CIA controls a network of numerous press, political, and clerical contracts, which has proven itself capable of disseminating large-scale anti-propaganda. They just, I mean, they won't tell you that now, but they're simply telling you we have, and over the years, that's the point. From 79 forward is Iran started to try to insulate itself and defend itself against these infiltrations of USAID and the news channels. Of course, they yell censorship, which there's an argument to be made there, but they understand what the outside forces are trying to do to them. They've done it before, and they're simply admitting that we are influencing politics, religion, everything. In other words, lying to you about it. Consider the unfettered mainstream media support around the aggression towards Iran today, and ask yourself, if the CIA had numerous press, political, and clerical contracts in 53, how many do you suppose they have now that are capable of disseminating large-scale propaganda? Or do they even need those anymore? The idea that the CIA would meddle in a sovereign nation, work to overthrow its government, and then influence public perception is nothing new in 2018, 2025. And yet, despite years of revelations, regime change wars, and failed proxy governments, there's still a perception among many Americans that the government interfering with countries that have done nothing to the United States is all in the name of freedom. I feel like it's a diminishing number, but you know they exist. Looking back, we now know that Mohammad Mossadegh, the leader in 53, was a huge fan of the idea of democratic society. It's actually very easy to prove today. Even had pictures of himself next to the Liberty Bell. Easy to look up. And was actively striving to build a free and independent Iran. Yet this did not work for the U.S. imperialists. They did not want a country that could rise in power and have a functioning society and grow economically. They wanted a country they can use. And that's not the way you use them. You put them in a place of desperation and you take over. That's what they do. And they destroyed the lives of these people in order to get what they wanted, like in Yemen, like in Syria, like everywhere else. The fact that I even have to convince people of this is insane. The evidence has been there from day one, and you all know it in some way or another. So they overthrew a democratically elected leader, one, by the way, that was publicly leaning in the direction of the way the West was going, and in his place put the Shah, right? The Shah, who then instituted more iron grip control. And in fact, in a lot of ways, the opposite of what they claimed they were fighting for. And then beyond that, the overreaction, which drove them into a more repressive position, which they've grown away from. But then I think a quick segue to another conversation. Beyond this, it's important to understand that the Zionist entity then began to, and had been already, I think, but began to literally fund and radicalize elements that they would point to as the evil Muslim threat. And this is what Dave Smith and plenty of others have made points over the years. They radicalized, or rather funded, the U.S. and Israel, the most radical elements of Islam that they could get their hands on. And they kept doing this in every location and then would lean in with them to replace the people that were more moderate in every country they were fighting. And now look, and then you get the loomers of the world will point to these people as all Muslim culture that was literally bastardized and manipulated by the very people that she's siding with. It's just shockingly obvious today. And so knowing that he was leaning in a direction away from what they would point to rationalize their control, they couldn't allow that, it seems. Got rid of him. The Shah, the person before him, Mossadegh, was not someone who would lay down and let them rule the country, so they got him out of the way. The Shah was an absolute despot who squandered Iran's wealth to his benefit and that of his political allies. Which, by the way, they do everywhere. Did you remember what Guaido was saying he was going to do to the country the moment he took over? The same thing. At the expense of Venezuelans. Didn't happen, though. It says chief among them at the time, their allies, was, of course, the United States. America has created and maintained far too many friendships with autocrats and war criminals for anyone to remain under the illusion that its agenda has ever been about anything but wealth and dominance. Very important. Candace Owens points something out. Quick jump ahead briefly, but Donald Trump said today, it's not politically correct, he says, to use the term regime change. But if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? And then he literally says, MIGA. M-I-G-A. Make Israel great again. Is that not exactly what we've all been pointing to? I'm arguing he's probably even using that to kind of water down the influence it has. There are people all across his movement that are going, no, it's about make Israel great again. What he's doing is not about American interests. And now he literally combines all these things. And of course, tries to narrative correct about the regime change point. How long have I been making that point about the way they take over these terms and turn them into something they use? Candace says, and just like that, regime change. We were simply being politically correct before by not using the term. Why are the conspiracy theorists right about everything? Looking forward to the real MAGA explaining to the traitors how resisting regime change is actually woke right. There's so many weird overlaps of that even I would look at differently, but that's just crazy. The point is that they're fracturing because it's clear that this is insane, and it takes a special kind of stupid to not see what Israel's doing in this country, and that they're literally driving you into everything they told you was never going to happen unless Kamala won. And you know my opinion, they're both the same thing with a slightly different flavor. Well, Michael Tracy points out the same thing and says, MAGA influencer pivot. Trump was not involved with Israel bombing of Iran. He was involved, but that's good. He's pursuing diplomacy and peace. The diplomacy was fake, but that's good. He's bombing Iran, but no regime change. He's doing regime change, but that's good. That's literally how this seems to go. And that's why honest people in this movement are just fed up at this point. And I get it. But make Israel great again seems to be quite a bit relevant today, doesn't it? Well, I'll include the previous two shows we did where we talk about this leading up to now. The expected false flag to justify the Iran war, which is still on the table. But the conversation was not that this show was not about whether I expected that. We all knew that was a possibility. But because of the conversation that was interesting on the surface of it, the expected false flag, the Nimitz, was an interesting point. It still seems to be possible, but they even wrote a major article, I think it was The Atlantic, about James Lee and saying and the title was literally, no, I think I might be able to pull it up. I think it popped up when I searched the name. Yeah, it's just funny. The fact that they wrote this title, the title literally says, no, the USS Nimitz will not be destroyed in a false flag operation. It's like, how embarrassing to be a person where your job is to go, to wag your finger at completely possible things. Because obviously, guys, it could be, right? I mean, is Atlantic count? Are they pretending that it's literally outside the realm of possibility that somebody else could attack it and blame it on somebody else? Yeah, that's just insanely impossible, right? Or completely not. Very benignly, obviously possible. But it's because their job is to control the narrative. And maybe it's because it is going to happen. I mean, who knows? I just thought that was hilarious. What a thing to say. How silly. Shows you what their jobs are. And I don't even think they know that. But the expected false flag, and we talked about Iran's regime change two-step. They're just going through the motions, guys, and they don't care. It's like the same old narratives. No one's buying it, but they're not stopping. So we saw this, and this is a really important point to start with this segment for people that believed that Trump was telling the truth. I think what's most striking about this next part, I think it's important that average people that believe that you're being led in the right direction by the MAGA move, by Trump, whatever, you need to absorb right now that you were the one that got played. Not in the sense that we're all being lied to. That's true too. But that Trump and the rest of them knowingly lied to you in order to sidestep this, in order to make it lead to, you could look at a lot of ways. My opinion would be to let people think it wasn't going to happen, right? Because he came out and he said 2 weeks, right? 3 days ago, he said in two weeks, I'll decide. And then immediately after they bomb. So they lied to you guys. Trump, either Trump tricked you so they could do that, or Israel tricked him and he's not in control. I don't know which one's more alarming. And it seems like the second one might even be more possible at this point, seeing as how Trump tells them not to do it. They do it anyway, right? He says, we'll tell you in 2 weeks. They bomb right away. They're trying to show you that Trump is inept in all this and they're in control. Or he knew it and is control and he's lying to you. The point is, Seymour Hersh came out and told you. We showed you this on the show. June 19th, Seymour Hersh has reported that heavy American bombing will begin this weekend. So, there's 2 points in all of this. One is that the idea that he'll decide in 2 weeks hid the action that Israel immediately fought. Now, look, my point is that I know the narrative is that's not the U.S., it was Israel, which is true. But the U.S. was involved. We know that. They're both in lockstep with this agenda. So when they responded, the feeling was that what this was, it was like, we'll just, in 2 weeks, we'll make a decision, and they bombed right away, right? Then Seymour Hersh came out and said that the U.S. bombing will take place this weekend, and he nailed it, as he said, as usual. And he was right, despite the different claims coming from the administration. So they lied to you guys. They tricked you. Now, here's what Trump said. Oh, wait, did I forget to grab this? Hold on. This Trump video is very interesting. So this is a commercial that somebody caught on live TV. And this was, I think, yesterday. Now, the point made, which I agree with, you know that they, and I don't need to sell this because the next few points we're going to make prove already that they knew and lied to you about what they were going to do. Even from Marco Rubio telling we already made the decision in March they were going to bomb Iran. Like, they're just playing you all, right? But this, my point is that they had this prepared. They knew what they were going to do to the point where they made a commercial about the fact that he wasn't going to let this happen while he was telling you that it wasn't going to happen.
Not have a nuclear weapon. From day one, President Trump has been clear.
They'd like to talk, but they should have done that before.
Sometimes you have to take a stand against evil, and that's what President Trump understands. And we appreciate, deeply appreciate, the help we're getting from the United States of America.
Iran is not winning this war.
President Trump's strength is making the world safer. Standing
God, how gross.
Standing up to our enemy.
Right? I mean, it's just such gross propaganda. I mean, you know, it's just like, whether you agree with it or not, what's the point of that? Why would he need to sell you like he's in the middle of an election on what he just did? How does that not show you that they know that nobody wants this, that it's not popular? That's why they do things like that. So here is the point to prove to you that you already probably know that this wasn't a secret, despite him, more than anybody, tricking the MAGA people that believed he was being honest with them, which I'm not trying to insult anybody. Just let that reflect on who these people are. And they're all manipulators. That's the point. Nobody's taking sides here other than us and then exposing the government that's lying to you. Trump tells the Post, I always knew the date for when Israel attacked, despite him pretending like he wasn't involved or asked them not to do it. Now, he could be lying about that, trying to save face. Either way, it shows you how dishonest all this is. And then, of course, we get, oh, well, this was, hold on, did I mix that up? Oh, did I move that somehow? There it is. So I'll play this next and probably come back to it. I moved it for some reason. According to Marco Rubio, the decision to bomb Iran was made on March 7th, 2025, at the latest, when Trump sent an ultimatum letter to the Ayatollah. So literally sends a letter to them saying, you do this or we're going to bomb you. And that they made that decision and then carried on with all the rhetoric and all the lies, all the sidesteps. And they're admitting this to you. Asked why Iran would negotiate with the U.S. after being sneak attacked twice, Rubio rants about Beirut bombing in '83. The bottom line is, in the midst of so-called negotiations, they were bombing. And twice now, Iran's had to say, why would we deal with this while we're being bombed by Israel? That's an obvious point. Do you think Trump would deal with anybody who they're bombing Florida? That's ridiculous. But the main takeaway is that they're now they're acknowledging that they always knew this was going to happen. So yet another mark for those of us that were telling you this was always the plan.
At home who are going, are we at war? You know, I'm trying to suss out some of the facts here. So why would Iran agree to any peace deal if the United States has already pulled out of one that they had, as President Trump did in 2018, and now launched 2 surprise attacks? Both Israel and the United States have done so. There is such a massive trust deficit there. How could you possibly come to
but the trust deficit started with Iran.
I know.
Well, the trust deficit, the ones that shouldn't be trusted are the Iranians, because they're the ones that sponsor terrorism. Did they forewarn us before they blew up the embassy in Lebanon and killed over 200 American servicemen? Did they forewarn us before they built IEDs and blew the legs and arms off of American servicemen in Iraq? I mean, these are the people that are doing this forever. They're the ones that no one should trust. They're the ones that have lied about their nuclear program.
But
they're the ones that have hidden.
We have to address this. I mean, this is the he is such a small little child. They're the ones, like, that's exactly what he says. Like, so it's not about whether or not, like, you have to realize how childish this is to try to make the argument. So she's asking a point blank question about you did this. Why would they trust you? The answer is not, they're the ones that are trustworthy. Even if that's true, how does that answer the question? It's a sidestep, right? It's a flail. It's going there. Look at Iran. They're the bad guy. Okay, now back to the question. Why would they trust you? Whether or not they're villains, why would they trust you when you kept lying to them? So it just shows you how vulnerable. Like, that is such a silly response. And Marco is just flailing. But let's listen to it again. There's some important parts in all this.
So it wasn't Trump did in 2018, and now has launched 2 surprise attacks. Both Israel and the United States have done so. There is such a massive trust deficit there. How could you possibly come to
but the trust deficit started with Iran.
I know.
There's my first point. Yeah, I know. She's almost laughing. I know. That's not the point, though. He just keeps going.
Well, the trust deficit, the ones that shouldn't be trusted are the Iranians, because
So apparently, not the government, by the way, Iranians, all of them. That is how they think.
They're the ones that sponsor terrorism. Did they forewarn us before they blew?
Okay, so again, let's take a point. So sponsor terrorism. Okay, you mean like Hamas? You mean like ISIS? You mean like the moderate rebels? You mean like every group, Saudi Arabia, every group you're involved with, all the people you fund and all the Islam groups you take. So it only matters when they do it. And the reality is the evidence that they fund terrorism is pretty shoddy. Like, I mean, again, people love to respond to these things like, oh, you're such a propagandist. Yeah, present your evidence, bud. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see anybody make a compelling case about how they fund terrorism. It's always going to be some abstract argument about Hezbollah, Hamas, or the Houthis. None of those things are terrorist organizations, not even Hamas, by the way, despite the framing of it. But we also have to recognize that Israel has funded Hamas up until October 7th. It's just insane. Meanwhile, you've got the U.S. and Israel publicly funding terror groups in Syria, I mean, everywhere, literally every location, to the point to where they just had to admit, or even going back before, they gave treatment to Al-Qaeda in Syria. But they've had to admit this 50 times over, on top of the general reality that ISIS and Al-Qaeda are actually proxy groups of these two groups. So that's the point of they fund terrorism.
Because they're the ones that sponsor terrorism. Did they forewarn us before they blew up the embassy in Lebanon and killed over 200 American servicemen?
So again, all these overlaps, each one of these you could dive into the reality of the narratives and around it. The bottom line, and let's just take it face value, like I always say. So let's pretend like that's exactly what happened. The reality is, how many times has Israel and the United States bombed all these different locations and killed innocent people? Now, the honest point is to say both should be criticized. Both should be dealt with the same. The point is that you're highlighting something that is dubious in the first place, but the larger picture being that overall, they're the only ones that ever get called out for things, despite us doing it 100 times over. So if you only had two examples, the response was not to be like, well, they did it first. That's stupid. Ever in any context. But if you stand back and look at the fact, and both should still be called out, but that one side has done it 50 times in a row, and they're the ones criticizing you for doing it once. That's a fair point to make, to say, well, look at the background of this. Both should still be held accountable, but the reality is you're setting a ridiculous bar, acting like we're the only ones that are held accountable for things that everyone's doing. These things all matter, but the reality is them lying
Did
about—
they forewarn us before they built IEDs and blew the legs and arms off of American servicemen in Iraq?
Oh, you mean the illegally invaded Iraq, where you guys burst in for no justifiable reason, lied about WMDs like you're doing now, and overthrew the country and stole everything? Yeah, how dare they fight back? Like, this is how stupid this is. The same point about what they claim with Soleimani and the Americans he killed. You mean while they were fighting off an illegal invasion? In what world do you get to call yourself the freedom fighter where you're illegally invading a country and then you go on to destroy it and it still is in a state of unrest? I mean, however you want to frame it. Like Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, like these just are, or excuse me, Libya. I might have said Lebanon earlier and I meant Libya. The point though is that all these places are, does Libya even exist anymore? I mean, in more than any of them, Libya is the best example. It's a fractured area with war leaders with different tribes. I argue forever they'll just keep the Libya look because they don't want you to think they've just balkanized everything. But realize how many things they've destroyed utterly. The idea of what they're pushing is just complete lies.
I mean, these are the people that are doing this forever. They're the ones that no one should trust. They're the ones that have lied about their nuclear program.
So now he's using things that we are taking at face value. Like the lie that he's using to justify this is the lies. I'm just so exhausted by having to, these are the kind of things that it's cartoon. This is like a Saturday Night Live skit. Is this really the best we can do? That this is your statement? You can't manufacture, why wouldn't you just make up fake evidence your intelligence showed you like you used to? At least that has some gravitas to it. You guys are just flailing right now. The arguments don't make any sense.
The ones that have hidden things from the international organisms.
But that sounds like we're headed towards regime change, or the desire to get these people out of power.
No.
Are you?
No. A serious foreign policy is one that's focused on identifying what our national interest is. You don't have to like the regime. There are a lot of regimes around the world that we don't like, okay? But in this particular case, what we are focused on is not the changing of the regime.
Despite Trump just saying the opposite. You got to get on page here, Rubio.
That's up to the Iranian people if they want to do that, but that's not what we're focused on. Our national interest is about one thing, and that is Iran not getting anywhere near the capability to weaponize and have nuclear weapons.
And you see that's a walk back now because they know everyone's becoming aware of the facts. And so they're going, well, they can't have ballistic missiles because they could eventually be used from it. So eventually they can't have rifles because those could be used to build, they're just walking it back day by day, basically saying, eventually they can't have Iranians in there because Iranians could make missiles and missiles could be used to carry nukes. So get rid of all the Iranians. You know, it feels like kind of where it's going with Palestine, where the narrative shifts all the time, but what the real goal was is just get rid of the Palestinians. That's what this is.
They're not going to get anywhere near that capability. The president has made...
Despite the legal reality being that they are and everyone else can. At what point did the U.S. government be the arbiter of the world? When did they become the legal arbiter who decides who can and can't do what they want?
Made that clear from day one. Our preference for solving that problem, that very specific problem, is through diplomacy. We've said that. We've given it every opportunity. They played games. They tried delay tactics. They're trying delay tactics now on the Europeans because of the snapback provisions.
When did
and you
the
talk about the
president
JCPOA, that was a crazy deal.
When did the president make this?
And that's the best they can do. Crazy deal does not mean illegitimate. You can't just go, we didn't like it. And so therefore the realities of it don't apply. It's like they do every time. And they just know that their blind followers will follow suit. The Fox talking head morons will come out and say whatever they're told to say, like they're doing in space right now about Iran. It's so infuriating to watch what these idiots are saying on TV right now.
This decision, because he said he was giving 2 more weeks of diplomacy on Friday, and on Friday, these jets took off.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the president retains the opportunity to pull out.
You gotta love that. Like, just look at the face. It's so funny.
About the JCPOA, that was a crazy deal.
When did the president make this decision? Because he said he was giving 2 more weeks of diplomacy on Friday, and on Friday, these jets took off.
Yeah, oops. Or, yeah, okay, you can't. The point is, that's a valid question. You're telling us he wants diplomacy. He says we want this much time for diplomacy, and then instantly takes jets off. And obviously, we now know the bombers what were used to bomb. So they already knew. And now we're going to come back to the point where we knew back in March. So let's backtrack here, Rubio. You stressed diplomacy, but then you end with the argument that you were always going to bomb. I'd love for you to work that out for me, guys. Have good time with that.
Well, the president retains the opportunity to pull out of this at any moment, including 10 minutes before. But the president ordered options. Look, the decision, in my view, was made when he wrote a letter to the supreme leader and he said, over the next 60 days, we want to do a deal with you and solve this problem of nuclear weaponization. We want to do it peacefully. Okay. If after 60 days...
Which they know they don't have, and they know that's a lie, right? So in Iran's position, where the facts back up, that they don't have this, they're not seeking it. And everything they're saying is, you have to stop the thing that you're not doing. Imagine trying to engage with that negotiation with a straight face. They know what they're trying to accomplish. They know they're lying about this. So yet they still try to give some back and forth, and they just go, stop the thing. And they're like, we don't have that thing, and we'll prove it to you. Here's what your own government said. And they just don't care because the agenda is not about a bomb. That's the real thing to take away from this. It is about the justification to achieve their ends. And it's the perfect excuse of knowing that they can't solve a thing that doesn't exist.
We don't see progress or it isn't solved, we have other alternatives. Right. He made that very clear. I think what some people are struggling with here is that we today have a president who does what he says he's going to do. And that's
except never, though. And every other, we're going to end the wars. We're going to go to the wars. We're going to stop mRNA. We're going to make mRNA. We're going to, every single day. But the Rubios of the world are narrative managers. That seems to be their job today. So, funny how you're going to start by saying diplomacy, but then end with the reality that you always knew was going to go to war. You're a child. I mean, these people are losing face. Let's not forget that Rubio was that'll never happen from the MAGA crowd until suddenly he's the best guy there. Those are the liars. The real MAGA people were like, he's a terrible choice, but he picked him, so we'll side with him. But now he's not, and they're not dumb. And that's the real split. It's not that the people in MAGA are splitting because they're not stupid. Now, Trump says, this is yesterday, we have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including and the immediate point people make is like, okay, but if you're telling us these are nuclear plants, wouldn't that be dangerous? Didn't you guys just start screaming about the attacks on the nuclear facility in Ukraine? That like the breathless hair on fire, like they're going to kill the whole world if we keep letting Russia bomb the thing. And then all of a sudden they took over and then Ukraine started doing it and they stopped caring. And Ukraine was bombing the thing. Oh, so now it doesn't matter because it might happen when Russia's in control? Funny how childish and stupid you are. The bottom line, guys, is that obviously suggests either that there is no actual threat or that they didn't really do what they said. Now, I don't know. I don't really think either of those things. I just think it's interesting. Well, I mean, I do in one sense. I think there is a threat in a lot of ways. I don't think it's about a nuclear bomb. My point is that this very clearly shows you that they were either trying to create nuclear fallout or are very aware that they don't have a nuclear bomb. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace. It says a full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site. This is the same actions he's not involved with until he is. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. I mean, it's hard to call someone a warrior when you drop a bomb, but that's the illusion we love to tell ourselves. There is not another military in the world that could have done this, except literally every one of them that has nukes. But that's the Benny Johnson historic for the thing anyone can do. Now is the time for peace. You got to love that. Thank you for your attention on this matter. It's funny how and it's almost cowardly, if you really want to break it down, for them to bomb people. It's like somebody who bombs and then runs behind the skirts of their mom, right? So we're going to bomb and kill everybody and then run back and go, peace, negotiations, right? Yay, let's all get on the side of peace after we just murdered your families, right? It's just embarrassing. Now, here's what Trump had to say.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the...
Yeah, in what way? I'd love to see a demonstration. Destructive in what way? Show me one. Where have they used the... Oh, that's right, because they haven't done that. You sure have. The government of the United States, Israel. Let me realize tactical nukes even. You can pretty much easily prove that Israel's done in Lebanon, Beirut, in examples in Gaza. There's really evidence for that, but it's just people don't want to talk about the way they've been testing tactical nukes in a lot of places in the world, that Trump is the one that really led the forward focus to.
Enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror.
They just can't even let go of the narratives they spin. Like, you can't keep saying that when you guys have ISIS bombing them all the time. You can't keep saying that when you can't prove in any real context that they're funding anybody for that matter. But even if your best allegation are groups that aren't even terrorists. And one of them, the one you really like to point to, is one that Israel's been funding up until October 7th. It's just insanely stupid. The U.S. and Israel are shockingly obvious in regard to how they fund terrorism in the world. Everywhere. And Iran, you just can't make the same case. There is not the same amount of evidence. And the only thing they have are allegations about who they say they're funding. And then even then, you can't make the evidence they have about whether Hezbollah or the Houthis have carried out terrorism. I mean, look at what the Houthis are doing in Yemen. Every moment they're proving that they're the opposite of what they're dealing with. Not taking people, not casualties. I mean, actual restraint. Does it sound like a terrorist organization? You just think about how silly it is for them to still say that. And do you know who wants them to say that? Israel.
Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
Which is what they would say regardless of what actually happened, whether they did them or not, whether they actually bombed, they missed. You know this. Every time you know this. One side's going to say it was more than it was supposed to be. The other side's going to say nothing happened. Usually somewhere in the middle. But it's just so lazy that we always go through these games and we know what's going on. The truth is, the evidence we're going to get to in a minute at least suggests that they didn't really get what they claimed they did. But the narrative is to say that anyway.
Iran, the bully of the Middle East.
I'm sorry. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. Yeah, what countries have they overtaken, Trump? Who are they bullying? Show me where they've done this and hurt people and overtaken countries and starved people to death. I'd love to see the bully tactics you're talking about. You mean like invasive economic sanctions? Oh, I guess not that either. just, are we really here? Like, do we really have to do this? Like, it's so frustrating that the whole world can see this stuff.
Must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier.
Right. Because you're just so strong. You're so tough. So make peace now. Is this what peace through strength looks like? That's what he wants you to believe. How does it actually work? When's the last time you ever saw somebody, other than bombing them into submission, like literally destroying everything, do they then just go, fine, you got us, you're strong, we won't respond? I've never seen that actually happen. They know that, though. They're not seeking peace, guys. They're seeking control. That's what they want. They want you to know, look, we're going to keep going no matter what. We'll bomb your families. We'll still kill we will torture, maim, and kill anyone we can. We'll call it freedom, but you know the truth. And if you decide to try to stop us or push back, we'll go even harder. We will bomb, we will nuke, we will chemical weapon, we'll do whatever we need. And we'll call it freedom. And if you bomb us with a regular bomb, we'll call you terrorists. And everyone knows that, and we'll keep doing it anyway. Most people cower. some people lose either way, so they keep fighting. That is really not good guy, bad guy. It's just stating the reality of where we are. And some countries that are arguably bad, or the governments that aren't seeking positive things, are still being taken advantage of and still should be called out for it in regard to the U.S. and what they're doing.
For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death
American government
to Israel.
Government.
They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs.
Are you kidding me? Like, you're going to have the nerve to say that? Well, what we're seeing in Gaza is just about the most unprecedented thing in history. I don't even want to get into the amount of children you can see with missing limbs and eyes, and just it's everywhere. But on top of that, the IED discussion that we're talking about literally stems from their counterterrorism. Like they exist in plenty of examples, especially in places where they're illegally invading. So to call that any kind of, like, for you to be invading Iraq and for them to put bombs out and you blow yourself up and you claim that's terrorism is absolutely insane. But on top of that, a lot of the terrorism we talk about, whether the bombs, the vests, stems from Zionism and the funding of the people that they, I mean, even Saudi Arabia has admitted more than once that the groups they funded, the radical Muslim groups that they fund to carry out actions with, in many ways they've lost control of. Or in many ways, the leaders, parts of these groups don't even believe the religious sentiments they use to manipulate others. It's almost like an emulation of Zionism, guys. It's what they're doing. All this is proven. I've gone over this 1,000 times over.
That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people.
As they illegally invaded Iraq.
And hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani.
God. So many, meaning a few hundred that he's talking about, only in regard to when they were invading Iraq and they fought them off. That's the truth. And there's Syria in the same conversation. It's, you know, if you want to really understand why other people decide to hate this government, it's because of these egregious lies they tell about things that everyone knows are wrong. Everybody. Like literally an entire conversation out there, other than people blindly following this government, are very aware of Soleimani, of the reality of who he was and what he was doing in the world. And they murdered him under guise of peace talks. And that's the terrorist? That's the evil villain who came to speak about peace and you killed him? The person you're staring at is a monster. Just like Biden, just like Obama, just like Bibi Netanyahu. It's all of them standing there. These are absolute villains. You just have to be real about that and understand what they're actually doing. Now, maybe they're not in control. Maybe their families are being threatened. I don't know. It doesn't change the reality for me that what they're doing right now is wrong. And if it's Iran doing it, if it was anybody else doing it, I would say the same thing. Point it out for me. I'll call it out.
I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu.
All right, the guy committing a genocide in multiple countries.
We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before.
You got to love his hyperbolic nature. Like no team has ever worked before in the history of planets and countries we've ever seen ever. It's just, why would you need to say something like that? That you've somehow been a better team than any team before? I mean, I'm willing to bet you that wasn't written down. That's Trump ad lib, and it's ridiculous.
And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. It's a threat to Israel, apparently. That's it. So that was the U.S. fighting Israel's wars. It's what he just said.
For the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades.
Dropping a bomb? Or some bombs? I mean, you have to realize that, yes, you can argue that the bunker busters and, that we haven't used, though, but you're flying planes and you're dropping bombs. That's what happened. Pretty sure that's almost benign in the context of U.S. foreign policy, but, call me crazy.
Hopefully.
Oh, wait. I forgot. There is something unparalleled in all this that we knew was going to come to pass. The woke right. Wyatt Reed says it's finally real. They say the next ones will be sent by a woman. This is in Yemen. And then it goes, really makes you feel like you're part of history as we get bombed by a woman flying a plane, right? That was the joke about the woke left and saying it's better when it's a woke plane, right? Well, guess what? That becomes real through the right. At least one B-2 bomber pilot who took part in Iran mission was a female, says Fox News. They're literally becoming the memes. And the woke right is the one to carry it out. Isn't that just perfect? This is exactly what we're talking about, guys. It's the same nonsense being driven from the other side.
Will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days.
Okay, great. So you're going to take it even further. He does this every time. Now, whether he means it or not is irrelevant. He'll say more than we've ever done in history, which can only mean nuclear bombs and chemical weapons and biological, but that doesn't happen. So he says this stuff all the time. He's a bombastic manipulator. The point is that, real quickly,
will be tragedy for Iran.
Yeah, it's the peace. So if Iran doesn't make peace, right? So Israel attacks them with no justification other than that they're working on things everyone else can work on, and it's also a lie. Then you tell them they can't respond or they'll be terrorists. And then you bomb them again and bomb their nuclear facilities after they bomb Israel, who bombed them first. And then again, you tell them that you better not do anything that you're legally allowed to do, or we're going to carry out even more attacks on you. So you're just continuing the escalation. Is this what it looks like to seek peace? Do they not have a legal right to respond, as Israel's been bleeding about for 2 years? Apparently not.
Far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far.
See, that's one of those things people overlap with, like an Obama version to Trump version, like the lack of he just has no decorum. There's many, like you just basically threatened, you don't need to say we're going to bomb more locations. That is what a weak person does. You don't need to bound your chest and go, we're so strong. That's what weak people do. And I don't mean that they don't have munitions. Clearly they do. I'm talking about a weak, insecure entity. You don't need to pound your chest and say but you are strong, and people know that. So this peace through strength is not screaming you're strong at the top of your lungs.
And perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill.
Meaning that if you don't do what we want, we're going to bomb them again. And we'll call that peace. We'll call that negotiation. But you're holding a gun to their head and saying, do what we want, or we're going to force peace down your throat. It's nobody takes this seriously. Everyone knows what's happening. They're strong-arming them. They're threatening through military force, Iran, do what we're telling you. And then let's name that peace and go forward like we all made friends.
Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight.
Except every other one of them that has bombs and planes.
Not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago.
He just said the same thing twice. And yes, there are other places with bombs and planes.
Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God, I want to just say.
What a weird, God, that felt so weird. It felt really forced. I'm just being honest, like the way it just felt wrong right there. I'm not even speaking as somebody who's a Christian. I'm just saying the way he did that felt really strange to me. Very forced. I don't know. I mean, you could place on what you want. Watch again. It felt like he didn't know what to say. I don't even know. It's something wrong about that. Whether it's that he feels somehow conflicted, if he believes in God, that this is wrong and he's claiming it's about God, right? Or I don't know. Watch again. Now, by the way, the reason I say that is because you can read his books. You can read about him. All the claims of being what he is today, it's a character. And he's spoken about these publicly. He's written about it in the past. He does not believe the things he claims he does today, unless he's completely changed. That's possible. I don't believe it.
It's at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Just, like he's trying to speak, right? I my gut opinion It's about trying to reach the religious fanatics. The Zionism, the Christian right that blindly trusts Zionism, like that he somehow is sent by God. He's going, God, I know you and you're with me. That's what he's doing. It makes me sick. You can't stand there and murder innocent people, starve children, and promote genocide, and then act like you're somehow a godly person. It offends me. So as Glenn Greenwald adds, Iran just became the 8th Muslim majority country that the U.S. has bombed in the last 15 years, from Obama to Trump to Biden to Trump. Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Libya, Somalia, Pakistan, Yemen, Iran. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? Oh, actually, I think I've got this in here. I should have just grabbed it from the other one, but I found the same old 7 countries, 5 years. I thought I still had it in here. Still have a bunch in here. Let me see. There it is. So it's just interesting, right? Thinking about the list and then hearing this again.
After 9/11, about 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who had used to work for me, and one of the generals called me and he said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, "No." He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail."
How did we not learn from this?
So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs," meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran."
Well, take a look again. Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Libya, Somalia, Pakistan, Yemen, Iran. Hashtag, why do they hate us? You think these are just organic? Look, we have to understand, we can prove that they've manufactured excuses about every one of them. The lies about every one of them. Iraq, the most obvious, WMD, Syria, the chemical weapons, the shooting of protesters. Libya. We've gone through every one of these. Just blatant. Scott Ritter adds an important part of this. Now, this comes into whether or not they actually bombed what they claim they did. Or rather, that really successful is the point. Scott Ritter, remember, he's a former UN weapons inspector. He's an expert. He knows what he's talking about. An act of theater, he calls it. Trump's big mouth had boxed him into a corner. Iran wouldn't play his game, so he had to bomb Iran to save face. He bombed. Now, I don't know. It's hard. I'm not sure about that because at the end of the day, Israel was already bombing Iran. So why? Unless Israel forced his hand, which would make sense to me. But he says he bombed 2 empty facilities that had been previously struck by Israel, which does seem to be the case. Now, that's not to say that we know they were destroyed. The argument is these bunker busters were used because they couldn't get down deep. Well, maybe not. So it very well could be that this was, and this is where I come back to the point about whether this was like a tactical effort to, in the past, we've talked about this, where they want the narrative out there to be that we're strong and we attacked last and they had to respond weak to there and we won the back and forth. When in reality, it was them behind channels going, look, we'll give you bomb this over here. We won't respond. We're going to call you weak, whatever, but we'll walk this back. And that's restraint. And that's come out after the fact over the years that there has been examples like that. And so in this case, the idea that essentially he had to save face because he looked embarrassed about what was happening and decides to bomb locations that were already bombed. and then ultimately allow them. He's already pulled out of Iraq, or at least removed a lot of troops. At least that was publicly stated. And so then maybe he's already going to, maybe if we see an attack on an Iraqi base, that'll say a lot to me. Still wouldn't know for sure. These are just opinions. But so he says they bombed 2 empty facilities, and he bounced 6 bombs off an indestructible facility. That's the one of the other Furdo, I think, claiming destruction despite the opposite being the case. Now, this is just his statement. We're going to get to some other points around this, but this does just backed up by evidence. Not proof, but evidence. Now it says, that's it. A contained strike, a nothing burger. And this is the man whose supporters call the greatest leader in the world. He's a national disgrace. That's what Scott Ritter said. Now here's Fox News talking about this. Satellite image shows Fordo nuclear facility after massive bomb strike. This was today. New satellite images of Iran's Fordo nuclear facility reveal the aftermath of a massive bomb strike that the U.S. military launched as part of its Operation Midnight Hammer. The U.S. launched a surprise strike using B-2 stealth bombers. Right, again, are we going to pretend like that's a secret? Pretty sure the whole world reported that these bombers were sent over there. You don't think Iran sees those reports? Now, yes, they might not know for sure that was going to happen, but clearly the bomber's going. Everyone's like, oh no, here we go. And Iran did the same thing. So and this is where we get to the point about this, where they're claiming they pulled out whatever from the facility. Now, the evidence, again, does not support that this was anything other than a civilian facility, but doesn't mean that there's not nuclear material for civilian or otherwise. And so what's funny is that they very well may have been them removing things to stop these belligerent maniacs from causing a fallout that they wanted to create so they could blame them for some nuclear bomb. I mean, think about that. But let's go through the whole article. My point is that building a possibility that they were given heads up, right? That they see the bombers going, they see the conversation, so they were prepared, which takes a little bit of the attack off of it, you know? What it goes on to say, all 3 sites sustained extremely severe damage and destruction, according to the U.S., which they would say either way. Don't also note Maxar Technologies, which is basically a CIA cutout. That's important to remember. Now it says the International Atomic Energy Agency said off-site radiation levels have not increased following the strikes, which may or may not happen depending on the circumstances. Now it says Fox News Digital reached out to the IAEA via email for comment on whether nuclear material had been moved from any of the 3 sites ahead of the strike, which the argument clear. So again, this creates the allowance of Iran, if this is the case, like a walk back to not have to escalate. But at the same time, it gives Israel the allowance to continue the narrative. See, they just moved it over there. And this is the reality. They got Iranian sleeper cells and they're moving this over here. Like the point is, we need to continue, which is what Israel is already saying, which they would say either way. That's my point, because they do want this to continue at the expense of everybody else. But this, I'm just pointing out some of these points as this comes together. The operation employed advanced deception tactics, says Fox News, and used more than 125 aircraft. So what they're telling you right there is that they knowingly misled the American people. And more than 125 aircraft to carry out the success of the mission. 125. So think about that for the next point, that we don't even factor in how much it cost to use 125 aircrafts, the fuel, and the manpower, which is a huge part of it. But we'll come back to that. Including 7 B-2 stealth bombers, multiple 4th and 5th generation fighters, dozens of air refueling tankers, a guided missile submarine, and a full array of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aircraft for this recent bombing. U.S. forces launched approximately 75 guided munitions, according to one of these platforms, including 14 30,000-pound GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators. The first operational use of the weapon, which they're all gushing about, which I find quite irrelevant, frankly. Not that it happened. It's one of these glowing, it's like what's his name's report about the beauty of rockets in the night air. Like this military industrial complex trying to romanticize murder. The point is, I'm going to look next at the ones you can prove. 75 guided munitions, what they used, and how much that cost. Let's factor in 125 aircraft to produce all of this. And as well as that, a dozen air refueling tankers, guided missiles, submarines, full array of intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance aircraft on top of what they used. So think about that. From millions and millions and millions and more dollars. I just simply ask Grok, give me the exact cost of the things they used. I just listed what Fox News wrote. Now, yes, it's all estimates because of many factors. Generally speaking, it says, this was actually, hold on, this was the first one. But the point is, well, actually, I'll do this first. Just on the munitions, they state they used, not the aircraft, not everything else. Approximately, they say, but it's still an estimate, $86 million. Now, just that alone, can you imagine what $86 million could do for tons of people in this country? But so we're going to pretend like that was worth it. You tell me, aside from the civilian casualties, which we'll talk about next, at least in part, which were part of this, $86 million just for the munitions used. If you had told Americans you're going to spend $86 million in tax revenue just to do what you just did, do you think they'd be okay with that? Donald Trump, you damn well know that's not the case. Even your supporters, which is why they tried to trick you, or they did, or they lied to you. But take it a step further. Based on all the reports that we have, what's the estimate of the total cost to Americans? $800 million. That's an estimate still. But you have to realize, and this is taken in a lot of I went through this and looked, it's not really including some of these extra parts, right? The discussion of the 125 aircraft, the full array of intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. So we're probably easily over $1 billion. Just my personal opinion. But the ones we can prove, 800 million estimate, it could fluctuate from there. I mean, really take a second and factor that in. $800 million for what they just did. Are we more safe right now? I know he really sold the idea that it was brilliant in America, Team America, F yeah, right? That's really what they were pushing. But what changed? What's the material difference right now? Iran's still there. They're still fighting. Israel's still bombing them. They're still committing genocides. Nothing changed. Other than killing a bunch of scientists and a bunch of innocent people and other people as if any other country bombed a bunch of military places and killed a bunch of military generals that weren't involved in anything. And you go, oh, God, good success. Is that okay with you guys? If it was a bunch of American generals that Somalia killed because they claimed you were doing something wrong, would you be okay with that? Even if they were doing something wrong, would you be okay with that? I mean, it's just incredible where we are right now. $800 million. Imagine what that could do for Americans. But nope, they spent that. And I mean, that could go in a bunch of different directions on the money, where that goes, the different places. Israel itself benefiting in plenty of ways for that very point. So, antiwar.com. Trump announces successful attack on Iranian nuclear site. So spending $800 million on this attack, you damn well better hope it's successful, right? Well, a lot of people are saying otherwise. Iranian state media downplayed the success of the strike, but of course it's Iran, which, like I said before, they're always going to play it both ways, or rather both sides play it their own way. But saying the personnel and nuclear material were removed from the facility before the attack, which, because like I said, everyone saw this coming. Everyone. And then the bombers went and everything else. And then they've got their back channels. Something tells me not only that, I think they knew. So they started removing everything, which they apparently allowed. And it says Fox News reporter Jennifer Griffin spoke with a well-placed source who did not believe the facility was destroyed. Quote, it goes on to say, it is a quote, there is no way they got in that tunnel. It's deeper than Fardo and harder rock. Meaning, arguably they didn't even get Fardo entirely. And so the point is that this one was near impossible. And this is her right there saying, I'm told by experts that the underground tunnel is much harder than the other one. It's not clear whether the Tomahawks were able to destroy it. Says there's no way they got in that tunnel. Axios reporter Barak Ravid, who is, a Zionist agent as far as I'm concerned, said, and let's be clear, he is very clearly an intelligence operative. He says an Israeli official confirmed that Tel Aviv was informed of the strike before the operation in regard to Trump. And it says he added that Trump had called him following the attack with the message, quote, we had great success tonight. Your Israel is much safer now. Ravid is an Israeli who served in the Israeli Army intelligence unit, which is my point, now posing as a journalist. The point, Trump lied to you, right? You claim you elected him, despite the reality of that. You believe he supports you. You support him. You're part of the same team. He's fighting the bad guy. All the MAGA, what you believe he is, right? But he lied to you. He convinced you that wasn't happening at that moment, but made sure Israel knew. He told them what he was going to do with your tax dollars, but didn't tell you. I feel like that's important to think about. Reuters reports speaking with a U.S. official who confirmed the B-2 bombers were involved in the attack. Earlier on Saturday, 6 B-2 bombers departed the U.S. Air Base in Missouri with officials saying they were en route to Guam. So if this was a secret operation, pretty sure they wouldn't have announced that, or people wouldn't be reporting that the day before. But it says, shortly after announcing the attack, Trump posted an image from the open source Intel X account, Twitter account, that claimed Fardo was gone. The owner of the account says he is based in Israel. So, okay, so easy to understand where all the reports stem from. Doesn't mean it's false, but it says following the attack, the Pentagon began warning U.S. troops in the region that the strikes likely put them in danger of Iranian retaliatory attacks. So immediately spinning this into ongoing. So peace through strength looks like more fighting, more attacks, more bombing, which is always how it goes. Immediately afterward, before they even know what's going to happen, Israel is already hyping the retaliatory action that they will probably make happen, whether or not it's the reality. But I argue Iran will likely respond in some way, which they've already said they would. Now, Ken Klippenstein reports obtaining a briefing that said the strike on Iran, quote, will likely result in counter strikes on U.S. bases and facilities, said Ken Klippenstein, somebody who I think is just used, whether he knows it or not. Now, yes, could it? Of course it could, but likely respond. Like the idea that you know for a fact that Iran's going to start bombing U.S. installations seems like a very self-serving argument from people who want this to escalate. But we know it's possible. Likely is the thing I take issue with. I think what we're going to see, if that is the case, in something like in Iraq, unless Iran legitimately chooses to take this further. And if they decide to take it further, I have no idea in my mind why they wouldn't go much further, which I really hope is not the case. But if it does happen, it's because Trump drove this into reality. Clearly, they were not doing this before Israel and Trump made this the reality. My point, though, well, I'll go more into it in a second, is what I just said. That ultimately, if this is something they want to walk back, which Trump possibly gave them opportunity for, it's going to be something like an Iraq base. If not, the alternative is them going way further, because why wouldn't they if they're going to go in any direction further? Because it will be used against them. So that worries me. But it goes on to say, oh yeah, and this is the interesting part about this. It goes on to say, will likely result in counterstrikes in U.S. bases in the Middle East, and this is what really stood out to me is the propaganda, likely activate Iran and other foreign terrorist organizations' cells abroad, including the U.S., to conduct strikes against U.S. personnel and facilities. If that was the case, guys, this would already be happening, in my opinion. Now, look, it's obviously possible that every country might have something like this. But to see how much this is being seeded through Israel narrative, through the same old people we always see pushing whatever they're told to say, Nick Sorters of a type like that, are all saying that. Nobody's presenting any evidence. So why would you take it at face value? It's certainly possible, yes, but possible is not reportable as fact, yet all of them are stating this is what their secret sources are telling them, even though that's what they said last time. Or before the drone fog conversation. What was it? Iran, sleeper bombs, and everything in the country. Weird how they jumped the gun a bit right there, didn't they? Remember that? The fog and the drone became sniffing for bombs from Iran. That wasn't the case. And I think clearly they were just beginning and, oh, wait, pull back. That's what I think. The American strike follows Israel requests for the U.S. to enter the war that it started last week with Iran. Meaning, again, doing Israel's bidding. Now, back to this. That's actually why I moved this. So, not back to it, but we'll come back to this in a second. The people, GOP interventionists, never wanted to genuinely negotiate. I think it's important to think about that. So, and also about Iran, right? The point is about Iran not wanting to come to the table and all these narratives they keep making, right? So the argument is everyone they're pushing back against doesn't want to really negotiate. Remember that. And I just think this has to be reiterated again. Like the idea that you can assassinate 17 scientists and act like that's not the alone in and of itself enough to wage a war. Can you imagine if they had killed 17 American scientists? Whatever the context, think about anybody in the world that would make that okay. Well, they were working on things that Iran didn't like. Okay. Insane. These are the villains. They're targeting innocent people, scientists, doctors, nurses, everywhere you look. And they're the ones they're working with. They're the allies, the people that are being given a hard time as a wartime president who are literally assassinating innocent people. Then Antonio Guterres from the UN says, I am gravely alarmed by the use of force by the United States against Iran today. This is a dangerous escalation in a region already on the edge and a direct threat to international peace and security. Obviously, there's a growing risk this conflict could rapidly get out of control, always, with catastrophic consequences for civilians, and already happening. I call on member states to de-escalate. It's a perilous hour. Okay. The bottom line is obviously, I mean, it's just like there's whatever his narrative and why he didn't say it about Israel is obvious. The point is the way Ted Cruz responds to this. Did they attack first? Well, no. Okay, so you're bombing a country that didn't attack you first, no declaration of war, no congressional approval, and this is the way he responds. He goes, of course the UN sides with Iran. Just falling right into the lazy Israeli propaganda. The only thing they couldn't decide is which chant they agree with more, death to Israel or death to America. Remind me again why we pay their bills. They think, if he'd come out and said, Iran's the good guy in the conversation, the U.S. is breaking the law, well, maybe you could frame it that way. But for them to simply just go, what the U.S. did is a use of force. And it's alarming. And it's an escalatory move. He didn't even call it illegal, for crying out loud. And this is how he responds. It just needs to show they're moving it over. They're moving the goalpost. The UN is Iran now, okay? And Iran, the bad guy. And if anybody's working, you're not working with Iran. And Iran's everything they were doing with Hamas or whatever before now becomes Iran. Because it was always an extension of that anyway. That's what they tried to secretly tell you before. It's lazy. And people like Ted Cruz aren't aware of how stupid they look right now to most people. Now, Trump says Iran must make peace or future attacks will be greater, as we told you before. So basically threatening more attacks after you attack them, because that makes sense, right? Now, I'll just include this. The following unprovoked U.S. attack on Iran, former CENTCOM commander General McKenzie tells CBS that Iran must avoid a significant loss of American life in their response to what they just did, which killed Iranians, as that would put us up the escalatory ladder. He says, with zero irony, we want to save Iranians from themselves. I mean, it's just insane. Like, it's always zero restraint, which is always what ends up being. Iranians show restraint as they're being bombarded by belligerent attackers. Every single time throughout history, look back and, well, I shouldn't say, in the context of the current reality, where let's just say post-79, where they've been berated and attacked and undermined and false flagged, and yet they, in Syria, so many times over, or any number of situations. And I should say Syria is the same point. And Russia in that regard, where they just don't respond the way the U.S. and Israel would. Now, here's what Rubio says, and this is Times of Israel. Iranian retaliation to U.S. strikes would be the worst mistake they ever made. I can't even laugh. I'd take them seriously. They will do ridiculous, belligerent things, but it's just the way they have to, it's the weak, tough guy. They better not. It'll be the worst thing. They're not stupid. They know this is for everyone listening. And so their legal response, they better not, because they'll fight more. Every time you respond, we'll fight more. Respond back, we'll fight more again. And it's always your fault. I'm just trying to make this feel as cartoonish as it really is, because it is. It's silly. Now, here's J.D. Vance. Oh, maybe I didn't grab this. Oh, no, here it is.
Most importantly, we trust what the intelligence was telling us about the Iranians stonewalling the negotiation. I think that is really the hidden story here, and something.
Hold on, that has actually jump ahead. There was a clip, I guess I'm not going to play here. Oh, no, that's the one we're going to get to. This one. So it says, if Iranians attack us, they're going to be met with overwhelming force. We did not attack the nation of Iran, he says. Think about this distinction. This is from the White House account. We did not attack any civilian targets, except you did, though. We didn't even attack military targets outside of these 3 military facilities. What are you trying to say here? So we only attacked a few military locations. So I'm just starting that sentence. We didn't even attack military targets, except these 3 military targets. I mean, he's just trying to water this down. That's a weird thing to do. And if you do anything, we're going to be overwhelmed. So we're going to respond with overwhelming force if you respond normally. Who's the belligerent here? And it says, we did not attack the nation of Iran. Yeah, you did, though. We did not attack any civilian. You did, though. It's just lazy. It's what they're doing. But here is a flashback of what RFK Jr. had to say about him. Oh, you know what? I did think I missed both these. That's what happened. So check this out. And this is an interesting point to make about all of them. It's not just RFK about him. It is literally all of them. What RFK had to say about Vance, what Vance had to say about Trump, what RFK had to say about Trump himself, what Gabbard did. They all hate each other. Or at least they all hate Trump and Trump hates them. At least how it was before. Rubio calls him a grifter and a mania moron. And, he says Rubio. I mean, I can go on forever of how many times they've undermined each other until suddenly they were all on the same team and now they're friends. So here is what RFK had to say. If I can find it real quick. Hold on. There it is.
As vice president is a salute to the CIA and to the intelligence community and to the military industrial complex. Their gravy train is going to continue.
Yep. That's pretty clear, isn't it? Then we just gave, CIA. Well, that's not, Trump just told us before, we need to get the CIA involved now. It's clear. Iran, now here, what's funny before we go to the next segment, what you're getting from corporate Western media, Iran delivers new furious threat to Trump. As always, they try to frame it as they're the belligerent. Oh, we're going to kill everybody. Death to everybody. It's not really what's happening. What's funny is here's the Associated Press. Yeah, I'm glad I got a screenshot of it. Stupid thing is updating on me. It's right here. Iran says, and you can look up their actual statements, not what people like Lindsey Graham tell you they mean. As always. Iran says the U.S., quote, decided to destroy diplomacy. And Iranian military will decide timing, nature, and scale of its response. That is almost always the way they respond because they're not children. Now, I'm not saying good guy, bad guy. I'm just saying they're not. The point is we have a bunch of very childish and petty people in this country in the supposed rulership or the rulership, the supposed leadership. The point is that you get these people that respond like the bombastic Trumps and Netanyahus. They go, we'll go so far over the top, you better not. That's how they respond to everything. In this case, Iran, just like in the past many times they've been attacked by these people, they say, we're going to respond and it will be severe. And we're going to do it measured and in our time when we decide. Just such a shocking counterbalance to the absurdities of what Trump and Netanyahu were doing. Here's an article about it. Iran says U.S. decided to destroy diplomacy, which they did. They were in the midst of speaking about a deal when they bombed them. And now they're saying, you better come back to the table. They were in the middle of discussing a deal when Israel bombed them. So I don't know why we can't be honest about this. I mean, I do know why. And Iranian military will decide timing, nature, and scale of its response, according to Associated Press. That's where we are. But it's funny to watch how people frame this who don't know what they're talking about. Now, let me see where we are. I didn't want to go over 3 hours today. We're already pretty long. I'm going to be doing a show tomorrow. All right, let's keep going. See if we can't get through this. I know there's gonna a bunch more I want to get to today, and I didn't want. Sometimes I try to stop because I don't want these things to get buried at the end of a super long show. But it's important either way. So this one is important around the War Powers Act. So Trump, this is an article from the Daily Express. Trump calls for Trump's impeachment gather momentum as president falls back on War Powers Act. Now this is important because, I mean, look, the reality of whether Trump or any other president being impeached needs to come to pass at this point. We are losing touch with the reality of the Constitution in, being forced to live in this state of society, and how there seems to be in any way, no mechanism to control where this is going unless they start pushing back from the congressional side against the executive branch. And it's just not happening. It hasn't for a very long time. And so the overlap now comes into play where Massey and the others are pushing forward something around the illegal act that was carried out against Iran right now. But the War Powers Act is an interesting overlap to this. We've talked about this going back to Ron Paul. And the main point that it seems that, right now you understand that you don't need the War Powers Act to highlight that Congress is the one that authorizes acts of war. That's already in the Constitution. It's already real. So the War Powers Act arguably was made to address the possible, the unilateral actions of the power of the executive branch. But all it did was give them an opening to do that. But, with its limitations, but now that's abused. And so it's just the point to Ron Paul was how often the U.S. government claims they're going to deal with a problem. And so in this case, the people of the country come out and say, the executive branch is doing whatever it wants. Or like we've talked about in the past about the Smith Modernization Act. The concern is the government's spying on Americans, or rather propagandizing Americans. So they go, okay, we hear you. That's a problem you don't like, right? So we're going to deal with it. So they go to legislation and then they legalize propaganda. And they go, okay, problem solved, right? It's not a crime anymore. And they don't really address it that way, but people that see it go, well, wait a minute. We didn't want you to legalize the thing. We wanted you to make sure it didn't happen anymore. But problem solved, right? Now it's not illegal. So it's all good. So same thing here. The War Powers Act created a loophole which allowed them to essentially be able to unilaterally act. But as long as they do it within 60 days, and I think it was basically, I'll get into the metrics of it. They have 48 hours, 60 days to officially, give a report they have to give within 48 hours. We'll go through it. And the bottom line is that allowed them to unilaterally act, which they were already doing. But instead of trying to actually stop that, they cemented the reality of it. And then beyond that, it continues anyway. They have a tactic or a tendency to legislate into reality the things that Americans don't want to be the case. So this article says Donald Trump's decision to launch airstrikes on Iran's nuclear facilities without congressional approval sparked. Well, let me clear first of all, that's not new. Since World War II, it seems that's never really happened again. There's been some overlaps with the authorization of use of military force that's been manipulated as well in Syria and otherwise post 2001. It's all really the same conversation with different manipulations of it. We'll go through some of that today. The point, though, is that regardless of whether Obama or Biden or anybody else did exactly the same thing, the argument shouldn't be, well, they did it, so it should be that let's fix the problem. Yes, they did it too, so let's go back and hold them accountable for it. Put them in jail. I'm okay with that. They're all criminals. But let's deal with the current reality of this power. Let's recognize that Trump is unilaterally acting, and that's a crime, as Massey is calling out, which is largely probably why he's being attacked right now. But without congressional approval, sparked swift condemnation on Saturday, with leading lawmakers declaring the move a violation of the Constitution and grounds for impeachment. It literally is, regardless of how common it's become. The quote, the president's disastrous decision to bomb Iran without authorization is a grave violation of the Constitution and congressional war powers. He has impulsively risked launching a war that may ensnare us for generations. It's absolutely and clearly grounds for impeachment. Now, these are Democrats. Whether or not they're only saying that because they want to attack Trump and are okay with it when it's their side is irrelevant to me. I know they're all manipulators. The president described the strikes as a historic moment for the United States, Israel, and the world, and said Iran must now agree to end the war. It's just so stupid. The war that they created, they started, they're driving. But it says the administration has defended the operation as a necessary measure to safeguard national security, always what they go for, and support Israel's campaign against Iran's military capabilities that they're lying about. But see, national security is one of the only sidesteps out of this, which is one of my points about the loopholes that were created. But that's not that's not on the table right now. We're going to go through the actual act and show you that there's literally no way they can make this work. They're sure trying, just like they're trying with the immigration point, which we will come back to. There's plenty more to talk about on that field. This is just too pressing. But critics argue that Trump's unilateral actions sidestepped Congress's constitutional role in declaring war. Quote, Massey says, no president can wage war unilaterally without Congress, which really is the premise, the main starting point, that they're required in every way to work in every way they can with Congress. And should that not be possible for X, Y, and Z, that's when the war powers overlap comes in. Right out of the gate, you can see he hasn't met that. He didn't even try to talk with Congress about this. Now it says, there's plenty of other Democrats who are supporting him too, or supporting the effort to stop this. Now here's the actual War Powers Act. I'm just going to read the first part of this, which I do think is very important. Now, this is from 1973. Concerning the war powers of Congress and the president. Now, first, just remember that very clearly, Article 1 and 2 goes over the delegation of powers, and it is, without question, Congress power, the congressional power to declare war. And that's not just war in general, but acts of war. The bombing of Syria, the bombing of Iran, as opposed to declaring war publicly. They're both the same conversation. The joint resolution may be cited as the War Powers Resolution. It is, and this is the first important part, it is the purpose of this joint resolution to fulfill the intent of the framers of the Constitution of the United States and ensure that the collective judgment of both the Congress and the president will apply to the introduction of United States armed forces into hostilities or into situations where imminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances and the continued use of such forces in hostilities or in such situations. So when the point is the collective judgment, right? And so it does include the executive branch, but the official declaration is Congress's alone, but it's the executive branch's right to carry these things out and dictate the outcome. Under Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, it is specifically provided that the Congress shall have the power to make all laws necessary and proper for carrying into execution, not only its own powers, but also all other powers vested by the Constitution in the government of the United States or in any department or officer thereof. The constitutional powers of the president as commander-in-chief to introduce U.S. forces in hostilities or into situations where eminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances are exercised only pursuant to 1, a declaration of war, 2, specific statutory authority, authorization, or 3, a national emergency created by an attack upon the United States, its territories or possessions, or its armed forces. Let me grab one thing really quickly. See if I can, I forgot I wanted to bring this other one up. Is that the one? No, damn it. There, is that it? Shoot. Oh, well, there was one I forgot I wanted to grab too to counterbalance with. But so the point continuing, the president in every possible instance shall consult. This is another, the premise that really kind of absorbs everything else. It says the president in every possible instance, which is obviously subjective at this point, which is how they play this. I mean, it's not really subjective, but they'll make it into being, every possible instance means literally every possible opportunity they can try to work with Congress. So the president in every possible instance shall consult with Congress before introducing the U.S. forces into hostilities, which is what just happened, or into situations where eminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances. And after every such introduction shall consult regularly with the Congress until U.S. forces are no longer engaged or moved. So right there is what is basically one of the main things that Massey is pointing to, which is that he's required through the Constitution to try to work with Congress at every possible turn. That's not what happened. There's no involvement. They weren't even met. They're not discussed about what was happening. It was secret in conjunction with a foreign power. Now it says reporting, in the absence of a declaration of war, in any case in which United States armed forces are introduced into hostilities or into situations where eminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances, 2, into territory, airspace, or waters of foreign nation, or in numbers in which substantially enlarge the United States forces, the president shall submit within 48 hours to the Speaker of the House of Representatives and to the president, the pro tempore of the Senate, the leader of a report in writing setting forth the circumstances necessitating the introduction. Now, this has yet to happen as far as I can tell. The constitutional and legislative authority under which such introduction took place, which doesn't exist. The estimated scope and duration of the hostilities, which I guarantee is as long as it takes, whatever that's what they would say. The president shall provide such other information to Congress may request in the fulfillment. Okay. So unless you've seen otherwise, we are, I believe, beyond 48 hours. Especially since you realize they've been planning this for a long time. Now, it goes on to talk about congressional acts, and the bottom line is, save for certain circumstances, this is still the reality of the Constitution. Now, and I also want to take a step back beyond the War Powers Act and make the main point that we make about this every time, which is that just because Congress passes an act, if it is repugnant to the Constitution, it's null and void. That's Mayberry versus Madison. There's plenty of other precedents that say the same. So the reality being is that if the legislation creates a situation where they're able to circumvent Congress, I would argue that's repugnant to the Constitution. So that's a point. That's the real, constitutionalist standpoint that I think everyone needs to make. But seeing as how everyone's going to go, well, the act is there, and that's what they're going to point to. Secondarily, you could point to the lie around. That's what Massey's really going to. So here is an article written by Kevin Gonzala in April 23rd, 2018. The Senate, and this is overlapping back to, the same, Iran at the time to some degree, but Iraq and Somalia, a lot of different overlapping points. The Senate's new war powers bill actually expands perpetual war. Now, this overlaps with what's called the authorization of use for military force. Now, it says a new authorization for the use of military force, the AUMF, proposed by the Democratic and Republican senators would further entrench the United States in endless war. So this explains where we are now. So first you have the first step of the act. Now this extends it. It would also streamline the ability of President Trump at the time, and future presidents, which is where he is now, to expand the war on terrorism or the war of terror to additional countries and broaden the list of associated forces that are co-belligerents of Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, Islamic State. You know, the one, thirdly, the last one where Trump says has been defeated 6 times over, the Taliban, who they make deals with and have now allowed to run where they've left over, and Al-Qaeda, who you can prove they're literally working with in Syria. Make sense of that. And they're still using this. They're still currently using this broadened out of the definition, the mission creep that goes all the way back to 9/11 to claim that they're still fighting terrorism, and now they can extend this out to wherever they claim is connected. And imagine trying to make the case that Iran is working with the people that the U.S. is currently supporting. It says, under the proposed AUMF, was it PDF 4 right there, which was drafted to replace the 2001-2002 authorizations, still in effect, military force against the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and designated associated forces is renewed on January 20th, 2022. And every 4 years after, which happened under the last administration and will happen again in 2026, the president, and which I guarantee Trump will continue it, the president is to submit a report on the use of military force. This is different than the War Powers Act, which includes a proposal to repeal, modify, or leave in place the current one, which, guess what? They always seem to leave it in place or modify it to allow more powers, which is what we always know they do. When the president determines that a new organization, person, or force in an association force covered, their report should be submitted to the appropriate congressional committees and leadership. A similar procedure is to be followed. So basically just expand it whenever they want. A similar procedure is to be followed when adding new foreign countries to the list of places where the U.S. is at war. So realize right there, every one of these guys, what they did was simply sidestep the reality of Congress even being involved. And so now they can just extend these countries out. There's no declaration of war. They're just broadening out the original, which I argue was an original sidestep of their powers in the first place. Now it says new countries are any country other than Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Somalia, Yemen, and Libya. Iran. Now it says the authorization of use of military force proposal was put forward by Republican Senator Bob Corker and Democratic Senator Tim Kaine. Of course, bipartisan, as always. In 1973, Congress passed the War Powers Resolution as a response to the Vietnam War. The resolution was intended to ensure that the President of the United States could only deploy military forces abroad through declarations of war, statutory authorizations, or the case of a national emergency. So none of those apply right now, to make that very simple from before. There's no declaration of war, either from him independently or from Congress. There's no statutory authorization. There's no acts in place. This is simply them unilaterally acting for Israel. There's clearly no national emergency, which I guarantee that's where they're going to lean into: national emergency, national security threat, and emerging of the two. It says what the proposed AUMF would effectively do at the time anyway, and still to this day, is cement Congress as the war clerk for the executive branch, simply filing what they say. It would represent a complete abdication of responsibility over matters of war, as granted by the separation of powers in U.S. government. The president would come to leaders of congressional committees with a report that is reviewed, filed, and updated accordingly, with Congress's only task to make sure they can fit the latest war making into the parameters laid out for perpetual war. That's where we have been. Trump's latest strikes, this is back in 2018, against Syria, renewed attention on Congress's failure to assert authority over war making by the executive branch. Several Democrats, like Representatives Nancy Pelosi, made process critiques and argued there must be a UAMF. See? For Syria before Trump could pursue more war. So we made the case at the time. We don't care about you authorizing war. We just need you to file it for us. File down that that's an extension of this, and we'll go along with it, because that's the main point. And it says, yet the proposed UAMF, the authorization for use of military force, does not really deal with the issue of military action against sovereign countries. See, they're pretending like this expanded out into the terrorists they're fighting within those countries. And of course, they broaden that out to being, oh, well, the countries are working with the terrorists. All right. So, but now it just becomes they're overthrowing countries, and you've just mission creeped this into absolute war. It does not provide authority for the president to use military force against any nation state, but it also does not contemplate what Congress should do if the president is engaged in actions like the strikes of Syria, or like we just saw in Iran, which senators of representatives never approved. Biden did the same thing, guys. It says Republican Senator Rand Paul also outlined his opposition at the time to the AUMF while he was on CNN on April 17, 2018. He says, quote, "It is a good idea to debate whether we should be at war or not," which is what we've ignored. But that doesn't happen anymore. Unfortunately, the authorization for use of military force they're putting forward actually expands the president's ability to commit war. Quote, he continued, quote, "For the first time, it will list 6 or 7 groups that we're at war with, without ever declaring that, you understand. It says, if you remember, after 9/11, we were at war with those who attacked us, they claim anyway, and who aided and abetted them. But now," which in and of itself, by the way, was evidence-free broadening out of this, which just became whoever they aimed at. But now, it says, "This is for the first time going to codify 6 or 7 groups, maybe 10 to 15 countries that we can be at war with. It's limitless." That's what Rand Paul said. Here we are now. Quote, "If we detect any of the groups having any activity in any country, the president can go to war there. He just has to submit a notice saying, hey, guys, we're now at war with a new country." And that, to me, is not a limitation. It's an expansion of war making, and I think it's a huge mistake. So I completely agree with that. The difference today, which if you can believe it, is now they're not even using the authorization of use of military force. Trump just bombs Iran and says, powers or whatever. It's the same thing he did with immigration. I don't know if they're just that stupid or just that brilliant, just blithely ignoring this, and it seems to work. I don't know. I think it's ignorance, quite frankly. Efforts to repeal and update the authorization for use of military force have occurred multiple times in the past decade. Most prominently, in 2015, Obama provided legislation for the use of the authorization for use of military force that would cover strikes against ISIS, wherever they may be, or wherever they actually are, the Israeli-U.S. group that they are. The proposal lacked limitations like this recent proposal. Why? Because then they could go, well, ISIS anywhere. That was the point. Congress never voted on the authorization, and Obama continued to rely on the AUMF to claim authority for military action. So it just seems like these are all tools. Now that we're beyond even that, they're going, look, we can do what we want. Prove me wrong. Quote, the last thing says, over the last 16 years, remember up until 2018, we have witnessed the consequences of unfettered executive power in matters of war. This is a congressman saying this. Instead of further endorsing perpetual war, we need to insist on a use of authorization of military force that is narrow, clearly defined, and respects Congress's constitutional duty to debate and authorize military action. That's Senator Lee, who's no longer in Congress, I understand. But what's crazy to me is even that is going, we just need to better the use of authorization. No, we don't. The authorization is wrong. The war power is wrong. We need to go back to the central point, which is the Constitution, which is not debatable. Donald Trump or whoever's in power does not have that power. Congress does. And he's required to go to Congress to debate the reality of what needs to happen. We're debate whether it's good or bad or going to hurt our interest or whether Americans even want that, but not anymore. That's where we are right now. And it's only gotten worse ever since. Now, also include this, by the way, just an article to read, Caitlin Johnstone, silence from the resistance, was the left at the time, as Senate votes to maintain Trump's war powers. So just really trying to show you as far back, there's never been a binary. This has always been the government who will happily hand over powers back and forth as it suits the one main goal, war, control over your lives. So that's the image for the show, for the podcast is Mick resistance. It's not real. Just like it's not real today. I mean, there are plenty of real people that wanted to resist. There's plenty of real America First people right now, but the game, the manipulation, the Mick resistance, that's the current MAGA group that doesn't actually believe America First. It's the Zionist-controlled entities. It's always a game. They're handing more power to the power. Now, Insider Paper, at least one of the B-2 bombers was flown by a female we showed you earlier, just showing you how weird this all is, how it's just one thing. And on top of that, this is an interesting point to make, this contradiction, which I think is a funny point for two reasons. One, because it's obvious that nobody should disregard how obvious the contradiction in logic is about Russia and Ukraine or whatever else. And now they just unilaterally bomb Iran and no one makes the same argument. But on top of that, what's funny about it is because of this account, which I'm not familiar with, starts with the caucasity, which is I've newly under now. I didn't know that before, looked it up. Apparently it's like the audacity of like white people, which is just ridiculous. The idea that it's only, the white privilege and all of that, which, clearly there is an overlapping point to be made about people that feel that they can do what they want because of skin color. Zionism is all over that. point, though, is that I've never wanted to lean into the racially motivated argument, them versus them. But what's funny to me is I just like to make the point that everything other than that one word is absolutely exactly what she's correct. I mean, mostly her point's about the hypocrisy. But what's funny, and probably how this works, is that because it comes from a certain side about certain things, people disregard all the other information. That's partisanship for you. It's just breeds stupidity.
Have you seen the posts of these chicken liver cowards who are falling over themselves to praise Trump for the very thing they condemn Putin for? America has just done to Iran what Russia did to Ukraine, which the West did not hesitate to condemn Russia for. It's an illegal, unprovoked attack. It's a declaration of war, a violation of international law, all of which I also said. But at least I'm applying the same standard to America, while these bloody hypocrites are singing a different tune.
Now, that is one nuance I would I would feel different on. It's very important to understand that this is not the same thing. What happened with Russia and Ukraine was not even remotely an unprovoked attack. That's insane. The long-term flooding, it's the same with Syria. It's like trying to pretend that Syria responding to the groups that U.S. and Israel were funding in their country is their terrorism. Or the Soleimani and them pushing back against the illegal invasion of Iraq was their terrorism. It's the same stupid argument. They were seeding terrorism and not neo-Nazis in Ukraine since the 40s, guys. It's very provable. It goes back to CIA operation called Operation Aerodynamic. It's very provable. And Israel gets involved with that. They were funding the Al-Azhar movement provably in 2018. So they created this. Those people then started ethnically cleansing people in the Donbass and Crimea, and they rightly fled to people that would protect them. So the bottom line is you can't say, her point is she probably thinks that, saying, I said the same thing then. Well, you were wrong when you said it then, in my opinion. Now, that's not to say that Russia did not commit crimes. There's plenty of examples of them, doing all sorts of things governments do. But that's not the same as saying that what happened there was some unilateral act of aggression. It's just not what happened. Ask the people of Donbass how long they've been pleading with Russia to defend them against these people.
Why? I'll tell you why. The standard is always different for the West. The hypocrisy is staggering. Because how do you have the caucasity to demand that Iran de-escalate while you endorse the escalation of Israel and America? How do you have the temerity to demand that Iran negotiate without acknowledging that Iran was always at the negotiation table before Israel bombed it? Did you condemn Israel for bombing Iran? No. All you did was parrot the usual bullshit. Israel has the right to defend itself. From what? A no-nuclear weapon Iran? Make it make sense. And when America goes ahead and attacks Iran, what do? Iran must not have a nuclear weapon, but Iran has no nuclear weapon. So there was no legal justification for the attack from one sovereign state to another sovereign state. You know all this. But because a different standard applies to white people, white nations, white interests, you think.
Now, see, that's the point. Now, she's trying to make it only about race. Now, you have to be honest that does play a factor here, but I don't think it's about race. I think that's just one overlap. I think this is far more about supremacy that doesn't apply only to white overlap. But either way, you guys can decide for yourself. It's very obvious that these groups are, again, you could point out the different, racial differences even that they don't care about in some contexts. It's more about the supremacy of the ideology. But there is a racial overtone. Even people like Avi Shlaim, the Israeli historian, will absolutely tell you that. His statement is Zionism is racism. That's exactly what it is. But nonetheless, I think the important part is to highlight the crimes being committed, not necessarily the racial overlaps, because I don't think everybody involved has the same opinion about those things. I'm just pointing that out because don't let that's why I'm showing this in the first place, disregard the main point that they are simply being obviously hypocritical. The double standard is everywhere.
That we will buy all of your lies, gaslighting, and obfuscations. Hook, line, and sinker. You must take us for fools. You must think we lack critical thinking skills. Well, I'm here to tell you, you're wrong. Because history has taught the world a valuable lesson that the West doesn't want to learn. You think you're all powerful, huh? Invincible, untouchable, impenetrable. Okay, carry on. There will be a day of reckoning.
I agree. I think it's already happening. But what's interesting though is, you have to look at the different places in the world and how the majority of different countries that are just not one category. The idea is clearly there is a supremacist mindset to a lot of this. And I don't think it's about white versus everything else, but it's about cultural differences, which very clearly are drawn around racial lines for a lot of people. But it's an important nuance, but it's just important to see the blatant hypocrisy of what they did. Just the best right there, comparing it to Russia. It's just insane. The willingness to just blatantly misrepresent. Catherine Austin Fitts points out that any confirmation that this is accurate, evidence Iran has been given advance notice as U.S. insisted attack on nuclear sites is a one-off. So who knows? That's why I'm not going to go into deeper on it, because it's a possibility. It's stated as their insight, their sources say. But I think there's a lot of evidence that suggests that this might have been how this went. The bombers were publicly discussed. Clearly, Iran was moving things around. They knew. So I think they were told. Maybe that was the U.S. going around Israel. I don't know. All possible. But what I do feel in this is there's some level of trying to walk this back. There are people in this that, look, I think other than some of the most maniacal Zionists in both sides of the government, U.S. and Israel, most of these people don't want nuclear war, guys. They don't want this to spin out because that hurts their interests and their businesses and their control of your life. So I get the sense that this might have been partly what happened. So just consider that as it goes forward and wonder what that might cause. Now, here is the Iranian ambassador to the United Nations. It's interesting what he had to say here, and it's important to listen with an open mind, objective, because you're being lied to, guys, about Iran, about Israel's and in what Israel's doing, what they're claiming is happening in the country, the nuclear conversation. It's the whole damn thing. So let's play this clip from Decentered News. He says, Iranian ambassador Amro Saeed Iravani calls out Israeli nukes at the UN Security Council. So one thing we all know, that it's just becoming, impossible to ignore at this point, that they have nukes. Condemns U.S. and Israeli aggression, hypocrisy, and asks Security Council and the IAEA to uphold international law.
Iran's nuclear.
Have you seen?
Sorry
about that.
Under the world's most extensive IAEA inspections, Iran has long advocated for a nuclear weapon-free zone in the Middle East. Israel is the only possessor of undeclared nuclear weapon in the region.
I've said that so many times. It's easy to look up. It happens every time. They put forward a very well put together and articulated that everyone in the region agrees to get rid of all nuclear progression, as long as Israel does it too, and they refuse. Meanwhile, claiming they don't have it, you understand. So if they don't have it, there shouldn't be a problem. But then they refuse, so the U.S. says no, and so they turn down what they're asking for, which shows you that it's not really about what they're claiming.
It refused to accede to the NPT and block regional disarmament efforts. We are alarmed by credible report that the United States, as a depository of NPT, may be joining this war. Any such support violate the NPT and undermine global security.
His point is the non-proliferation treaty. And so with the U.S. joining this in their attacks, he's claiming they're already violating but they don't care. Whether it's UN resolutions or their own pacts, their own agreements, the U.S., there's nothing sacred for this government. They've shown that with everything they do. They will violate agreements with anybody if it suits their interests, which is what, and just to be clear, that's not just my interpretation. That's pretty much a global understanding at this point, which people readily lay out. They will not hold to their agreements, so why would we make deals with them? So they strong arm, they force, they use violence.
The selective invocation of international law by U.S. France, using it when convenient, discarding it when it constrained their allies, is a form of institutional hypocrisy that gravely undermines the credibility of this council and the international law.
So just because it is reading, I'm just going to, it's probably hard for some people to understand, and I want to kind of get through it. So I'm just going to read the rest of it. So he simply says, let's be clear. Iran's nuclear program is peaceful and under the world's most extensive inspections. Iran has long advocated for a nuclear weapons-free zone in the Middle East. Israel is the only possessor of undeclared nukes in the region. The regime committed war crimes, crimes against humanity, and state terrorism. The attacks on safeguarded nuclear facilities sets a dangerous precedent. See, that's the thing, guys. These are things that have been investigated and are in compliance with the international community, and they bomb them. There's just nothing sacred for these people, and they know what they're doing. And they're just because they state what they want the narrative to be does not then make that the truth. They have to prove these things. And that's why they go UN is Iran, because that's where they would need to do that. The already dire situation has been exacerbated by mounting and irrefutable evidence of direct involvement by the United States in this illegal war of aggression. The so-called preemptive attack and existential threat claims used by this terrorist regime, Israel, and its allies to justify aggression have no basis in international law. These are false excuses for Israeli aggression. And I can understand, even if they could prove those things, there is a process to this. There's not some unilateral attack. But and even though what they're claiming would not justify an attack in the first place. It says Iran has never initiated any war, while Israel, as an occupying and terrorist regime, has a long and dark history of illegal use of force. They do. Violation of all legal international norms. They do. Assassination. Yep. And nuclear secrecy that destabilized the entire region. All verifiable. Iran has, and again, you can claim Iran's lying about that they haven't initiated wars, but make your case. Lay out the evidence, not what Israel or intelligence says. Iran has exercised its inherent right to self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. Our response has complied fully with international law, including humanitarian law. I'd love someone to try to prove that wrong. Iran will continue to and you know, all you get are the arguments like Rubio. They're the ones that do bad things and we shouldn't allow it. That's the kind of emotional, fact-free argument you get when if he really wanted to prove this in a legal sense, they've never even tried. Iran will continue to exercise its right as long as the Security Council fails to discharge its primary responsibility and until the Israeli aggression is fully and unequivocally terminated. Here's a great clip, by the way, as I responded to, who was that? I think it was Alex Jones when I said, here's somebody who actually knows what he's talking about. Scott Horton on Piers Morgan show. I said, Scott really breaks down the blatant lies being told about Iran, some of which I've been stressing specifically about the JCPOA, the Iran deal, primarily that Iran's actions are not a violation of the very deal. It's in fact exactly within it. But Scott is just so well knowledgeable on this and very, important, specific, nuanced details. The bottom line, and as I said, Scott adds a ton of expertise you regularly hear, it's that they're lying about the nuclear program in the first place, guys. And Aaron Mate's in this clip as well. The evidence is all there. If you listen to knowledgeable people with evidence to back up their claims, not emotional partisan screams. Here's what he has to say. Question everything, guys.
Trust the Iranian regime as far as he could throw them when it comes to potentially creating a bomb.
It doesn't come down to trust at all, and I'll beg the rest of the panel's forgiveness. I'll try to stay quiet later on in the hour here and let y'all talk. But just real quick so you understand, we had a deal in 2015 under which Iran exported every bit of their enriched uranium stockpile to France, who would then turn it into fuel rods and then ship it back to Iran to use in their reactor. So
all of which can be proven with multiple processes and foreign governments involved, like France.
Reactor produces plutonium waste, but they don't have the facility required to reprocess plutonium to get all the impurities out to make weapons fuel. So they had no plutonium route to the bomb. The Russians would come and get the plutonium out of their reactor when it was full.
Now, the point is, you could argue that's not true. They are. Okay, then prove that. This is what's frustrating to me, is everyone loves to make these claims, but there's no evidence to back up the idea that, let's say, for example, they do have the facility to make that happen. Well, they don't, as far as I can tell. But if you have evidence otherwise, I'd love to hear it, not just Israel and Trump say.
And time, every couple of years or whatever. Now, their uranium route to the bomb, because they were exporting every bit of their enriched uranium out of the country, was they have this arbitrary timeline breakout period. They call it the breakout point, that it would take them 1 year if they decided to withdraw from the treaty, kick the inspectors out of the country, and begin to enrich weapons-grade uranium. It would take them a year to have enough to make one bomb with.
Now, that's weapons grade. Now, this is the point. That has to be over 90%. That's why I always say that. So the point is, to do that, you'd first have to get to that point, which is why the argument of enriching uranium increasing is what they use to scare you, because the point is that would be a step you would need to eventually get to that point. But 60% is not 90%, and they haven't even made the material, arguably, to make the bomb. That's the point. And yet they just attack these facilities based on these lies.
Now, the new report that came out said that on top of that, it would take them another couple of years to have an actual warhead ready to do anything with it.
Right.
And I'm sorry this is complicated, but I know people can follow on this if you know anything about the history here. Let me explain real quick now that the Nagasaki bomb was a implosion bomb, a plutonium implosion bomb, which is the type of bomb that can be miniaturized and fit to a missile. But the Hiroshima bomb was a simple gun-type nuke, a uranium nuke, which is a humongous thing. Iran could never fit that on a missile or deliver it to Israel or the United States in a million years.
The point is that's what they're capable of doing. If they're ever, which they're not there yet, if they were to get there, that's what they could produce. So even if they could, even if they had, his point is how would they then be able to then use that against Israel or the United States? Now, again, the evidence is there to back up what he's saying. Certainly, we could disagree with that. But no one I see is presenting the evidence to claim and prove that the opposite is true.
And so if they had a single gun-type nuke or two, it would essentially be to test off a demonstration round in the desert to show that they have one, but it still would not make them an offensive threat to anyone. And as the CIA concluded in 2007, they abandoned all research into a weapons program, even bothering to look into it in 2003 when America got rid of Saddam Hussein for them. And so the fact that they've had now, I'm sorry, get to your point. Donald Trump left the treaty or the agreement in 2018. Now, Pierce, it's complicated, but according to the agreement, Iran is allowed to stop abiding by some of the restrictions in it if America breaks our side of the deal. They actually are still within the larger agreement, even while ceasing to abide by some parts of it.
Despite the fact that it's long gone, right? As far as I understand it, it's not even possible to bring back unless they make something like, it's not like they could just rejoin the JCPOA. I mean, I guess it's possible, but arguably that's been put to bed. So, but his point, I agree with. If you look at the deal as if it was still in existence, then they're still within the deal. That's the whole point. And you can literally prove that. The only one ever violating it was the United States for the interest of Israel.
Now, that 60% enriched uranium stockpile that they built up is clearly, just as it was in the Obama years, is clearly simply a card to play in negotiations to deal away. That uranium is there to give up if they can get America to back down and lift the sanctions. That's all it is. If they wanted to make weapons-grade uranium, they could have made weapons-grade uranium. They weren't doing that. They're getting closer because it's a card to play in negotiations.
Closer in the sense of the percentage, right? But his point is that they could have made this entire time aiming it in a different direction, and they were not. And you can prove that, as the U.S. government has said, including this current administration, as well as the International Atomic Energy Agency. I just don't know how much more clear we can make this. The evidence all points in one direction. The only thing you got is narrative from manipulators.
And now and one last point, and then I swear I'll stop. And you made this point. Nothing changed. Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, says nothing changed. They did not break out toward a nuclear weapon. There was no casus belli here, even if you accepted the premise that you could launch a preemptive war to prevent them from getting a nuke.
His point is they don't have a justifiable, the legal justification to initiate the attack. They don't have that, even if their claims were real. That's what's so crazy about this. That's my point about the rest of it. Is Trump and them are acting in ways that are confound. They must be certain that they will not get in trouble, or maybe they're desperate. Or maybe Trump's being forced and he's going to go to. I don't know. But the point is that for them to just do this without Congress, without the national emergency, without the authorization for use of military force, it seems insane. But then they still haven't gotten in trouble for the previous bucking at the Supreme Court. So maybe we're just being shown that we don't exist where we think we do.
Which is a whole other argument. But even if you accept that premise, nothing had changed in Iran other than the timeline, the arbitrary timeline of Trump's demand had expired, and you hear Trump and the rest of the hawks trying to conflate having a nuclear program at all with being on the verge of achieving a nuclear weapons capability. And this is what George W. Bush called shorthanding it. In other words, they just imply a bunch of lies because they can't explain what they mean.
Yep. Every time.
Trust you. Having a nuclear program at all, the arbitrary timeline of Trump's demand had expired.
That's what it was. I remember myself. So that's why the argument before is that Trump felt like a fool because he laid out this timeline and acts like everyone responds to his demands because he's so tough, and then they didn't do anything. And so the argument was he felt like he had to save face by bombing a country. It's crazy, but certainly wouldn't surprise me. Now, Laura Logan says, Iran believes it has the right to have a nuclear weapons, which it does, by the way, like everybody else, and has never stopped working towards that goal. It kills me. Like, I'm of the mind that Laura Wells knows well that's not true. You can make of that what you will. Charlie Kirk says, Vice President J.D. Vance explains why President Trump ultimately decided to strike Iran. Here's what he had to say.
Most importantly, we trust what the intelligence was telling us about the Iranians stonewalling the negotiation. I think.
Meaning what Israel said. Everyone else said otherwise. What Israel said over Americans, right? I mean, whether it's about Gabbard and the bomb or what people were telling you about the so-called negotiations, you know, the ones that Israel were bombing them while it was happening. But Vance is telling you that we listen to what Israel said. That shouldn't be shocking to anybody.
That is really the hidden story here, and something the media has got to report a little bit more here, is that the Iranians stopped negotiating in good faith.
Nope. I mean, are we new to this? Is this Blinken again telling us it's only Hamas that has to do so? Guys, it's very clear what was happening. Everyone was paying it. It's ridiculous. They were clearly in negotiation, despite the fact that they had already said, why are we dealing with somebody who is not acting in good faith? You are the ones acting constantly without good faith, where you're pulling out of deals, you're lying about what's happening. But regardless, they still decided to try to deal with you because they saw it as clearly what was in interest of de-escalation. And in the midst of this conversation, as your argument was, do something you're not able to do, which is stop doing something that you're not doing. And they know that, and they say that in the deal. And then in the deal, they're like the point is, imagine how this must be going. Like, you're at a table with someone and you go, look, man, you know we don't have the thing, right? So let's just get past that. We can't not do something that we're not even doing in the first place. So then, you know, I'm willing to bet you that there's a level of that on the table. My personal opinion. But the point is, he comes out with this argument, right? The idea that they are not acting in good faith, and that's why we responded. But the point is, right up until that point, they were at the table. The only difference was Israel attacked them. They then came back, and Israel attacked them again. And they said, finally, they said, look, we can't keep having the conversation of negotiations while Israel is bombing us. And that's where it basically stalled. But yeah, that's clearly their fault, right? I mean, it's just, this is the best they can do. Let that sink in.
That was the real catalyst, I think, to what the president ultimately decided to do. If we were having a productive negotiation, I think that this could have gone in a much different pathway. Unfortunately, the Iranians decided to stonewall us, and we saw the consequences of that last night.
Right. So how about even you ask yourself, had they just been like, we don't agree? Okay. Like, we're done negotiating. Okay. So your response is to just bomb the country with no justification, no unit, with no congressional approval? Like, how does that make sense? Like, even let's just say they said, screw you, America. Why would the response be immediately go to, because that was always the plan. The rest is nuance. The rest is narrative. Israel wanted that, so they did it. I mean, this has to start becoming clear to everybody. Here is CNN talking with Iran's deputy foreign minister. Now, the question being asked, this is CNN doing the same, left and right. It's all the same thing as far as I'm concerned. There's specific ways they play their side, but they're all about towing the line. He goes, why did the government surge production to 60% uranium? Well, you just heard that. But let's look at the way she frames it.
Why did you surge production of 60% uranium to the point that you have right now between Trump's inauguration and now? Back then, you had maybe a 5 to 6 weapon capacity if you had decided to. Now, a 10 weapon capacity with these 400 kilos of 60% uranium. Why did you do that?
That was such a grossly misrepresented. Look, this guy has a language barrier. She just very clearly misrepresented the reality that having 60% enriched uranium allowed them to have certain amounts of nuclear weapons. That's flatly not true. I mean, the point is that they like, as we just heard, I've told you many times over. I mean, you can ask Grok for all you want. If you have to produce the kind of thing they're discussing, you have to have generally over 90% enrichment. And yet she's framing it as right now they've got the potential to make all these different weapons. As far as I could tell, that's simply not true. But here's how he responded.
You know, we were acting based on our rights within the NPT. We didn't have anything wrong.
Right.
IAEA inspectors were present in Iran.
So he's simply saying that the International Atomic Energy Agency was there. We enriched to 60% because that was within the legal deals of both the JCPOA broken and the National Proliferation Treaty. That's what he said. So he didn't even address I guess he probably didn't even understand what she was trying to blend together with the idea of whether they could produce these bombs. The point is they acted within the deal. They acted within the legal requirements and have been kept the entire time. I mean, it's amazing how you can make a mountain out of a molehill with this information.
You know, different reports of IAEA testify the fact that we have been very, straightforward in our nuclear program. So there is no ban on 60% enriched uranium, which are being used, in different places for peaceful purposes.
Yeah, so a civilian program, which is the point. Now, you don't need to enrich to that point for that. The reality is, like we just discussed, whether it's a negotiation tactic, regardless, it's within the parameters of the deal the U.S. government agreed to. And should they want that to stop, they knew how to stop it. They can re-enter a negotiation to reach that deal, which Trump is not trying to succeed at, guys. He's simply going, which I'm going to come to in a second. How, now, after certain things they've done, for them to walk it back to the square one point, which is what they're already doing, which is a civilian program. But realize before this action, their argument was nothing. You can't have anything nuclear, otherwise we're going to bomb you. That's not negotiation. That's not a deal. That's them screaming what they want and forcing response. They didn't respond, so that's why they bombed him. That's the ridiculous nature of all this. The point here is he's simply reiterating that. We were just doing this because it's been the deal. There was no problem there. And her argument that it's already bomb-worthy, that's not back.
Been very, straightforward in our nuclear program. So there is no ban on 60% enriched uranium, which are being used, in different places for peaceful purposes. But to use that as a pretext to use aggression against Iran, that is something that we resist.
Okay, but even the IAEA says, and they put out a public statement shortly before these strikes began, that they had never before seen that amount of stockpile of that much enriched uranium by any country that does not have a nuclear weapon.
Right. So, well, this has already been very well established. And let's be clear for the third time, regardless of that metric they make up, which not make up, but they weirdly make in a way that sounds like they haven't reached over 90% to be able to make the stuff needed to make the bomb. Anyone can look this stuff up. So the crazy part is you're trying to frame this as, no non-weapons seeking countries ever reached that. Well, they've already made clear why this is happening, as he just explained, because it was within the deal. And it was, and as Scott points out, a negotiation tactic. So if we know it's legal, which it is, which we know it's within the deal they made. And the International Atomic Energy Agency has always been there monitoring everything. And both the U.S. government and them tell you they're not even trying to seek the bomb. What are we talking about? I mean, really think about that for a second. The rest is just the scaremongering narrative created off the actions that were within the agreements they made. Doesn't that just seem cartoonish? It is cartoonish. And so, and then the last part is, so the IAEA puts out a statement that we already overlap, by the way, is clearly immersed with Palantir in Israel now, which has been that way for a while. I think since Amano, the previous director, was arguably killed by Israel. That's the state sentiment, that he got rapid turbo cancer and died within like a month. Very strange to me. And he was the one that had said in the past that he felt they were trying to, assassinate him essentially. But they put out a statement that says, no other countries ever reached this level with not seeking a nuclear bomb, which does not state that they are seeking a nuclear bomb. In fact, they stated otherwise, as well as the fact that they forgot to mention that was allowed within their agreement. But that statement alone, without all the facts, makes it sound like it's suspicious, doesn't it? That's all they do. Now, of course, shouldn't you stand here and go, but Ryan, couldn't they? Of course they could. Have I said any different this entire time? Of course it could be happening. Of course that might be the reality. Where's the evidence? All I care about. As Aaron Mate points out, Tulsi now says that America has intelligence that Iran is at the point that they can produce a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to months. That's what she's now saying. If they decide to finalize the assembly, which is just flatly false as far as I can tell with everything we're looking at. She did not say that in her March testimony shown below. I've shown you this 50 times over. This is her speaking, where she literally says that they are not. In fact, let's just play it real quick. Why not? Even though we've already done it, 3 times in the past few shows. The point is to show that she's lying, guys. And that's what's so incredible to me. Like the basic overlap of what she does, what she had said, what she said now. She's lying. And it really, the question really needs to be why? Why would she so blatantly lie and put herself out there?
Iran continues to seek expansion of its influence in the Middle East, despite the degradation to its proxies and defenses during the Gaza conflict.
Even, by the way, even those things she's called out in the past, you know, the proxy elements, the lies of the U.S. government creating forever wars. She's part of the team now.
Iran has developed and maintains ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and UAVs.
Like every other country in the world that's, you know, has the ability to.
Including systems capable of striking U.S. targets and allies in the region.
Like anybody
Tehran
else.
has shown a willingness to use these weapons, including
like everyone we're talking about right now, especially the U.S. and Israel.
during a 2020 attack on U.S. forces in Iraq.
Yeah, when they were illegally invading Iraq, right? Or continuing to illegally occupy Iraq, or any number of variations therein, which is the truth.
And in attacks against Israel in April and October 2024.
That's after, of course, what you know were attacks on Iran and on back and forth and the same ongoing discussion. It's so frustrating to frame it one-sided like that.
Iran's cyber operations and capabilities also present a serious threat to U.S. networks and data.
And all she means is the fact that they're capable of doing that is a threat. That's what she means. Like every other country that's capable of doing that. But there are only threats when they decide to make them into threat.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that
so they're not building a weapon, and he hasn't authorized the program to do so. Seems pretty clear to me.
he suspended in 2003.
Has not continued the program he suspended before the deal. Seems pretty clear.
The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program.
Right. The international community, the intelligence community, continues to monitor if they should do that. I mean, how are we missing this? You pretty clearly just said that's not what's happening.
In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus.
Sure. And you know who's doing that more than anybody? The U.S. government and the rest, who are literally proving to them that the only way you're going to get away from this is if you just make them anyway. We'll blame you. We'll say, see, we always told you. But just like with North Korea, it creates a situation where now you are, you know, arguably no longer able to be bullied around. But they continue to show you they're not doing it. They continue to stand by that religious mindset that they don't believe it's within their religion to do so. But there are people within the government that say we should. And it's completely understandable to get why that may be the case. And even when they then say that, they go, see, we told you. It's like, that's the best you can do is them going, we really should do that because you forced us in the position. And that proves that they've always done it. I mean, that's so lazy.
Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons.
Right. That's where that comes from. And that's because the IAEA said that, but it does not prove in any way that they're doing that. In fact, they said explicitly that they were not.
Iran will likely continue efforts to counter Israel and press for U.S. military withdrawal from the region by aiding, arming, and helping to reconstitute its loose consortium of like-minded terrorists and militant actors, which it refers to as its axis of resistance. Although weakened,
which is just the people they're working with to fight off the occupations of an illegal regime. It's pretty simple, right? I mean, you can prove this 1,000 times over. To try to make that to Iran is just not true.
This collection of actors still presents a wide range of threats, including to Israel's population, U.S. forces deployed in Iraq and Syria, and to U.S. and international military and commercial shipping and transit.
Right. Okay. So that's the clip that Tulsi Gabbard posted, as if that somehow contradicts what we're hearing, right? And here's what she said. The dishonest media is intentionally taking my testimony out of context. You just heard it. That's the video she posted. As a way to manufacture division. America has intelligence that Iran is at the point that it can produce a nuclear. Are you kidding? Is that really? That's not even close to what she just said right there. She very clearly said, again, no, they're not. And that the best she said there was that they were producing 60%, which no country ever had. That's not new. Well, we know why. And even if you want to argue that's another reason, then prove it. This insinuation game they play. I mean, think about her knowing we can watch the video she posts and pretending that it says something it doesn't. That's sort of like Stephen Miller telling you they won a Supreme Court ruling. They did not. That's where they're at right now. You can call it desperation. Maybe we see that they're just able to get away with it today. I don't know. But so back to Erin Mate. She did not say this in her March testimony, as you just heard. That's because it's not a U.S. intelligence conclusion, but intelligence provided by Israel. That's what's going on. No U.S. intelligence assessment endorses the Israeli claim that Iran could produce a bomb within weeks. He says, I've been told this by an insider source, but it's also just the basic reality of the evidence we can see. And it says, it's obvious that the way Tulsi words her statements below. If Israel tells America that Iran, quote, can produce a nuclear weapon within weeks, then yes, America now has that intelligence. Seems to make sense. Dishonest. That doesn't mean it's true, which it's not, or that America even believes it, which it doesn't. Not even half of his community, guys. Moreover, let's pretend for a moment that the Israeli lie of weeks is correct. Note Tulsi's caveat, if. She's acknowledging that Iran has not decided to build a nuclear weapon. That's because Iran has said it doesn't want one and is willing to commit to that in a binding deal. The one they were negotiating until Trump and Israel sabotaged it, and not for the first time. What Iran says it won't do is compromise its sovereignty right to peaceful enrichment and to self-defense. Trump and Israel insist, by contrast, on unconditional surrender. How simple this is. Iran won't surrender. And the question of surrender actually applies internally. Beyond Trump and allied Israel firsters, does the rest of America, from the Tulsi overseen intel community on down, want to surrender its sovereignty to Israeli leaders and their pro-war lies? That's the paramount question in these dangerous days. Well said. Now, this is also, again, her post. Here's what Dave Benner posted. He said, you're 100% compromised. Here is your actual testimony regarding the nuclear program, in case you forgot. The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Khamenei has not authorized the program. You just heard it yourself, but I mean, it's just very unnerving that people like Gabbard are at the point where they have to lie about what you can listen to them say, because are they being blackmailed? I mean, I've never seen a better thought. Like, I have no evidence to the effect, but for someone to do this after they just made a huge long-term effort to fight against these things, I mean, that screams blackmail. But again, that's just my personal gut, because why would you make yourself look that stupid? Now, Hegseth, of course, claims Iran's nuclear ambitions were obliterated after the strikes, which is what you keep hearing. The narrative. But just to show you now that recently, before I went live, Khamenei, the leader in Iran, or rather his advisor, says Iran's enriched uranium remains despite U.S. attacks. I mean, they were warned. In fact, there's evidence that claims they were warned way ahead. The bombers were publicly discussed. They moved these things out of the way. They probably did it on purpose so Israel can say they moved it. Now we have to keep bombing, probably what they wanted. Now, we're going to, I think, let's see. There wasn't much to go over in general, but Iran's parliament has now voted to close the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I haven't seen if that's actually taken effect. Arguably, I don't think it will really be seen until tomorrow. But you guys tell me in the chat if you've seen any indications of this. How long have we talked about this? How long have we talked about the war with Yemen and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and the ability to try to find another route for the oil and different shipping, because they always knew Iran could shut this down should they act the way they're acting, which is always the point. And so now they're voted to do so. Now, as far as I can tell, I haven't seen it actually take effect just yet. So let me know if you see anything in the chat. But we will be coming back to this, because my point is this is a major move. This will dramatically affect everybody in the context of shipping, oil prices. The fact that even the statement has already caused prices to go up. And of course, they'll blame Iran for that. But why wouldn't they take advantage of a tool they have in front of them to coerce you to stop being a belligerent terrorist? You realize they're just bombing their country right now. And the point is they're the idea that they're like, this would be the equivalent of China shutting down the waterways right around their country, and the U.S. claiming they're restricting pathways. Sorry, if the U.S. government decided to shut down the Gulf of Mexico or any other way and control the flow, do you think they would call that anything other than their ability to control their area? It's just there's always so much hypocrisy. But this move is a huge move if it fully takes effect. Now, I'm willing to bet it probably wouldn't, more so in the way that they'll dictate who can come and go, which would be kind of a Yemeni point about the flow. But again, I don't want to speculate too much. We'll have to wait and see if it even happens. But this will be, if this happens, the U.S. will use this to carry this into something more serious. Mark my words, because that is very important to their agendas. Now, funny enough, I went back, look, this is back from 2016. This might have well even been one, and look, I couldn't find the video. It was gone. But this might be one of the very first video compilations I ever put together. And the title is Breaking News. Iran may have shut down the Strait of Hormuz. That's 2016. Just showing you again how long we've been doing this. And it's simply social media observers had raised concerns about the waterway potentially being shut down. The argument being that no ship had passed within 15 hours. It didn't turn out to be anything, I don't think, but just interesting to think about that all the way back then. We were watching this and concerned about where it'd go. Here's a website, traffic website you can look at. But interesting just to point out. Of course, the U.S. now, and this is where I think it spins into reaction, right? So they threaten to shut this down, and all of a sudden you see a narrative change. The U.S. urges China to dissuade Iran from closing the Strait, which is just funny to me that you're going to petition China to step in, as well as the fact that Insider Paper reports the U.S. would allow Iran, this is today, to operate nuclear power plants, but not enrich its own fuel. That's one step, right? So we'll send you enriched uranium. But what is this is so funny to me. Like this is right now is what they're already doing, despite them making their own. So for them to go, we'll give you what you're already doing is just a game. Acting like what they'll do. Think about it like this. What if right now they go, we'll give you all this, and really they present with what they're already doing. And Iran goes, okay, fine. Well, so we'll just keep doing what we're doing. They will frame that as we won. We bombed them into submission and they caved to our demands, and now they're only doing civilian. Isn't that exactly how it will go? Despite the fact that that's literally what they're already doing. And they're not, I get the sense that will be what they're claiming to make it look like they won, when ultimately, I've seen this happen before. But let's wait to see how this develops. But here's the Hindu saying, U.S. willing to negotiate on Iran nuclear energy. Funny how they only start negotiating once we start seeing actual movements by Iran, which is like shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. Actual things that they might worry about. And then, of course, this is also today, U.S. ready to return to talks. Just think about how dumb this is. So going back to the point, wasn't Rubio just telling you that they were not willing to negotiate? That they didn't negotiate in good faith. Then you bomb them and they go, now we'll go back to talking. Well, you just told us before you bombed them that they weren't willing to negotiate, even though they were. So we're now going to pretend that because you attacked them and killed people that they're now going to decide to negotiate? But you just said they weren't in good faith. Why would you do it now? They're lying about everything. I'm not going to tell you I can suss out every lie and every truth. The bottom line is either they lied about it first and they're just playing this game now. Why would any country go back to speaking with them after they just did this? Why would they then negotiate? Well, Israel still bombs them and the U.S. still sanctions them. Why would they do that? It just doesn't make any sense. And so this is only them trying to frame themselves as the mediator when they're the ones killing. Nick Sorter, President Trump has proposed a new deal with Witkoff. Now, this is before, it was on the 19th. It's very simple and straightforward. No uranium enrichment, bar Iran from working toward nuclear weapon. Well, guess what? That was the JCPOA. But I bet you Nick doesn't even know what that is. This is the Iran deal that Trump said is a super bad deal. It's the dumbest deal in the world. And now we're going to offer you the same deal. And take the deal, Iran. Last chance. I swear we're dealing with kindergartners, guys. These people, how in the world we got to a place where a bunch of children are at the place of the mainstream media? It's just so funny to me. The bottom line is, guys, again, to reiterate, to think that you're going to tell us for this whole time, Obama and the stupid deal and the JCPOA ruined it. It was such a bad deal. And then you go through all of this to simply represent the same concept. That either shows how utterly stupid they are, or that they're just simply, all of this was about creating a circumstance for Israeli agendas that have nothing to do with the facts on the ground. USA Today from yesterday. Donald Trump promises far greater attacks if Iran does not, quote, make peace. Which basically means do what we tell you or we'll keep attacking you and no one will hold us accountable. It's just so blatant to me. Now, Wyatt Reed simply points out, here comes the massive wave of evidence-free war propaganda, which happens every time. Next week, they'll be telling you Iran has hypersonic missiles aimed at your grandma's bingo hall. Here's Reuters. Iran used drug traffickers to stoke trouble in France. I mean, it's just coming out the woodwork. It happens every time. Now, here's an example of something you might have seen. There's many things you're seeing right now, from attacks on the infrastructure and sleeper cells and all the different things you've already heard without evidence that come from Jones and the types like that. But here is one thing you're seeing.
I'm about to show y'all a video of an Iranian man and what he has to say about the evil regime and how they are in support of what Israel is doing and taking out this evil Islamic regime in Iran.
Yeah, right. Okay, so here's a video I'm going to share from TikTok that I can't verify, that you can't see because I'm the one sharing it, of a guy we say is in Iran who believes in everything Israel wants you to know. Okay, get ready for a really strong Iranian accent.
What's up, my people? Just wanted to share with y'all that the Islamic regime in Iran, the Islamic government, shut down the internet for over 12 hours right now, so we haven't heard anything of our families and friends. And remember, this is not America, this is not Israel doing this. This is a fucking government in Iran. This is an Islamic regime.
Yeah, certainly could. Certainly could be the case. I wouldn't be surprised if Iran decided to take an action like that, seeing as how they know what these outside forces are doing. I would criticize it. I don't like the idea of suppressing the flow of information to people in the country, which I've criticized in the past. I've also criticized the fact that the US and Israel have actively shut this government's internet down many times over the years. But let's just list perfectly English-speaking Iranian who, which certainly could be, but I just think it's hilarious to me that this is the regurgitation. This thing I saw, I'm going to share as if we know what's going on here. Typical TikTok nonsense, but here's what's funny. You already saw this. We talked about it earlier, right? This was on the 18th. Iran, and by the way, this is Ynet News, but it's now, or Israel has claimed this themselves, hacks TV station to air what we showed you earlier. Regime footage of them going, resist the Iranian regime, to a bunch of people that already know they're lying. It's funny. But that means they hacked them to do that. Okay, so we have evidence already of Israel infiltrating their cyberspace and infiltrating their infrastructure. That's not hard to see. They've done this many times over the years and been caught for it. Okay, so it's not possible that, here is a statement from the Department of Homeland Security. Pro-Iranian hacktivists are likely and cyber actors affiliated with Iranian government may conduct attacks in the U.S. So hyping the idea of, actually, technically that should be further over here. But the point of just hyping the idea that they're going to be doing this and attacking and hacking and, okay. Well, here, Israel, according to Channel 9, on the 17th, has launched a massive cyber attack on Iran's digital infrastructure. Okay, do you think maybe that might have caused the internet outage? I don't know. I know it's crazy. It's a crazy abstract thought to think that their attack on their cyber infrastructure would maybe cause an outage of the internet. No, that's insane talk, Ryan. It's got to be they're doing it to themselves because that makes sense. I mean, it could. But every time I've seen this in the past, it's already been proven this is an attack on them to suppress the flow of information as they attack Iranians. Because the point is, they want Iranians to believe they're under some revolution as opposed to Israel creating it. Because Iranians do not want this. That's actually one of the clearest parts of this. So they need to create a momentum. But if they allow you to see, they're going to see shows like ours. They're going to see the information. They're going to go Israel. So they break it down. And guess what? Here's Times of Israel. Iran reports major Israeli cyber war as Tehran restricts internet for citizens. Right. So the point is, Iran is telling you Israel's attacking them, and the world goes, Iran shuts down the internet. Now, again, it could be the reverse. But the evidence is what matters, and historically that they've been lied to, or we've been lied to about what's going on. And it's obviously in the interest of Israel to do this like every other time before it. And why, ask yourself, they're not hearing the argument that this is being done to them? Well, this person just makes that same joke. Israel launched a massive cyber war against digital infrastructure in Iran, according to media. And then NetBlock confirms a significant reduction in internet traffic in Iran. Gee, it's almost like the two things are connected, right? That's the point, is you're hearing this only from one side of it, that they shut down the internet when you just saw Israel tell you they carried out a cyber attack against them. It's painful that we even have to go through all of this. And then Sam Tripoli points to a report from the 19th. Former CIA hacker warns that the U.S. will likely face massive cyber attack from Iran within the next 30 days, or they're seeding a false flag setup. As Sam says, sounds like the CIA is going to do a giant cyber attack. Exactly my point. And then you get the Homeland Security. Pro-Iranian hacktivists are likely, well, maybe, but ask yourself, what would be the point? Like, legitimately, who benefits from Iran taking down random things in the United States? Now, if that was followed by an attack, well, yeah, that'd be really hard to not think was Iran involved, and that would benefit their attack. But if we're just seeing these things that happen that shut down social media, or, that they go, Iran is hacking us, well, maybe we should just ask whether that's not Iran. I know, crazy possibility, right? Well, let's finish with people who are out there trying to convince you of the absolute nonsense. Now, I'm not going to go too in-depth in this. There's plenty more I could have included. But I shared this, and it got a really strong response. Let me actually refresh it, and we'll see. Yeah. So I simply pointed this out. Here's a clip from Alex Jones. And he says, Trump knows Iran has the bomb. He says that on June 20th. Think about the timing, guys. So he seeds into his gigantic audience the idea that Trump secretly knows Iran has a nuclear bomb, and then gets them right before they attack Iran, before they specifically attack nuclear facilities. So I'll tell you, these people, as I simply said, this man is deceiving you. They are out there trying to convince you of exactly what suits the deep state interests. Like, are we still pretending these are the rebels fighting the deep state? Guys, you're literally using the highest levels of power through the highest levels of, through government to attack a foreign country. Now, is that, so if they're not the deep state, why are they doing exactly what this guy told you the deep state was going to do? That's a good question. Didn't he tell you that this person would save you from war with Iran? How many times they told you that? It's just painful. And John here says, Alex Jones, along with Tulsi Gabbard, have tossed MAGA under the bus. Question what happened and why. A lot of people are calling this out. Nightwatch Nate says, so basically Alex Jones was priming his audience with BS narrative that Iran already had a nuclear bomb the day before Trump bombs them. Convenient timing, don't you think? Everybody take note. This is what a traitor patriot LARPer Mockingbird show looks like. The ongoer says Israel has the bomb as well. It's true. Target them next with B-2 bombers, destroying their illegal nuclear weapons capacity. Well, okay, so if the point is your argument is that them hiding this is what's illegal, then wouldn't that make Israel's illegal? Of course it would. One of them hasn't. You could prove that. But seeing the funny how they don't care about that side of the conversation, even as one of them commits genocide in multiple countries and ethnically cleanses in others. And yeah, but that's okay. Let them have nuclear bombs. That's okay. You don't think these people know this stuff, guys? That's insane. This person says, if he's lying to us, then if he isn't lying to us, then you are. Who do we trust? Time will tell. I just think that's such a perfect point to make about the way partisans operate. I simply said, as I said in the beginning, you don't need, nor am I asking you to trust me. I provide all the source material and back up the claims I make. That's the difference. It's very simple. Why would you trust anybody in this context? That seems insanely stupid to me. Look for the facts. But if you feel like you need to trust somebody, maybe ask if you've been cultivated to feel a certain way. Now, let me see. I don't think I was even going to get into this. Did I have it? Yeah, I mean, I'll play a little bit real quick.
I've had enough of the ignorance. How many times have I broken news before anybody else? How many times have I been right?
You got to start with that, right? I'm right all the time, and I know everything. And it starts to seem like a grift. Seeing as how it's just not true. Ask David Knight, Greg Reese, True Street Media, Jason Burmis, Bill Cooper. Funny how all of them spin off and go, he's a liar that lies about everything, that makes up information. And, Richard Grove, they'll all tell you that. Like, literally.
I told you 15 years ago, I learned directly from the people that saw the evidence in CENTCOM that they've got ground sensors, let's just leave it at that are in Iran that can drive around and fly around and scoop up everything in the air.
So, in other words, he's listening to what the government tells him. Are we not of the mind that the government can lie to you, like we've heard many times in the past about the CIA giving you false stories and giving you some that's real? So is it not possible that you've been lied to, Jones, about them sensing nuclear material, despite everybody everywhere else telling you that's not true and all the evidence not backing that up? I don't know. It's crazy. I don't know.
And know what level of uranium enrichment and other things they're enriching, other radioactive compounds, fissile material. And then I made calls and talked to people over the years, and they're like, yeah, how do you know that? You're not supposed to know that. So when you got Netanyahu 25 years ago saying they're 2 weeks away, they weren't really 2 weeks away, but within 15 years ago, they got it.
Okay. That's the real point. Jones is convincing you that they have a nuclear bomb. This is somebody not on your side. I mean, unless you're going to present the evidence right now, Alex, that makes the case, not some secret background narrative that comes from the very government you claim you're fighting, but facts. Other than that, then everything else you have in front of you, including the current government you support, has stated many times that's not the truth. Trump is listening to Israel. Who are you listening to?
And now you see the CIA going, oh, Mr. President, if you go to full war with them, they'll go ahead and finish their bomb. Then Mossad said today they're 2 weeks again out. So the Iranians didn't go the route of North Korea bragging they got nukes and showing it off. They've had them for a long time. And people...
I mean, you get the point, guys. Now, look, consider it. Right? Don't disregard, question everything. Consider all possibilities. But ask yourself if this rings true with everything we've seen. All the evidence we presented, or is this sounds like exactly what the very government he says he's fighting would need you, or at the very least, whether it's if they want you to think. Ask yourself how the outcome looks. What does that lead to? What does you being convinced that they have a nuclear bomb lead to? War. It leads to U.S. action with Israel against yet another country for the interest of the Israeli agenda. Even if it's for the right reason. That's exactly what we're talking about. So is U.S. going to war and killing Americans for an Israeli war? Is that America first? Is that what people in MAGA voted for? As I said, this man is deceiving you. Now here he is going, Israel reveals, this is the 19th, secret contingency plan to raid uranium enrichment facilities in Iran with boots on the ground if the U.S. doesn't strike with bunker busters. So here he is, literally driving the narrative that might have actually driven people to call for the bombing. Like he's saying that if the U.S. doesn't bomb them with the things they ultimately did, Israel's going to go in anyway. I mean, this guy might as well be just dropping Mossad talking points in front of you. Michael Tracy, imagine being told, this is what senior White House correspondent. A White House official tells me the contents of this report are false, that the U.S. military has no doubt about the efficacy of the bunker busters in eliminating the site at Fordo, which they apparently did not, also denying that any options, including tactical nukes, have been taken off the table. And he says, imagine being told that tactical nukes are an option on the table and transmitting this information like it's just another normal, unremarkable news update. The point is they've been doing that for a long time and normalizing that push. And this is, I moved this to the front. It was just simply Trump saying there will be either peace or there will be tragedy. Trump lays out the reason for Iran bombing and calls for peace. Imagine trying to pretend that's what this is. He says, I'm sad to see that Trump drank the neocon Kool-Aid and attacked Iran. Right. The thing he told you was what Kamala would do, what the deep state wants. Right? It's globalist. That's what they're all trying to accomplish. Then he convinces you to put Trump in power. We told you this is where it was going to go. Now he does that. And the best you're going to get is, I'm sad that he fell for the trick. So he's just getting fooled. Dumb old Trump getting fooled again, but trust him though, right? Then he goes on to say, that said, most people see through the gaslighting and the age of globalist warmongers is coming to an end. What? Like literally as you're, crying out loud. But it goes on to say the insane war must end now. Right. So the thing Trump's doing. Okay. He goes, regardless, Trump is doing a great job on domestic issues, trade well, and first America first policies, and so I will not throw the baby out of the bathwater. Cowardice. Or just lockstep, blind following. So you're going, he did the deep state thing, and he's on that. See, now he's bombing the war. But he's doing good, though. America first. I mean, I guarantee you got David Icke out there ripping him a new one right now for how stupid this is. That's what he's trying to convince you. To keep supporting him either way, though, because America first, despite him doing the thing we told you was not America first. Embarrassing. Well, just in case I'm not going to play it all, but Adam Green has been showing you what this guy is for a long time. And he says here on 18th of June, 12 minutes of Alex Jones shilling for Netanyahu. Shouldn't surprise you.
And again, whether you love Netanyahu or hate Netanyahu, Israel has done things politically that aren't anything compared to other people in the region. Why are they held to a higher standard? That's my only issue. I try to be fair here. They're surrounded by people that want to kill them, who say they want to overthrow them, and they're supposed to have a one-state or a two-state and open the borders up. The facts that there is an ongoing admitted coup, and they're saying they're involved in a coup. It's a high-tech 21st century coup. And the exact same type of coup is going on against Benjamin Netanyahu. Whether you love him or you hate him, it's the same globalist interest.
God.
George Soros, the Vatican, the globalists who are openly directing it, and that's in mainstream news, Jerusalem Post, Reuters.
Yeah, really.
And say what you want about it.
Guys, I mean, he's been doing this a long time. And if you look at the real consistency, it's always been in one direction.
Benjamin Netanyahu, the facts are there's been a decades-long leftist Soros campaign to demonize Benjamin Netanyahu. And I'm not saying Israel is perfect. Israel's got big problems, diverse politics. They're trying to indict Netanyahu and his wife right now.
Oh, that's the problems are trying to put a criminal in jail who everyone can see is a criminal. That's the problem he wants you to believe. Let's jump ahead.
Say they've got that new resolution ready, an actual one saying that Israel's illegitimate and it should be overturned. The UN's already voted on that before. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what I said last week. I said, if they kill Netanyahu or something, you know World War III is about to happen. Well, here it is.
Wow.
And I told you they're really thinking.
That was, 3 minutes in? Let's jump to 6.
In prison. And you know what that means. The minute they take down Netanyahu, they're going after Trump.
Jeez. It goes on. Here's 10 minutes.
Country. And again, I'm proud to defend Netanyahu. He's got his own problems.
God, I mean, I'm just randomly jumping ahead. I did not pick those spaces, guys. Please wake up out there. Please, please, please take the time to wake up to this stuff and call it out. A lot of you are doing it. He says, and this is Michael Tracy, he says, you can't make this up. Colonel Douglas McGregor, in the Syria speaking at this rally, Rescue the Republic is what it was called. And you remember the people that were there. He spoke at the September 2024 Trump Maha rally in DC and urged everyone to vote for Trump because U.S. soldiers were, quote, preparing to fight a war against Iran. And by voting for Trump, you'd be voting for peace instead. Same thing Tulsi Gabbard said, same thing RFK Jr. said, and here we are. Here's Alex Jones. Breaking: North Korea is willing to provide nuclear weapons to Iran in order to secure lasting peace. Didn't you just tell us that they had it already? Yeah, this is today. I mean, recognize the stupidity of him literally telling you that they already have the bomb. Trump knows that. And then saying, but North Korea will give them what they already have because that will lead to, I mean, what are we talking about here? This is my point. This guy will say something different every 30 seconds. And then any one of them happens even remotely, even partially. And we were right the whole time, all the time. These are grifters. North Korea, and by the way, I'm going to get into the North Korea overlap and the possible, there's a lot going on there about whether it's the CIA kind of cutout or, whether we're talking about the manipulation therein from either side. It's like this, there's something very weird going on in North Korea that it's like an anomaly to the larger conversation. And whether you want to ignore all that and just look at the fact that the argument is that they sought a nuclear weapon. They were the biggest threat to our democracy for a moment there, right? Until suddenly they weren't anymore. The only difference is they claim they got a nuclear weapon. So that could be the only point of all. But his point is they're going to now work with Iran. He's making this for people. North Korea made the announcement hours after Russian leaders said many countries ready to supply nuclear weapons to Iran. So you got a random Russian leader who says that. That's like Lindsey Graham making statements. It's meaningless in the context of it's likely meaningless. What the policy and the outcome is what matters, not what random people say. Lindsey Graham says nonsense every day, and it never comes out to be exactly what's going on. But there's nuance to it. There's truth to some way. So the point is, you have this random guy going, we'll get you nuclear weapons. Well, what does that do? That leads to the logic of saying they're trying to do it. So maybe they don't have it now, but they're going to seek it out, so we have to stop them regardless. That's what Israel's already doing. He says, we're already in World War III. The question is only will it escalate to a planetary thermonuclear war? Imagine trying to one-up World War III. See, he's been lazily selling you the idea that everything you've seen, every moment, every act is World War III, Russia's World War III, over here's World War III. And like I said, metric-wise, we've been in a multi-government war for a long time. But that's not what he's doing there. But here he says, we're already in World War III. So now that we've established that, I've said it every 20 seconds for 5 years, well, guess what? That maybe it'll escalate to something beyond that. Planetary thermonuclear war. Well, isn't that kind of a World War III point? That's what you mean. He's one-upping his World War III statement. So now every day we're going to flirt back and forth with that, apparently. The bottom line, this is exactly, in my opinion, what the power structures would want to be seated in front of you to justify whatever they do next. Nick Sorter says, just in, Tom Homan warns of Iranian sleeper cells in the United States, which I would never discount the possibility of sleeper cells of any kind from any country. Never have they presented evidence for any of this. And we already showed you this is stemming from other arguments coming from other intelligence related. And it's Israel, guys. It's what this is. And Nick Sorter reports this without any comment, without any context. Joe Biden let millions of unknown getaways across the border. We don't know who they are. So now you're conflating the immigration conversation with this because that's Holman's whole thing. But so you're saying they could be sleeper cells, or are you saying we know they're? And if you know that, then why would you conflate it with a bunch of people you can't verify? So they're making it clear that we're just floating ideas, but making sure you're scared. What gives me comfort is that we now have Christopher Wray, or we don't have Christopher Wray. We have Kash Patel, the guy who said, wake up and prioritize Israel. That's the guy he wants you to think about. This is where we are, or Kristi Noem, who doesn't even know what habeas corpus is. Sleeper cells. It's everywhere. Here's DC Drano taking the cues from the government. The very thing he wants you to think he's fighting. Shooting at the Cross Point Church in Maine, Michigan. So apparently there was sadly enough, a shooting at a church. It says the shooter drove a truck into the church before opening fire. You can bet he meant the shots, or he meant hear the shots in this video before everyone evacuates. He says, have the Iranian sleeper cells already been activated? What an irresponsibly stupid thing to say. Now, look, if you want to look for anyone that's targeting churches, there's a lot of examples of Israel doing that if you want to try to pick something out of it. My point would be, it's an event. There's nothing to back up any connection to anybody, whether Israel or Iran, other than people wanting to use it for their agenda, like this Epstein manipulator. How's that phase 2 binder coming, bud? Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene says, reacts to Trump bombing Iran. Quote, says, pray we are not attacked by terrorists at home. They're all part of it, guys. They're all stoking the agenda to drive you to the idea that we're going to somehow now be like, ask yourself this. If we are somehow attacked by a terrorist at home, is that because it was always going to happen, or because they literally drove it into reality by belligerently bombing every country they can? This is from recently. Iran sent a message to Trump threatening to activate sleeper cell terror inside the United States if it's attacked, according to NBC News, which, by the way, is so insanely stupid it makes my teeth hurt. Think about this for a second. You know where this comes from. This is straight up intelligence overlaps that are rarely, if ever, rooted to anything real. But think about the logic. Okay, so Iran has taken time to carefully and secretly place sleeper cells that we don't know about, right? That they can then use when they want. And then they go, Trump, we're going to use them next. Get ready. Because that makes sense, right? You're going to let the enemy know that you're about to use the thing they didn't know was there. Logic. You see, Israeli Zionist U.S. propaganda rarely cares about the logic. That's how dumb they think you are. I'm going to do this. I just think it's so embarrassing to me. The idea that they would ever report to you that we're about to use the secret thing. I mean, can we all just laugh at how ignorant these people are? Now, realize that, again, I would never deny the possibility. Evidence is what matters. It's happening in the UK too. If you want to see some kind of an organization to the Israeli-driven narratives in these countries. Iran already carrying out wholly unacceptable actions in the UK. And what's that? Abstract. He says, Iranian activity in the UK is already substantial, and it would be naive to think it will not escalate. I'd love to see some examples. He warned of unprecedented pace and scale of plots posing potentially lethal threats. He said there's not a week that goes by without some sort of an Iranian cyber attack on a key part of UK or anybody else, right? What about Vault 7? The evidence we know of the CIA and Mossad and all their allies being able to use cyber attacks and leave the footprint of anybody else? Or how do we know these? I mean, these for all we can be made up for all we know. But it says there is an Iranian activity on the streets in the UK, which is wholly unacceptable. He says it's already at a significant level. But again, there's a choice for Iran. Oh, I see. You're not going to elaborate on what those are. I get it. Iran's everywhere. But we won't go into it. We're just going to let you know that Iran's all over the country. Are we kidding? Like, I keep pointing this out. Like, can they not do better than this? Am I crazy to think that you could lie better than that. But let's end with this. Even as this is still going on, Israel is already aiming elsewhere, which is the point. This is a colonial project that is like drooling, overtaking whatever they can. And the U.S. presidency is allowing that with everything. Or really just the West, it seems. But as Alan McLeod points out, this was on the 20th. Unbelievable. Israel is currently bombing 5 countries, but some are already planning for another war. Times of Israel, Qatar, Israel's next real enemy after Iran. Probably because they have all the receipts, because they know how they've been funneling through them into Hamas and everybody else. Bottom line, you know this is obvious. There's so many people out there trying to aggressively manipulate you in real time with things that contradict what they just told you 30 seconds ago. All I'm asking for people out there is to question what you're looking at. Question the information, right? Look for facts. Show discernment. And if you can't prove these things, the last thing you should do is lean into some partisan narrative, or any narrative for that matter. Everywhere you look right now, there are people trying to drive you into a certain outcome for a very clear agenda. Ask for the facts. When it comes to something like this, that's what I keep saying to people when they're trying to present you with some kind of a narrative. Don't push back with the other side. Just be like, okay, make your case. And most of them don't know what to say after that. Like, what do you mean? Like, well, make your case. You're telling me they have a bomb. Make your case. What evidence do you have? Well, the TV channel said, okay, that's not what I'm asking. What is your case? What makes you believe that? If your argument is because I was told, then we're done with this conversation and you're a child, right? That's where most of these people are. But they don't even think about it. If you push it to them and say, lay out your evidence for that, most of them look like they're like a deer in headlights. And many of them haven't even factored in or thought about the fact that maybe they actually don't have any evidence. That's how wild it is right now. But I'm of the mind that most people out there are beginning to see this. I mean, I've been saying that for a lot of conversations for a while, and I mean it. Every time this progresses, I see it. And right now, look, I was right about the Israel point, but it wasn't that hard to see. A lot of us were pointing it out, was that people saw it. As I said, Israel lost the information war within the first week. Same thing with COVID. We all began to see it. Now we can look back and we can see that. It's continuing. That's why this whole MAGA thing is so stark. It's so vivid because it's obvious. They're just not stupid. And I don't believe most people in this country are stupid or naive. I think that we're beginning to see that and that they need some other level of propaganda. That was like the Zionism threat of racism. It's just not working anymore. So thank you for continuing to fight for the truth. It's if not, it's like the most important time in me ever doing this. In my experience in doing this, for people to stand up, to truly take a stance on this, even if it affects you, even if there's negative consequences. This is bigger than us in our individual lives. This is such an obvious lurch into something darker. So please stand. I love you all. Thank you for being here. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough. And it's very hard for me to see how the United States president can get us to war with Iran. Which leads me to conclude that if, in fact, compromise is not coming, that the traditional way of America gets to war is what would be best for U.S. interests. Some people might think that Mr. Roosevelt wanted to get us into World War II, as David mentioned. You may recall we had to wait for Pearl Harbor. Some people might think Mr. Wilson wanted to get us into World War I. You may recall he had to wait for the Lusitania episode. Some people might think that Mr. Johnson wanted to send troops to Vietnam. You may recall he had to wait for the Gulf of Tonkin episode. We didn't go to war with Spain until the until the Maine exploded. And may I point out that Mr. Lincoln did not feel he could call out the Federal Army until Fort Sumter was attacked, which is why he ordered the commander at Fort Sumter to do exactly that thing which the South Carolinians had said would cause an attack. So if, in fact, the Iranians aren't going to compromise, it would be best if somebody else started the war. But I would just like to suggest that one can combine other means of pressure with sanctions. I mentioned that explosion on August 17th. We could step up the pressure. I mean, look, people, Iranian submarines periodically go down. Someday one of them might not come up. Who would know why? We can do a variety of things if we wish to increase the pressure. I'm not advocating that, but I'm just suggesting that this is not a either-or proposition. Of, it's just sanctions has to succeed or other things. We are in the game of using covert means against the Iranians. We could get nastier at that.